iPhone submission for Final Fantasy VII Remake, New Game Plus Hard, 80% no major glitches. I've been resetting for Chapter 1 and Chapter 2 RNG very greedily, so we're to the end of giving a crap about that, so we're just going to push through this chapter as long as I don't make a major mistake.
Let's do this.
Well, first, we've got 4 hours and 40 minutes minimum. Getting below 440 is extremely unlikely in a marathon setting. The level of execution, RNG, over a 4.5-hour game is very unlikely. So we're closer to a 440 to 445, somewhere in there, I'd say is reasonable for a marathon. It can be a little bit longer in a few instances. If we're using PC, so I can have an input viewer to show if you would like that for whatever reason, kind of like a controller cam. That is another 10 to 15 minutes because it loads so much longer. My PC can barely run it at like 720p 60, so it's your call on that. PS5 loads much quicker and stuff. I can also have plenty of donation incentives. Most of them aren't major time losses unless it's literally watching a cutscene. The big one would be Stairs versus Elevator, which is something that's carried over from OG2. That's about a 7-minute time swing. But for the most part, I'd say safely below 450, minus taking stairs, and on a relatively decent run, as long as I don't get tilted, 443 is probably pretty easy for me to do. So we're gonna have Blizzard right here. Hard is always New Game Plus. There's no way to access hard mode while in New Game. So the game is very fairly well balanced for having everything. Early game, not so much, because they don't want to expect you to grind. So the only thing that's really hard to fight early on is Sentinel Scorpion. Everything else is pretty well balanced. But in the terms of a speed run, the game is not balanced well enough, but that's kind of not surprising. It's not ultra hard mode or super mega hard mode, it's just hard mode. The main difficulty with hard mode is your MP is limited, and Magic Up and Luck Up being your only two stat boosting materials, really kind of devolves into spam spell turbo, making Cloud usually the mage when Aerith's not in the party, and then mage the Aerith the destroyer of all worlds when she's in the party. So for the most part, that save load there saves a little bit of time. It actually moves Jesse over to the platform much quicker, in about 2 to 3 seconds. We're gonna move Barret left here, target this turret and Catastrophe. So Barret does need to move a little bit left here, or he will whiff. Get the launch put away because I got greedy with that roll. Whatever. So we got the laser cycle here is the big random factor here. Looks like we have an okay cycle. Looks ugly on the surface, but we'll find out when we get down here. That's awful, unfortunately. Yep, worst laser cycle possible. Jesse loves to push you into lasers. So right here we have a Thundera, and then lock on. That's perfect. That's actually not good. The crit from Cloud was really bad. So that's going to screw up the damage values on Barret for the boss fight. I need him to have full MP for Thundiga in Phase 3. He does have MP Absorb and Synergy on, so he'll cast Lightning for free in response to every one of my commands. So as long as he recovers 1 MP naturally and hits the 3 Thunders that I need him to hit in the boss fight, we should be okay. But that 20% damage on a Thundiga is a massive shift of like 500 damage or something. So he'll either have to get the MP back or crit. I could grab the Mako crates here, which I probably would do for a marathon run. Both of those crates have Mako shards in them, so it's 10% recovery. So it's enough to refill. I'm going to get hit by the laser here, so I'm just going to keep rolling anyway. It really doesn't matter. Once you get hit by the laser, you get a faster put away. It's kind of weird. So we're going to triple slash right off the bat here before we get stomped on and then go into a Punisher stance. You could Disorder as well, or Braver. Both work. It just so happens that triple slash is on our shortcut, so we use it. Then we're going to go into a Thundera. Decent ATB here. Barret's MP is looking like absolute trash right now. 94? Okay, good. So basically what we need here is a low crit from Cloud or no crit at all. basically. So this, we're going to use a couple of rushing slashes to bridge the gap, and that's perfectly timed. Thundiga, you want it to hit just about after Catastrophe so the barrier's broken. If you fire it off too soon, you're screwed. So that worked out pretty decent. Damage values are pretty butt cheeks right now, but since Barret hit max MP, we're fine. Like I said, it's going to be like 500 to 700 damage, so it's pretty big, actually. We're going to Thunder at twice with Puff, Thundiga once with Barret, but we're actually going to bother switching characters here. Oh, that crit just fixed things. Could you just... ATB boost is insanely hard to get in if you don't do it before the laser starts charging. I don't know why Barret's ATB spiked there. Must have got the stagger, I guess. Not sure what that's all about. So we want to Thundera the leg here instead of the body. Breaking the leg does a flat amount of damage to Sentinel Scorpion, so that makes our life a lot easier. Rather. It does a percentage of Scorpion's HP, so it basically is a guaranteed kill as long as you hit the leg. The problem is lock-on breaks right before that phase, so doing that fight can be pretty hard. We're going to turn around and triple slash the opposite direction here because that's actually faster. And then we're going to mash the hell out of dodge roll because the last couple of runs of game's eaten my roll there. You really need to mash dodge roll out of any sort of triple slash or whatever to get it to be input. There's a lot of places I do use the roll out of triple slash, and sometimes I forget to just mash. I only press it once or twice, and it never gets input properly. The game either has a really small window, or if you buffer enough inputs, the game just goes sure, whatever, and gives it to you. I'm not sure which it is.
This route should lead us straight to Barret. Probably.
But you'll get it consistently as long as you're mashing, so...
I think I see an exit.
It must be, or I have no idea what it is, but it works, right? So we're gonna zip on in here. We gotta fight real quick before we start escaping. Unfortunately, we have to do a menu right after that, so it's really unoptimal because we have to wait for Cloud to start putting away his stuff for the menu to be openable. Then we got to do a menu before that, so it's really like unoptimal in terms of movement. But we need Elemental Thunder here so that we have extra damage on the triple slash to clear all these enemies in one shot. Without Elemental Lightning, you won't hit hard enough, and we don't go into another element, we just have Fire MP Absorb, so Mithril Blade's damage falls off a cliff without Elemental attached.
Take them down! We don't have
Okay, we're gonna switch to Barret here. And into... doesn't even have it on right now. That kind of threw me off. Okay, so I guess this doesn't have Thunder on Barret, or Luck Up on Barret for some reason. Don't know why that happened. Excuse me. So we gotta wait a little bit to slash at the sweeper here.
You got that right.
Alright. These mono drives will normally keep Barret from warping to the top floor. But if I get far enough into the top floor, they'll just flat out despawn. So we're going to want to kill this shock trooper before we get to the top floor. So we want to lock onto him and then fire up. Fire will 100% kill. That's why we want a menu before we get over here.
You're on your own.
Just one-shot that dude with fire up. Okay. That's so annoying having to do that. Thunder with Barret. That is not Thunder with Barret. Thanks, game. Appreciate that. Whatever. Good enough. Not really good enough, actually. Really bad. That's about 10 seconds off of best pace, so... to be expected for Chapter 1. I'm really bugged by that lack of luck up on Barret, but it'll fix itself later. Is there anywhere where I need him to do crits, really? I don't know. That's kind of annoying. I'm not sure if that'll be a big problem or not.
Watch out for live wires. They're everywhere.
Ugh. The air in here reeks. Can't wait to get out in the open. Man, what is that? I've never smelled anything so foul. Oh, it's me.
So we'll take a risk here since Barret's materia is a little screwy right now. I'll fix it later.
I felt that one in my guts.
They just keep on coming.
We need to get out of this place.
Was it the Mako density? The primary explosive? The blasting agent?
Hey, we can figure that out later.
I'm running on empty here.
You can refuel at the base.
Next
So we're gonna
time
take a
I'll
little bit of a
really
risk here
kick
to
me.
try and offset how bad Chapter 1 was. We can graphics.
That's about as good a place as
deload
any.
Smeffy Roth.
Stand back then. I'll
See,
set
it's
the
about a
bomb.
5% chance that Sephiroth will fail to spawn
wait to
properly
see
in this
you,
cutscene of the Nibelheim
take a hot
flashback,
shower.
which can save up to about somewhere between 18 and 22 seconds. I just round it to about 20 since that's in between the two. The thing is, when Sephiroth doesn't spawn properly, Cloud will keep moving at full speed, or, you know, at least as full speed as he can be in that cutscene, which is a pretty significant slowdown, and then the alleyway right after the cutscene, Cloud will run at full speed as well instead of walking.
Got it.
So you save about 10 seconds on either side. I'm going to try and switch to graphics mode, which probably
I'd like
increases
my
the
money
rate,
now.
I'd say, to
You
about
can have
50-60% of
once
it
we're
despawning.
back at base.
Since Chapter 1 was like plus 10, I'm going to see if I can shave that time off with the graphics deload. Okay. The thing is, getting into the menu is pretty rough because it's like 3 or 4 menus deep. It's pretty nestled in there. Save loading is so quick because you can just open the menu and hit triangle to open the save load menu immediately. Whereas this one right here is quite obnoxious because graphics settings are pretty deep in the menu. You have to switch over to system, then you have to mash, I think, into graphics setting, and then the middle setting, and then you have to select it again and then switch it down to the
Station's
graphics.
intact.
So, we're gonna go into graphics, gameplay, no, graphics. Okay. Oh, now I'm screwed. If you don't get that skip right off the bat, 100% of the time you're
couldn't be.
gonna load. Oh, he didn't.
But
Okay.
then-
Well, he could load late, but usually doesn't in graphics. I haven't seen it. He only seems to be able to load late if you're in performance, but no, the game more than willing to put my money where my mouth is. So he'll usually come in from the fence over here. So I gotta make sure to switch over to performance a little bit later, right around here. System into graphics into. Nope, I did the performance or the brightness thing again. So that'll save a little bit of time here. Keeping him from spawning will let me get down this alleyway quicker. That's about 10-15 seconds time save. The faster you do the menu, the more time you save, but you're not going to save the full 20 seconds period because you're fitzing around in the menu to increase the chances of them going away. That's going to offset the probably 5-ish seconds behind pace I would have rather been in Chapter 1. Now I just got to make sure to not fuck up this chapter. So early on, Ice Magnify is extremely potent. That's the speed I would have been moving versus this is the speed I was moving. So that kind of tells you how long that alleyway would have taken. Ice Magnify and Wind Magnify are extremely potent. Ice is a little bit better in this scenario because the dogs are weak to it, and they have a pretty thick HP bar. So even on Blizzard Magnify, they won't get downed by it, as you saw in Chapter 1. Blizzard Magnify has to be used, or you have to Blizzard twice. Wind is pretty good because it doesn't require line of sight, but it's just not strong enough in this scenario. The problem is the turrets and a few other enemies have resistance to wind. And the whole reason you'd want to use wind over ice, even though it has a lesser stagger value, is lack of line of sight. And you can use it to break the barrier on Sentinel Scorpion, so you can save about 5 to 10 seconds in that boss fight. But that also means Goddard Ummering has to be on Cloud. There's a lot of implications. It probably can be used on its own. I'd have to test it at some point. The lock-on system in this game is a freaking nightmare, so you have to deal with it sometimes. You have to be aware. So we want to lock onto this guy and Blizzara. I used to lock onto the dog, but the dog's just too inconsistent. So I want to walk this out manually. Wait, and go.
Bundle up. I'm sure going in.
That Blizzara was nice to double hit. You need to wait with some of these attacks because these 3 waves of enemies, the car, these shock troopers, and the next wave of enemies will all have HP locks. Cross slash is used here because the last hit lands right about when the HP lock relieves itself. We're gonna Blizzara this guy. And we're gonna hit D here, and that should hit E. So here you go. A good fountain for once. We also want to change the camera a little bit here. I don't believe you can get the camera in the right position regardless of how you do it. You want to be careful and just kind of tap forward towards the ladder here. This is one of the few ladders where you can interact without having a little icon on the floor. So if you're just kind of aggressively pushing towards it, you can very easily slide off of it. But if you tap, you know, a little bit rhythmatically, you'll grab onto it pretty consistently without rubbing off of it.
It's all or nothing now.
So we should be getting out of Chapter 2 as long as I don't do some big dumb misinput somewhere along the way. So we're going to lock onto these guys, swing, turn off the lock on, and I want to adjust the camera a little bit more here. So here we go. I might be over adjusted a little bit, but I should be fine here. So I do have some buttons on the back of my controller that I can use to do inputs. Rolling is one of them so that I can adjust the camera while still mashing the roll with my middle finger and index finger. So we're just trying to optimize our movement here so we get down the street as fast as possible. So we're going to keep rolling here because we want to get into this fight without dropping out of combat so I can maintain my ATV, which is nice. We got to keep it. Lock on here. Want to be a little bit careful about that one. Okay, whatever. What's-a-rah? Calling Ira. Okay, so you want to get that fire out really quick. Okay, got lucky there. Nice crit, by the way. I don't need to split. Alright, so now we're going to move the timer off to the side and into Oblivion. And we're just going to try and play the dang game. I only really care about resetting the beginning, so let's go as far as we can. The train here has some pretty complex movement, surprisingly. The PS4 version, you can just run right through the center as you stick the bigs back. Here we actually have to do a little bit of movement around here to get everything to go. We need to go around these guys, stick the bigs here so Kyrie doesn't block us. Then we need to move around bigs in such a way that we can slip between these two. That was very close to screwing it up. And then that's it for the train car movement. We need to wait a little bit for the cutscene to start, and then skip it. Now we're going to move to the end of the train car and wait for Jessie to show up. So I position myself here next to this door and wait. Once she gets in front of me, I start moving forward. Because she can be very obnoxious about interacting with you at any distance other than literally face-to-face. You have to basically be breathing on her for her to interact with you. It's kind of annoying.
Not long now.
But the more you get used to stuff like this, the easier it is, honestly, to consistently do it. We're heading into Chapter 3. It's a lot of micro movement management and just holding good straight lines when moving. Most of this will be Tifa's positioning and maintaining full speed movement as much as possible, or just having the most direct line in between A and B possible.
You're such a kidder.
So we're gonna head on into the bar, skip this little cutscene here. So we see Tifa and Marlene on the steps. That will be another cutscene. We'll skip that as soon as we get into the cutscene. Out of here. So Marlene does a lot of talking here. We can save a lot of time by doing this. So we can mash to skip that cutscene. I prefer you can save load as soon as you get into the bar, as soon as Marlene starts talking, and skip all the dialogue. I prefer to maneuver Cloud right next to Marlene and then do the save load so I can mash triangle without any risk of accidentally talking to Barrett.
Follow me then.
How was it up on the
To
plate?
each his own.
It was
That's not right.
chaotic.
Sorry for dragging you into all this. It was wrong of me to put you in danger like that. I promise I won't do it again.
Dangerous part of the job. Don't worry about me.
I'll try not to.
Always happy to help stick it to Shinra.
Not good at all.
Apparently he was fishing
So,
for info.
you made
Alright,
nice
so
with everyone?
a lot of this
Not
is
just
going to be
a
managing
kid,
Tifa.
considered. Maybe not enough for
We
them.
got a little bit of
Good.
tricks here to save some
You had me
time.
worried. You're
So,
not exactly
with
a
this
people
right here,
person.
Tifa's going to show us
I'll
to
give you
our
that.
hotel room, whatever you want to call it. We'll be using it, like, once. Well, twice if you
I
count
saw
right
Sector
now.
8 on the news.
We use it again in
It was
Chapter
like a
4.
war zone.
Normally
news
this
is
would
just
recover
another Shinra
MP and
mouthpiece.
ATB, or MP and HP,
spread
but we
whatever
haven't
lies
used
Shinra
any because we
tells
haven't
us.
been in combat yet.
So,
This would
it
be
wasn't
important in
that
every other
impressive?
category,
It was.
because Chapter 4 we have a huge
right.
fight, multi-wave fight with Cloud solo against a bunch of troopers. So
And
getting the
here we
MP
are.
back is
Good old
extremely
Stargazer
nice.
Heights.
Hard,
You're
we
on the
don't
second
have that
floor.
luxury. So we have to take full advantage of MP Absorb on fire
Room
to mitigate
201
our
here is
MP
where I
usage.
Don't have
You
time
either
for
need
much
an
else.
MP up and you have to grab all the MP crates in that fight,
even time to decorate.
or you have to have MP Absorb on fire or ice. Okay. You
Here's
want to
your
bounce
order.
into
Don't
Tifa
worry.
there.
You did?
The sooner you do it, the
Yes?
more time you
Oh.
save. But
No.
if you do it right,
this?
she'll instantaneously
one's,
start the cutscene. Normally, you have to wait for her to get to the other side of the door and then turn around, which is a pretty slow process. You can get like a halfie where it takes a little bit longer. I bonked into her a little bit late, but I'd rather do it later rather than like having her push around me. I haven't found a good visual cue for the earliest spot yet. It's really hard to tell, but I think she needs to like break your door frame, so it's kind of weird how you do it. So we're gonna be running around collecting money after we go over to the bar and using that to pay
I'm
for
Marl,
blowing
you
up the
from
Mako
up-
reactor.
I'll bet. If you ever need
A lot of this
you?
stuff
The
is
granddaughter?
Loud and clear.
trying to get in front of Tifa.
Now you'd best get a move
Unfortunately,
on
for the
instead of
most
that.
part, it'll slow her down or it's flat
My
impossible.
husband decided
So this
to
first
go
one
to
with the item store, we want to get to a certain distance and then stop. Everybody has a different way of doing the movement here, but I find getting to a certain spot and then stopping is the way that works out best for me.
Sad day when people.
So we're going to skip this and head on out. So we got 3 places to go: the item stop, the inn that we're staying at,
Go ahead and keep
and
whatever we
the,
collect. Seeing
weapons
as you
store.
didn't bring any luggage, I'm guessing your stuff.
We have some movement tech for the item
don't
store and the
worry.
weapon store, but unfortunately, Marl for the inn is just too straight of a line for us to really get away with anything cute. So right here, I make sure to walk onto these. You see how Tifa's still jogging and then starts walking? If you get too far ahead of her, she'll walk that entire distance, so you just lose a ton of time.
Hey there.
So,
Clouds.
I just use that visual cue, chill out over there, wait till she hits the door, and then
Supposedly.
because she's far enough away, I can start jogging after her and basically catch up immediately.
Okay? And let us know.
So we're gonna head over to the inn and get basically nothing interesting.
He's a regular.
For you, man.
Well,
To get free shit.
The weapons store has a really cool
Our next stop-
movement
Just
tech,
better.
Then you
and then
know
we
what
have
to
Crap
expect.
Boulevard.
Remember.
Crap Boulevard's really difficult, and it's kind of RNG to some extent.
apparently
What we're going to be
it's
doing is killing the enemies with Cloud's Ice Magnify, which is pretty decent because the enemies actually, like, they're strong enough. We used to just be able to triple slash and say
I'm
whatever.
pretty good at
That
The problem is the
charm.
Gorgers do have
skills.
Feast,
Be nice.
so that's
I'm
not
doing
super
You
fast.
look a good long.
It's
I tried and
consistent
true.
in
That
killing,
thanks,
but you can
Mom.
get
Don't do
feasted, which
anything
will
I
keep you
wouldn't.
from doing anything with Cloud. And you want to run away from those fights with Tifa, so you can take advantage of her super,
Marl's great.
her
She helped
movement.
get me set up back in the day.
When she has parry
Been
equipped,
here a
you
while
can
now.
modify her dodge
5
roll
years,
into a
give or
slide,
take.
which is extremely fast.
But
And you can further modify that
gotta
by
get you your
either
money.
hitting triangle
Last stop
for
is the
uppercut,
weapons store.
whirlwind uppercuts at the same time, or holding triangle in, either or. And what that'll do is it'll
We're so
cancel out the
saved
parry
you.
into just the
Alright.
fastest part of the parry.
So
Think you can
So you
move?
can spam
Pretty
parries much quicker than
Thank
you
you
would
very
normally
much.
be able
Seeing
to.
as-
Well,
Even if you're just using the
Don't
regular
really know.
parry, it's
in that
really
case,
quick.
if you're serious,
The only
it's not
problem
worth
with the
it.
uppercut thing is
How do I start?
you have to remove the concentration bonus on
Didn't
all the
see anybody at
weapons.
the office.
Because if you have to throw Omni
way to
Strike
keep
every
you
now
and
and
your
again, you
family
lose a
safe.
bunch of time
You're
to
way
having to
on your
stand
own.
still and punch
Come
because
and
you
check
can't
out
cancel
our
Omni
selection.
Strike. But like you can the uppercut.
We gotta do something
So the
about
problem
monsters
here is
on-
ice spells in general like to interact with the environment, which just really screws you over because you lose the
Crap
HP, you
Boulevard
lose
is
the
out
MP,
west.
and you don't get
Past the
damage.
barricades,
My
supposed to
working
keep the
theory
monsters
is
out.
the spell
Anyways,
only
you
does
should
damage
prepare.
calculation on contact with the enemy, which I don't understand how it would work with the AoE part of the explosions from spells, but I think when it hits the floor, it basically
see
ends
why
up being like a
monsters would be right
miss,
at home.
and it turns off damage
And the
calculation.
more we pile up,
So if
the
you end
more
up
they show
hitting
up.
the floor accidentally, which you have no control over, it's just 100% the game.
And there's our
You know,
first
you're just kind of
challenger.
screwed.
Show me what you got, Cloud.
All right. Okay. Then we want to unlock on so we don't have to deal with the camera
Show
movement.
me what you got, Cloud.
I want it to be a little bit.
So that's what a soldier looks like in action.
I was doing that in a little bit of a weird way. Okay. I wanted to cast that spell with Cloud, but I kind of screwed it up. So right here, we're actually going to be a little bit slower about this.
Nothing.
The reason I let go of uppercut and started doing regular parries there is
All right.
if you
wanna
consistently
Of
hold
course
down
not. A
uppercut,
win's a win.
you'll buffer an
Trust me, it'll
uppercut
do
after the
wonders for
parry,
you.
so you'll either have to parry cancel it again or watch it play out. In that case, I would watch it play out, because I normally go for the shortcuts, like, instinctually, so I usually end up focus striking by accident instead, and Cloud doesn't currently have Synergy, so that does jack shit, except waste a bunch of time, and screw up my ATB management.
Come on.
Well, that was a pretty decent crap boulevard.
Where's he at?
Oh,
The movement there is pretty rough, and like I said, Ice can interact with the floor and basically turn the spells off. As long as one of the spells kills one of the enemies, Tifa has first strike at this point, because of the way I routed out, so she can just Thundera and save me.
You were the first
Most people don't bother giving her first strike yet, because she has got her Dumarang at this point. So she has access to Somersault, which you can easily just shortcut and call it a day.
Not what you...
I don't bother shortcutting Somersault, because it just works out better to have Focus Strike for a few different things. Focus Strike is needed on Airbuster. I use Focus Strike on Crab Warden. Other than that, it's good for a demo, so I can show off Focus Strike parrying before the boss. It's really mainly used for bosses. I have Thundera, which is just, like, the general use for long-range fights. I do need them on Crab Warden and Airbuster. Star Shower is something you basically want the entire game. True Strike could be remenued, but it's really good at triggering Synergy pretty quickly, to be perfectly honest, so... this dialogue here cannot be mashed, so there's no point in mashing. You can only mash if you see an arrow on the dialogue. You end up getting in the habit of mashing and just kind of not do it absent-mindedly without thinking about it.
Come on. Let's get a close.
So this first part of the dialogue is unmashable. He talks with Tifa is mashable. Let's wait a second here. So a good bar time is 29 minutes. You can get much lower, but I mean 29 minutes exiting the bar. We'll see how close we are. I'd say you still have a relatively good run if you're 29-10, 29-15 is okay. Not great, but okay. The first couple of chapters are pretty volatile and have a lot of little time losses that can add up very quickly that are mostly out of your control. The big one being Sephiroth in Chapter 2. That can really throw your time off if you have him in a PB or something. It's really hard to maintain a good Chapter 1, 2, and 3 with that. So I decided to attack that officer because I'm pretty sure Tifa pushed him way out of the range of Blizzara. Blizzara has a pretty large explosion radius, similar to Blizzard, Blizzara, Blizziga, Blizzard, and Blizzara, Blizziga, Fireiga all have, like, the same explosion radius.
I'm more worried.
So
What?
Ice early game, or Wind early game ends up being more beneficial than Fire.
What do you want to do
The
now?
reason is, Fire's explosion radius ends up usually killing the Magnify targets before it magnifies. The reason that this is an issue is it keeps any additional materia from activating. So Magnify can trigger A to B stagger over and over again. It can trigger the limit gain from staggering an enemy over and over again. And it can trigger MP absorb over and over again
And
if
Same as you.
materia.
A little.
So right here, we're just going to ignore the rest of the side quests and head on in.
I see.
Or,
In that case, one.
nope. Yep. Skip. Hard out. It's a pretty decent bar time. This isn't the bar time I was referring to. I usually time it after the Dark minigame. You gotta be careful here with the Dark minigame and mash circle and X, because you don't cancel with a cutscene skip. It's kind of weird. Some of them, it's circle X to cancel. Other ones, you have to, like, press
Maybe
X,
just chill
then
a bit.
circle. Most of the... there's very few things you can skip. The motorcycle minigame is one of them. Fortunately or unfortunately. There's other minigames I'd rather skip. The pump minigame is pretty awful. And not a big fan of it. So we got a pretty decent time going, mainly because of the Sephiroth deload from the menu. Managed to shave some time off and put us in a good spot. So we're gonna skip the Thugs dialogue here. If you hold forward and jog, or R1 or L3, you can get in front of the first Corneo Thug and he'll push you towards the alleyway faster. So this fight's kind of random. If all four of them decide to spread out, it's going to take forever. I'm going to end up having to spam a bunch of magnified spells and Fire. if 2 or 3 of them stay clustered enough, we'll get multi-hits with Blizzard Magnify, which will kill all of them. Then I can just fire the Straggler. If I get 2 of them killed, plus, like, one of them gets hit by Blizzard and the other one doesn't, I can just, like, Blizzard again.
Some kind of death wish.
There's a couple of different things I could do. What I'm hoping for is them to all go, like, complete aggro and start trying to melee me, which means they'll all get caught up in Blizzard Magnify, or be passive enough that Blizzard Magnify will hit all of them. Okay, this is looking up. Yep. That's as good as that gets. Yeah.
So if they weren't Shinra...
A sub 310 there is really good.
Not my problem. Lesson 1 for life on the
There's a
ground
lot
floor.
of, like, little variants
Get
early
some
on,
rest.
so seconds end up meaning a lot more. Later game, once you get in 2 or 3 hours, you have enough variances that as long as you're not playing, like, absolute trash or getting bad luck everywhere, your life is going to be a lot more consistent.
We'll be back
So
tomorrow
early
morning,
on, the thresholds are
You all
pretty
set?
narrow.
Awesome. Meet me at the
But, so we're going to skip the cutscene here. We're going to skip the cutscene here, and then we're going to skip the minigame. This one is a little bit more wonky than regular skips, because we can't just hold down and then hit X, because that will just put us in the do you want to skip the minigame menu. Then you have to hit up again to accept skipping the minigame. So I kind of do that one a little bit slower for sure, because you want to make sure you don't just keep resetting the minigame or accidentally return to the title menu. There's a couple of different really bad things you can do that lose a lot of time. So you got to be a little bit more deliberate with the motorcycle
The residential minigame area is skips. just beyond this
Chapter
space.
4 motorcycle
Mind doing the
minigame is
honors?
pretty random, but not too terribly bad. The one that's really hard is Chapter 18 motorcycle, because you get 1 heal
got an
before
arm on
motor
you.
ball, so you have to do all of the waves early. And the main strat to do those quickly is actually taking damage on purpose to use to get your special quicker, because when you take damage, your special bar fills. Right here, you want to stay in the street, because Wedge will start talking to those cats if you get too close. But if you stay out here, he will not talk to the cats, so he'll follow up immediately, and you can just get him to load real quick. So a save load here, and that'll skip all of Jessie's dialogue as long as you wait until she starts talking. Biggs and Wedge will follow up. I make sure to stay out of their way because they really can move pretty erratically and just, like, have some pretty bad pathfinding sometimes. You're kind of seeing it right now with Wedge. He's wanting to, like, go in a big spot for some reason. Gotta stay at a certain distance and then we can move
let's head
towards
in.
the wall.
Cloud?
For whatever reason, the
You know
game
what to
wants
do.
you
Why don't you
facing
wait
the
around
wall
the corner
before it
over
turns you
there?
around, so
Okay.
you got to make sure you're facing the wall there, not back to it.
You would have really liked it.
So the Annex is the main
With
reason
your-
we have Ice Magnify on, and ATB Stagger. Ice Magnify and ATB Stagger are good in Chapter 1 and 2, but they're extremely strong in Chapter 4. You have several waves of multiple enemies you've got to clear. Blizzara having a big hitbox is really useful in certain segments. A lot of the enemies will go down to a Blizzard or a Blizzara, and will also stagger from it. So we get our ATB back on each fire off, basically. The only problem is stretching your MP thin enough, or stretching it far enough. Your two options are to either go with MP Absorb
My
and
dad.
Fire
He was a
Elemental,
maintenance supervisor
or
at the
MP Up
reactor.
and Fire Elemental, which will make Roche a lot safer, because you can actually do a reasonable amount of physical damage to him and get away with some really cute shit if your ATB is screwed up. It'll also boost your Punisher counter damage, because Mithril Saber really doesn't hit hard enough at all without Fire Elemental. But with the MP up, you have to make sure you go out of your way for the MP crates. Your MP is really tight overall. Adding Fire MP Absorb is a little bit better, because there are a fair bit of fire as you use, which is roughly normally 10 MP, but it's 8 because Cloud has a 20% cost reduction with Mithril Saber. So factoring in its damage values and a 0.1% MP recovery, you end up in a situation where you're using like 1 or 2 MP on Fire and usually killing a group of enemies. MP Absorb will only activate once per spell. So even if you kill like 10 enemies with one spell, you'll only get the absorption off of one of them. It can activate up to 3 times with Magnify. So that's why Ice is a little bit better, because Fire will just blow up everything and the Magnify won't duplicate properly. But with Ice, it'll create all 3, or Wind, it'll create all 3 of the particle effects and then explode. So in some scenarios, you'll end up getting multiple stagger activations, multiple limit bonuses from staggering an enemy, and multiple MP absorbs, so that you'll end up going you'll be at max MP the entire time if you throttle your spells correctly and take full advantage of that 20% bonus. That comes in a little bit later towards chapter 5, 6, 7, and it really comes on heavily once we hit 12. We end up switching Cloud into a Magnify MP Absorb caster, which will up his damage output and make MP pretty much not an issue as long as he's casting the right spells. As long as you're not being greedy with like tier 3 spells, you can usually loop his MP and keep it at max pretty consistently. It does require maxed MP ups usually, a Fury Ring for the Berserk damage buff, and very specific casting the right element against the right thing. You gotta be careful.
No need for... I can handle this. What?
We're in this.
Don't expect me. If you
so this area right here is ice.exe. We're going to be icing over everything to get staggers over and over again. We're going to get a free limit out of staggering. Every time you stagger, you get 350 points of limit. It's 1,000 for level 1, 1,350 for level 2. So every 3 staggers is a free level 1. Every 4 staggers is free level 2. So we're going to be taking advantage of that limit. I'd really love to use it on Roche, but the game actually removes your limit when you start the Roche fight. The only way to get a limit in there is to have God of Gummering equipped and reset the fight, so it's kind of stupid. So we're just going to burn it for a refocus right off the bat.
You're out there too!
Bundle up.
Spotted more intruders!
Let's do this.
Get him first!
I'll end this. No, you're mine.
Unauthorized entry in 7-6 Annex. All units, proceed to location and secure. Unauthorized entry in 7-6 Annex. Unauthorized entry.
Okay. Didn't get that MP crate, but it's not important. It is something you can get. We're just going to run a little bit here for ATB building. Luckily, no missiles, so that's nice. Okay, got the ATB there. So I got to be careful here with this guy. I want to make sure to get Fyra in the right way. Uh-oh. It locked on, but the game didn't take it because I started Fyra before the lock on. That's an unfortunate time loss, but whatever. You'll see that, like, it basically recovered all my MP off of that one. MP is not as tight as you might think here. That's probably, like, the biggest time loss outside of some other bad RNG things. This should kill everything, looks like. No, that's not the case, because this dog is stupid. Okay. Add arena. There's not much I can do about it. 1, 2.
Going in.
Okay. Now we're going to Fyra here.
Burn.
Attack. Fyra. Alright. We got good setup here. I was worried my ATB was going to be a little bit tight there, so that's why I quieted down. Fyra will deal with this first phase if you really want to go for it, but you really only want to do that if your ATB is really bad. So we're going to Fyra twice here, and then we will switch into Punisher. And that will counter ATB boost. I could risk it on Fyra. Yep, I could have tried. You could also, when you see a crit in the first phase, you can go for a Blizzard, Magnify, and then Fyra. And Blizzard will take long enough to explode, but if you can get 3 crits and kill him, but since I saw the second one did not crit, I wasn't about ready to risk it. You get pretty close if you get 2 crits, but it's unfortunate. So that was a little bit of an unfortunate Roche fight. The dogs were dumb. Sometimes that happens. Even with a Fyra, if a dog gives you like a really bad movement pattern like that, where it's really far away from the pack, there's no way you're going to hit all of them. We used to use... don't worry about it. That was the game screwing me over, and I just wanted to cut the stream before I fucking said anything really stupid on stream. So don't worry about it. I appreciate the thought, though. It happens. The game does dumb stuff like that. It wasn't like it was PB pace or anything, but it was really rough because it's super good pace. And that final boss fight was just like a complete shit show. It just happens, though. That's the risk with Whispers, right? That's why self-destruct is a bit risky. Even if that technically wasn't part of the self-destruct shenanigans, that was something else. But that's the strat we used to use there anyway, catastrophe or Ascension into Max Fury. That was just an unfortunate turn of events that happens sometimes. I already lost the run at Genova anyway, right? So
an emergency has been declared.
I just didn't want to bother finishing that video because I didn't want that to be a submission video where you like screw up 2 out of the 5 final fights. Makes it look like you don't know what you're doing, even though I really do.
Right. This
You know.
is it. Through here and we're
Because
home
it,
free.
from a like a marathon's point of view, they're not going to understand that like I got extremely unlucky with the placement of the bosses on the Whispers fight, and that's something that like doesn't ever really happen.
Hey,
It only happened because of a couple of different things, like Max Fury still had 2 bar, etc., etc. Next time, I'm just gonna Kiriga if I see Barrett near Max ATB and only go for a Max Fury with a single bar to keep that from
Wants a
happening.
whole pie to himself. Isn't that right?
But it happens. I would have been way more upset and probably would still be mad today if it had been like a 430x pace. I think it was technically at a 430x pace, but I could be wrong. I'm just trying to get a good submission that's around 442, 443. What do you mean? I don't blame Strife for that, if that's what you mean.
I guess.
Fucking, it's my own fault for not learning the math. Fuck. I hope he doesn't think I blame him, because I sure as fuck don't. I fucking practically begged him to do the math for me. How can I be mad when I asked him to do math the last second to try and figure it out for me, when he's probably busy, like, actually doing real-life shit? That'd be pretty unreasonable, to be perfectly honest.
It's not.
So, I hope he doesn't think that.
And when he were... Anyway.
Fucking, it's my speedrun. I should be able to figure that shit out myself. I'm lucky he tried to figure it out for me. Now I know next time. Yeah, he did catch that stagger. I didn't really think anything of it, so honestly, the only reason I had even a slight chance of doing the fight right was because he mentioned it. So I think next time, I'll probably either give her Bahamut, or I'll give her both yellow and blue. I think might be the trick. Because Tifa staggers red. And then if she gets Bahamut plus Big Whisper, that should be enough to outpoint Aerith. But giving 2 to Aerith should be enough to outpoint Barrett because she doubles points versus Barrett. So I don't know. We'll figure it out when we get there. I think we're going to make some changes to Barrett and probably give him Stagger instead of Luck Up. I'll probably hard start him with MP up and Stagger up for the rest of the game. And then I'll probably just keep him on Stagger and MP up. Or not Stagger, but Steadfast. So we have a couple of really stupid fights coming up that are really obnoxious. The Whisper fights are poorly explained and kind of hard to understand. This first fight, if we kill all 4 of them, or kill 1 and then kill the remaining 3 all at the same time, we'll avoid spawning an additional wave of enemies. So I'm going to have to be a little bit quiet here so that I make sure I do the inputs right. So I want to make sure to target the right one. And Somersault B, Fire a D. That's good. No, that's bad. Oh, God. CA tried to screw me really hard there.
Pretty sure you can't even see them unless
So,
physical contact.
C doing Impale was fantastic. But A did the one thing that you don't want to see. That's why right there is a hard reset point sometimes, because the Whispers will just flip out so far away. And the problem is it spawns an additional wave of Whispers that take forever to spawn. I can kill them efficiently, I can kill them quickly. But the problem is they take forever to spawn and be targetable, so I can start working on killing them. So, if I can skip it, it saves a good 5 to 6 seconds at least, depending on how efficiently you set up the backup. So we're going to Blizzara here. No, I said Blizzara. So we want to Blizzara Whisper B.
You're mine. Calling out.
We want to Fire Up and True Strike.
Let's do this. Let's finish this.
Alright. Nice backup. You want to see sub 44, but sub 4405 is still good. That fight was really risky.
Sure. Huh? I can tell you're not
that obvious. Okay.
That roll lost me a good couple of seconds because I could have Well, I guess I did get the counter on the impale, but it threw me off. Kind of bucked me like a bronco. We will be going for a save load in the train car here. That will can save 15 to 20 seconds. At the up end, it saves about 20 seconds, but the problem is it's a frame-perfect input to open the menu to get the save load. So the odds of you reacting to it optimally and saving the full 20 seconds is slim to none, unless you somehow are consistent at it. For me, it's like a 10 to 20% hit rate. I'll go for it because it's free time save, and the time loss is maybe 1 to 2 seconds as long as you're not being greedy with it. Skip this. We got another cutscene to skip here. The reason that skip was a little bit weird, where I kind of opened the menu twice, is I was doing it with my index fingers. So it makes that a little bit harder. Well, missed it. So it's whatever. My PB doesn't have this in the run anyway, but it is free time save, so you might as well go for it. At most, it costs you a second or two going for it. The thing is, if you go for it too soon and see the save load menu, you're going to be really greedy with it and think you hit it. So it's better to go for it later rather than earlier. Because if you save load too early, you got to make sure to keep walking into Tifa here, or else this cutscene will never start. You got to make sure to go for it later rather than earlier, because if you go and hit the save load, open it, before the right frame, what'll happen is you'll save load, lose about 5 seconds. 6 seconds, 7 seconds to save loading. That doesn't actually save any time. So, you're better off going for it later and missing it rather than going for it early and save loading nothing.
No way.
I have done that once before, so now I go for it later. The problem is the movement in there is really rough to set up. Ski. So I don't have Elemental on anymore. It's Fire, MP Absorb, Ice, Magnify. So the Mithril Saber's damage takes a huge hit once we switch that out in Chapter 1. We can really only reliably kill regular officers with Triple Slash. Most everything else will stand up to any sort of physical attack from the Mithril Saber. You could put Blade Burst on, but you'd have to do a lot of time, like, adjusting your angles and stuff to make sure it hits. It does have a nice pie-shaped attack radius. No homing, though, and it can run into environmental objects and get stopped, so... Blade Burst is pretty good because it's magic-based, but it's high risk, high reward, to be perfectly honest. So you'll notice that we're going to be switching to Tifa a lot here. That's because Tifa's parry is so quick that it saves us a ton of time moving as long as we switch to her when we're fleeing from combat. It's so fast that we're going to get ourselves wedged in some areas where the game is going to kind of give us some glitchy outcomes. That aren't intended, because we can get to places where the developers didn't intend you to get to. yeah, hopefully it'll be a better endgame. I don't have any ill feelings over it, Strife, by the way. Thank you for trying to catch it and doing the math for me last minute. Unfortunate end, but whatever. I just got rid of... I would have finished the run, but I didn't want to have a marathon submission that had me fucking up both Genova and Sephi. That's not going to look good, because they're going to look at the beginning, part of the middle, and the end. And if they see me throwing the end game that hard, it's going to be kind of a hard sell, you know what I mean? I'd rather have little mistakes in the middle to put me in a 443 than a complete disaster, Sephiroth. That Whispers was deceptively good. I didn't even realize how bad it was when I saw the stagger. Next time I'll just go for a Blizzard Magnify, or a Kiriga Magnify to get rid of the extra ATB to drop down to a single bar Max Fury. Okay. No, dude! I hate it. I thought I was right next to the stairs. I thought Cloud spawned in front of Tifa. That's the worst outcome. Depending on how long your flee timer is, you can't get up those stairs. You can get pretty close, but if you get the shortest 3-second flee timer, you just can't get up it. Chapters 5, 6, and 7, a lot of the time saves are based on, like, what RNGs you hit. I don't know if I can warp Cloud over, so I don't risk it. Some of these times... Yeah, I was thinking giving her both would have been the proper solution. I just wasn't sure how to do it. next time I'm aware of that, because the double points would have been more than enough, right? Because Tifa gets red, plus Bahamut, plus Whisper, and then 2 from Aerith shouldn't screw up her coming first. Blizzard, Star Shower.
It's you.
Blizzara?
Chill.
Yeah, that's. I figured that was the case.
I gotta kill all these nasty ass bugs.
It's fine. Like I said, it's. You tried to do the math, so I appreciate it. I don't know why I'm healing here. That's a really weird choice. So the beginning of the game, we have very few menus, and we're coming up to one right here. We're going to be swapping Cloud out basically completely into a caster. We're not going to be idling in between anymore. We're going to give this for this for this. Give an MP up, and we're going to switch him over to Thundera Mag, Thundiga Naked, and Thundiga Mag, and then save load. So we gave Barret Catastrophe for a couple of different fights. It makes Sentinel, for me, it makes Crab Warden easier. There is a way to do Crab Warden with Tifa
Just give it a quick
and Somersault, but I do it with Catastrophe. Excuse me. I wonder if that was faster than a Thundera from Tifa. Whatever. A little bit of time lost, but there's really no way to tell whether Thunder Magnify is going to do its damn job or not. Magnify is pretty consistent in the PS5 and PC version. It seems to have received a pretty significant buff, so it's a lot more reliable. But it still sometimes fails to do its job. The PS4 version, Magnify is spotty at best. You have to really know the ranges for Magnify to make the most out of it. Magnify is actually quite weak in the old game, because not only does it suffer from the damage debuff, but its range is awful. Very limited with how wide it goes. They seem to have buffed it in the PS5 and PC version, but it seems to be, for whatever reason, it propagates better from left to right than right to left.
It's a good plan.
I couldn't tell you why, but that's just how it is. So a lot of the time, we're going to be targeting things to the left to get the thing to spread properly. So there is a method to the madness. We're going to Thundera here. We're going to Thundiga this guy, and then move a Tifa. Thundera. That Thundera isn't 100% needed, but it is consistent here. So we want to heal up Cloud here. We got hit by the missiles. Luckily he didn't get roasted by the missiles, or else that fight would have taken forever.
Big plan, right?
I provided some input.
I need to do some more math with Barret. Thank you for the camera change there, game. I don't know what I am Table Man. Table Man. What I need to do is I need to give Barret other materia than just garbage. That was part of the reason I was screwed there, because he basically was unable to do anything, because he literally had 0 materia to attack with. We're going to come over here. We want to do a full combo first and then True Strike twice to damage the leg properly, so that we don't accidentally stagger off of it. It's a lot to explain, but just trust me, you don't want to do that. So we're going to come over here, hit this leg a few times, get the flying kick, and focus True Strike there. We're going to move to the left a little bit here, and Thundera with Barret. Don't worry about it. Thundera, and then Thundiga. Okay, so the uppercut there was just to steal a little bit of ATB before we started this phase. We should be good to go on the rest of this garbage. Catastrophe will be used to stagger the Sentinel or Crab Warden here. You could just let Catastrophe do the job, but I have another setup where I can time this out properly so that Thundiga lands right after that, so we can get an immediate stagger this way, and then do a ton more damage. I'm still trying to split. A decent chapter. Sub 50, 54XX is pretty good. Yeah, Barrett should be able to
So, you bump into any giant robots
do
like
more.
that in Reactor
The problem
1?
was I crippled him by not giving him any elemental materia. So I might have to look into changing that. Right now, I have Steadfast Block on him instead of one of the luck ups, and apparently he just has no luck ups in general because I fucked up something. I took luck up off to test Thunder, and I guess it didn't really change anything with the boss fight. So luck up is going back to the Shadow Realm, I guess. I'll have to see if I can put another beneficial. No, Tifa! Damn it! Ugh. You could stall her up at the top of the ladder and save a little bit of time here, but I guess she wasn't having none of it today. I want to try to get the hell out of the way. So, like, you could get on there right there,
Just don't look
but
down,
Tifa gets in the way if you don't stall her out properly. So, yeah. Barrett has Steadfast Block for now, and I'll probably just equip him with Steadfast Block and MP Absorb. I don't know where else I'm going to equip or activate Steadfast Block outside of Chapter 18, but whatever. It does seem to come up in Chapter 1 and does give him enough ATB to thunder
Maybe the gate didn't budge because there's not enough
lasers
power to
consistently,
spare.
so who
Gotta
knows.
figure this out.
It might actually get him more ATB in fights than I realize, because he might be guarding stuff that I don't know he's guarding. I don't know, most of the time you
Hey guys,
bully the bosses
instructions
so
for
hard that it's kind of
So,
hard to
the
tell,
closest thing-
to be
Gotta
perfectly
put up-
honest.
But if we go through
Unless you kite with a
That's
specific
true.
character, it doesn't come up very often.
all these lamps.
The luck up
You'd
thing will
think
get
they'd
fixed
be able
anyway,
to
because they're
balance
equipped
the
to the
load by now.
LMG.
Maybe. If the maintenance guys or whoever was playing hooky.
The lamps are
So this
important,
chapter is
but
pure
when you
time
think
loss
how much
usually.
longer it must take to keep
This
them
chapter's
running,
complete
that's gotta be
RNG.
one.
The reason it's like that is
That
90% of the
dark soul I
fights
seen
we
at the
do
top
not
of
even
that
need to
ladder.
do. There's only like 2 fights we actually have to do, and the rest of them we're running away
I'll
from.
go.
The first fight that we do have to do is pretty awful because it's really random. 3 Grosh strikes. There's 2 that start right together, and then another one that starts really far away from the group of Grosh strikes. So you end up in a scenario where your Magnify normally won't hit them properly, and you want to kill the other Grosh strike because once you leave that fight, there's 2 laser turrets that turn online there. And the problem with that is it screws with your Magnify when that other Grosh strike is still there. So you can't just one-shot the turrets, you have to get rid of the Grosh strike too. So it screws with your damage output and slows out the next fight, so you usually have to stall out and make sure that other Grosh strike dies. Or you can just get really lucky and he'll move into the Rage of Thundiga Magnify. You could roll the dice with Thunder Ra Magnify because you're at full MP there. But I find that the damage is inconsistent because it is a damage range and you're rolling a damage range on 3 enemies, so you're most likely going to miss it on one of
The only
them.
other route that I can
So
think
you're
of
putting
would
yourself
be-
in a tough spot. Probably a TAS would bother doing it because it saves a second over cast time. I don't know, maybe TAS might do a bunch of really cute stuff all over the place that
Keeping the plates air clean by
you wouldn't
pushing
expect. Maybe like Blade Burst or something he does.
systems
So this is one of those fights where we're trying to get as far away as possible, but it depends on how long the game lets me flee. That was a pretty decent timer, to be honest. You can't get much further than that
think we can climb
anyway,
onto that pipe.
because you gotta activate
seems
that
that way.
cutscene where the camera shifted. If you don't do that, apparently the game likes to soft lock in here.
I feel
So
no fear.
pretty decent fleas so far. Have no complaints. It could be a little bit better, but they also could be a lot worse. So.
Little fear. Hey guys.
I cooked myself fries
Hell no.
yesterday and they just
I'm just
appeared cooked.
Enough!
I wonder how that happened.
Okay then. Follow me. No worse than a windy day, huh?
Ugh.
One with a tornado warning, maybe? Don't look at the
Decent enough
fan.
pace, I'd
Whatever
say.
you do.
Right.
So preferably, I'd like to be up the stairs at around 60 minutes. I don't think that's going to happen with this run. But we also still have 4 hours and 40 minutes of content left to screw up or lay like a demon on. So, at least as long as we're not up here at 60 minutes, that means I'm on a decent pace. This used to be my pace is hitting here around 60 minutes, so we're about a minute ahead. That's pretty nice. So we want to try and hold left here as soon as possible so we can get ahead of Tifa. There we go. Zip! See you later, Tifa.
Made it through in one piece.
Slow. For somebody as fast as
Took a couple
Tifa,
years off my life.
NPC moves pretty slow.
I mean, not really. Couple seconds, maybe. 3
His pace
times.
a little bit better than I thought it was.
Section H is just up ahead. Slow.
I guess
and
that's what
steady,
happens
guys.
when you force the despawn on
That's our
Sephiroth.
objective?
The cargo platform? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the one.
Reset until you get it. So I can't skip until Cloud steps on that little grave right here.
Lamps, we shall lead our
So that's the
brothers
reason
and
these skip
sisters of
took a
the
while to
Undercity to a brighter
go off,
future.
because you have to wait.
Say what?
It's from a speech President Shinra
Good break,
gave,
good
talking
pace.
up the importance
HP
of
boost,
the
Thunder Raka. Then we want to Omni Strike this guy. Cloud Thunder Rock. Okay, Barrett, you wanna... I had to play that safe and hope Barrett killed, because Omni Strike whiffed. That Garage Strike is kind of a butthole. He can come in and then move back like that, so magnified spells will miss him. So that fight kind of stuck, but whatever. So you don't want to move too rapidly here, or else you'll end up with Cloud spawned in the railing. And you want to spawn him as close to the switch as possible. You can spawn him right in front of it, but it doesn't really matter in that case, because the button takes a while to activate. A lot of the switches in this game take a while to turn on. This is unfortunate. Yeah, that was an unfortunately long flee. I guess it's... I don't really know how I feel about that, to be honest. Normally that flee timer would be enough if you're doing regular parries, not uppercut parries. But we can move so much quicker with uppercut parries. We really want short timers in a lot of places, and we want long timers in very long flee segments. So right here, we actually got to be careful. We want to make sure we don't flee, join these two fights together, so I need to stall out on the stairs here. Because there's a problem with this spawn right here. If you don't disjoint the fights... Bear, could you get out of the way, though? Cloud will spawn on that upper platform you see above us, instead of in here in the elevator. So you have to split the two fights. You don't want to get too close, because you can just end up restarting the flee timer by entering that other fight.
Yeah. Speaking of which,
You can risk getting close enough that you exit combat and then immediately enter combat again, because Cloud spawns inside the combat zone. But that's definitely not a safe thing to do. Also of note, the controls here are inverted in the hand minigame in Chapter 9. Most runners don't even realize it. I'm like one of the only ones that has enough autism to pick it up. So we're gonna switch over to Tifa here and dodge a couple of times and thunder through the menu. You can use thunder through the shortcuts, but it makes the movement really difficult. Using the time slow of the tactical menu is nice. You see that monster down there? That's normally supposed to be part of the turret fight, but they take so long to spawn that if we move to the ladder with Tifa, with parries, and immediately get a thunder off with Cloud, we can separate these into two fights. The reason this is beneficial is this. It's like sneaky helpful, right? You can get parry movement here, so it saves a ton of time. That's rough. I had a good flee timer, but I wasted most of it parrying into the wall like an
So we
idiot.
came up with a few ways to kill time.
So it's a pretty good Chapter 6, actually. I'm pretty surprised. Chapter 6 is usually pretty brutal to me. But what are you gonna do?
And we're back at the cargo platform.
So we do have a save load in Chapter 7. That saves around 15 seconds. I'd say that one's closer to actually 15 seconds. Because it's not frame perfect. It has a handful of frames. I mean, obviously, it's a handful of frames, so it's not free. But compared to the other frame perfect ones, it's free. You don't really need to worry too much about mashing this dialogue, because everybody has to get in the right spot anyway. So as long as you cancel them, both of them, like, in a reasonable pace, it won't waste your time. We're gonna heal everyone up, even though we don't need to. To be perfectly honest, they can both get hit by missile launcher. Like Cloud can get one shot right now because he's at low HP.
Be ready for it.
You could give him HP up here instead of MP up like I do. But I find MP up is a little bit better. Because if you have to cast some extra spells to kill stuff, you can deal with it. So this ladder takes a while to activate, so I really don't lose too much time.
Okay.
Actually, with ladders and stuff, you need to be careful you don't, like, rub off the ladder. I gotta say, I think like a 104
Even
is
after all that
really
fighting,
good.
no one's
actually.
coming for us?
No need. This is Shinra City. We probably have
That's fine, though. We got like another 3.5 hours to go. I'm sure I got plenty of time.
Way too late to bail now.
It's like walking a tightrope. When you're on
But
only two ways.
Chapter 7 has a lot of like pretty variable fights.
You'd be good at it.
We're trying to do them as fast as possible, but certain fights we have to do in a very particular way. And there is a little bit of RNG with how some things are handled. Early on fights, you need to make sure to synergy retarget properly. To retarget a synergy, you need to wait for the character to start casting the spell. And that time can be variable because of the thing I mentioned earlier with the dodge rolling. The AI really likes to dodge roll in response to shortcuts or synergy activations. So that's part of the reason why I switched to Barret in Chapter 1 during Sentinel Scorpion, to avoid that. Because when Sentinel Scorpion jumps away in most of those phases, you can get the camera to change for free. I didn't do it in phase 2 to 3 because of some weird thing that happens where like Barret gets his Thunder out sooner than Cloud and ends up rolling anyway. It's really weird. Hard to explain. So right here, we want to hit the save menu as soon as Barret says hey. Huh? So
it's all in the mind.
Hey.
That was pretty late. I'm lucky I hit it, to be honest. So what this will skip is this entire segment where you're staring at the airbuster and walking very, very slowly. That's why this saves so much time. Because it takes you a good long-ass time to get across the room. So what we're going to be doing is retargeting Thunder here with Barret. So I got to wait until he starts casting it. We're going to go Thunder, lock on. Now Barret says he's doing something, and I can switch back. You want to make sure that you have lock on, because then you can, like, when you switch to Barret, it usually fixes the lock on. We're going to do the same thing here as well. Lock on Thundera. Switch over to Barret since he's thundering. Switch back to Cloud. If you're lucky, Cloud will get his quick put away animation. Usually doesn't happen, though. So we're going to... This is one of the fights where there's a little bit of RNG depending on how rapid the sweepers move. Thunder. Thundera. I wanted to be a little bit closer to the ladder, but I didn't True Strike too far away. So True Strike isn't really intended to hit the sweeper there. It's intended to trigger synergy from Barret to kill that sweeper. Synergy only triggers if the active character you're doing resolves a command. So if I do it like that, the Thunder Magnify triggered a synergy on the other sweeper, but because I Thunder Magnified and then switched to Tifa, it wouldn't trigger synergy because the command resolved while I was not in control of Cloud. So, synergy requires a bunch of understanding of how it works to manipulate it properly. Sometimes it can be beneficial. Sometimes it can be a deficit. It requires a lot of work to make it work properly. So we're going to switch over to Barret here to make sure the shock troopers don't move. So the shock troopers can start a dodge attack if they're being physically attacked. So Star Shower's a no-go there. Okay. Basically, we're going to have to do that with spells. The reason I did nothing with Barret is sometimes the shock troopers can survive, and I want to overrun whatever's left over. But if the spells kill like that, overrun just wastes time because I have to wait for the animation to finish. Everybody has to be out of combat stance to play that cutscene. What do we got here? We have this. We're going to Thunder up. Okay. Trying to move closer to the key card here. I wanted to use Thunder Magnify, but when I saw that there was 2 elite troopers left, I had to use Thunder Magnify.
It looks like a few.
Thunder Magnify is the only way to reliably kill the elite troopers. Star Shower can sometimes wipe out that whole group of enemies, and you don't need to use Thunder at all. It's very uncommon, but it is something you can roll for, so it's something I give it a few seconds of leeway to see. Usually I can tell if it's going to wipe out the whole group of enemies, depending on the way she approaches it and the enemies' patterns and how close they are to each other. I can just tell that the elite troopers are going to survive, so I just started moving towards the key card and left some breathing room just in case they group together into the splashdown. Because Star Shower's main damage is actually the splashdown, not the jumps. It bounces back and forth, actually, and pretty minimal damage. Star Shower's real power actually lies in the damage buff it gives to the next command. It does hit pretty hard, don't get me wrong, but we're just gonna run out of here. Okay, that movement was pretty bad to some extent. So, wow, thank you for bouncing around. So we're going to catastrophe this guy at some point in the near future. Then we're going to Star Shower this guy. Catastrophe should wipe out that whole side of the room. Okay, so we gotta wait for that guy to get off of that console at some point. Oh.
Double the sabotage.
There's a little bit of dialogue here, so luckily I have enough time to wrap my eye. I got like pieces of dirt or something in it.
Barrett.
This will be fun.
1,000 kills.
I'll just have to do the rest of the speed run with a single eye. Fine. So right here we want to try and catastrophe this shock trooper. Do that and then Thundera. What we're looking for is him to not dodge that Thundera. We want catastrophe to hit too. That's going to be our way of killing. So the Thundera is to try and lag Cloud out so he doesn't start attacking that shock trooper enough to trigger the dodge. Thunder. Kill everything. Yep. I should have checked the room to make sure that Catastrophe was killing everything, but I was pretty sure the pattern was good there. That was kind of risky for no particular reason. The worst that would have happened is I would have had to turn back around after I confirmed everything in the room was dying. But I should have ATV boosted is what I should have done, just to make sure. So I'd have ATV to kill immediately if something survived. But, whatever. We're through it. So, these rooms get easier and easier. Oh god, what am I doing? ATV boost. Cloud Thunder. So we want to make sure to get that crate right there, and then Cloud to just Thunder magnify the rest. The reason we want to get the crate after the Thunder's resolve is so Cloud hits max MP, which will make this Thundiga hit 20% harder. So it should make this room a little bit easier. This and Thundiga. Switch over to Tifa. Okay. Oh shit. Thundera. Thundiga. There is Thundiga. Awful. I fucked that up. I moved too far down there. That's going to cost me a shit ton of MP, so I'm going to have to grab a crate, most likely.
Can't say we didn't prepare.
Piece of shit, Shock Trooper. You really got to be careful with that. You need to wait for the Thundiga to hit the Shock Trooper, but I fucked up the movement, and he just ended up dodging anyway because the parry accidentally activated it. Catastrophe. We're gonna switch over to Tifa here.
Holding position.
Cloud's MP is really important for the boss, so I actually have to be very careful. It's pretty easy to refill it because there's an MP crate after this. This is actually why I added MP up, regardless of other people saying you should probably just do HP ups. Because those shock troopers in that last hallway can be really funky sometimes. And if you don't use magic there, you can't easily react. So right here, I'm showing off how parry can be used to interrupt actions. EKG, no. Got her to Tifa, yes. This to this. And then we're gonna do... Alright, so Cloud has Synergy now. He'll recover a lot of MP on each hit. Normally, I'd start this fight out with a Thunder or Thundera from Cloud. But his MP is too low to do that. So we're just going to be spamming a ton of focus strikes for him to recover MP off of the Synergy. Quite unfortunate. So we're going to lose some time here because the shock troopers got to me, but that's kind of how it goes sometimes.
Let me handle this. You're going to feel this one. You ready? Attack! Big drop!
Okay. So Cloud's MP is high enough that we're okay. I need to heal Tifa, actually. 100%. I do have to grab this crate, though, no matter what. Cloud has to be at max MP for the start of this fight to work right. Very unfortunate, but that's sometimes how the game goes. I need to make sure Tifa and Cloud are at max MP so that nothing strange happens with Airbuster. Tifa is going to attempt to dodge Tank Buster, but I have messed it up in the last couple of runs. I got greedy on the previous run, and the run before that I didn't buffer my inputs properly.
Is there anyone?
So with Tank Buster, we can parry into the edge of Tank Buster in between him and the railing, and Tank Buster won't be able to hit us. We can, while we're doing those parries, we can buffer into a True Strike, or a Focus Strike rather, by just literally opening the shortcut menu as long as Focus Strike's on circle, which it is for me in this scenario. So I can just mash the parries and then open up the shortcut and it'll buffer the input. And she's not going to get hit while True Striking, or Focus Striking. And then you can follow up with whatever moves.
Fine, have it your way.
Okay, Pay attention, you two. 3, 2, 1.
So the reason I needed max MP is I'm going to start with a Thundera True Strike here. This combo will do enough damage to pressure Airbuster, which will keep him from shitting out the little lightning orbs that can stun Cloud. So it just makes this fight more consistent, because if Cloud gets stunned, your synergy strat goes out the window and your damage just drops like a rock. So, we're gonna do this. Thundera, lock on switch, true strike, uppercut, focused, poke into a focus, and then refocus. What am I doing here? That was really weird. I was supposed to switch earlier because Cloud took a while to trigger this bat. Focus strike, Harry focus strike, one more, and play it safe. Focus strike, true strike, poke, okay. Cloud's ATB is kind of low, but I'll be triggering assist twice here, so he'll have enough ATB, don't worry about it. So the reason Tifa's ATB stayed max there is because she had a skill master loop in there. She has feathered gloves right now. Hey, Wolverine. Let's see here. Let me focus. This for this. This, no. Incorrect. Oh my lord, this is so stupid. I want to do this for this, and then I want to go into that, into this, into this, into this. A little bit too much there. Into this, into this, into this, into this. Yeah. Okay. I use feather gloves for her for the start of the game. I find that she doesn't need that extra physical damage from Metal Knuckles.
Hey,
thank you. Blade Burst. And then we time that out just proper so that the spin kills all of them. Blade Burst puts him down to 1 HP. All I gotta do is time it out so that I tag them all with Blade Burst and then... So we have self-destruct. I want to show him how cool it is. Oh, right?
You gonna make me work for it, huh?
So self-destruct is a pretty explosive ability. Haha, punny punny, see? I'm super witty, get it?
Figured this dancing bar
the thing is, self-destruct is intended to be self-destructive. I believe it's this and then this. The developer's intent was to make you take a death from self-destruct whenever it's activated. Normally, without any sort of intervening materia or something, it will inflict instant death. But, wow, I didn't realize camera manipulation was needed here. But you can evade that with Subversion Warding. It's really only viable in New Game Plus, because Warding is a 25% activation rate without being leveled up. And even getting it to 50% is a struggle. So, usually you can't evade it. I don't believe there's any accessory that would. The other thing is, Berserk, the Fury Ring is extremely important in using it in the combination of this stuff. But Subversion Instant Death makes us dodge evade, or evade instant death. The intent was to, okay, fine, you think you're cute dodging instant death? Well, here, just take a shit ton of damage. Unfortunately, what they I don't think they realized is that's beneficial. So you have two ways to gain, main ways to gain limit. One by taking damage, and one by staggering enemies. So the thing with staggering enemies is it's a set amount every time. Ice is extremely potent with doing that, but if you hit enemies in the right way, and you know where to apply the right pressure, you can get staggers pretty consistently on normal enemies. And a lot of the bosses A lot of the bosses early on, we don't bother staggering, we just nuke the hell out of them because we have enough damage to overcome and not need to waste the time with the cutscene and stuff of staggering them.
More of those things.
It's like
Crab Warden is one of the exceptions.
So
Let
cool.
me see here.
There.
We stagger Hell House, but Hell House is a whole different beast. We stagger him for a completely different reason. Or stagger Hell House for a completely different reason. Reno Rude, no. Abzu, no. Ghoul, yes. Ghoul is another one of those.
What are
Boss
they?
is dumb, so we have to stagger.
Actually,
Eligor, I don't even stagger because I want to stagger
Let's just
Eligor.
go.
I stagger
See
Eligor
that
because
coat?
I want the
Shall we
8 to be
mosey
stagger
Let's.
activation. That's the funny part. It's probably faster to not
what's next for
not
you?
worth
A little bit of
staggering most
bodyguard
likely.
work.
But that's just the way I run
Right.
things.
After that,
Let's see
it's
here.
back to the Sector 7
So,
source.
self-destruct,
know how to
like I
get
said, normally
Yep.
instant death. If you add subversion warding
Of course
in,
you do.
you
That
only
suit
take
from
a
earlier.
chunk of self-damage.
He was one of Shimmer's Turks.
And your limit game is based on
What's a Turk
percentage of
want
HP
you?
lost.
Dunno.
So,
Hey,
adding
don't
in
Turks keep an eye out for potential
or
soldiers and
removing
stuff?
any HP
They do
bonuses
more than just scout for candidates.
increases that
Turks get
percentage.
called in to handle
So if
all
you lose
kinds of
9,999
situations
HP
with
when you're at
extreme prejudice.
9,999, that's only 100% of your HP lost.
Professional bad guys.
But if you self-destruct
them.
when your HP is
Back
at
to my
base value,
question.
which is
So what's he to
4,820,
you?
and you tell that I know this information
Looked like you
by
knew each
heart,
other.
Maybe he thought I
Cloud
could
will
be
take the
the
higher
greatest
a
soldier
higher
yet.
percent because 9,999 is a larger piece of
Forget
that
it.
pie, and it doesn't.
You
The
mad?
self damage does display
I
capped, but I
actually
believe in the back end it is
traveled
not.
by rooftop before.
Because there are some
surprised
scenarios
if you
where when you're on double
honestly
magic up,
kind of
like with
exciting.
Rude,
Well,
yeah,
first
Rude,
time and all.
Reno, excuse me. You do so much damage that you get a level 1 limit every time. And that double magic up will also be used in the Reno and Rude refight in Chapter 12, ironically enough. And I'll use the same thing in self-destruct on Reno there as well. And that will give me Ascension. But I'll be using it for Cross Slash in that scenario. Ascension's
Those are the words of a soldier
good, but not
candidate?
worth it.
So petty.
Cross Slash gets me what I need. Honestly, a lot of the game, early on, we spent a lot of time using level 2 limits when that's just not needed. If you're really crafty about the way you set up your combat, you really don't need to
was
waste
unexpected.
time on the much longer
Thank you,
level 2
Cloud.
limits. The level 2 limits do hit harder and do inflict a
there
ton
it
of
is,
stagger
the wall.
on your target.
You know,
But what you're looking for is
Too
killing the
dangerous?
enemy
Too much.
and killing them
Like
quickly,
leaving
not
people
staggering them,
hate
to be
all that
perfectly honest.
passion.
Staggering them is ends to a mean, not what you're looking for. The only time we want to stagger is like with Sephiroth, because that's really the only way to
This
push
time
any
I'll
damage
go
through.
first. After
Whispers
all,
as well,
I
because
can't
the
count
way
on
their
you to
boss fight is
Sure about
coded.
this?
See for yourself.
Hmm.
Maybe I'll go on ahead and leave you all by your lonesome. Just
So self-destruct
Maybe you shouldn't talk.
is actually really
Then you
potent
talk.
at doing two things.
Tell me a story.
Outputting a shit ton of damage really
Not
fast,
for free.
and giving us free limits.
You're
Or, well, free limits. With Iron Blade, it's exceptionally potent because if you die to instant death, reprieve,
You're
angel
killing
earrings,
me
that kind of
here.
stuff do not activate usually. But because we have subversion warding, we take damage. So that will in turn trigger reprieve and a lot of the other abilities and stuff. So we can get an auto revive off of the reprieve on Iron Blade. What's even cooler is Iron Blade also has trade-off, which when you lose 10% of your HP, you regain 1 MP per every 10%
We're getting
loss.
closer to the station.
Or it's in the
Even so,
description,
we'll
it says
probably run
significant
into a few
damage.
monsters on the way.
So self-destruct can easily recover
I thought scarier than
50 to 60, or you blow up for 50 to 60 HP, because we added a HP absorb to enemy skill to siphon HP back on explosion. One thing of note, HP absorb is potent, but what you need to know is that the HP absorbed 40% isn't based on damage output, it's based on damage taken by the enemy. So their max HP
Station's there.
factors into how much you siphon back.
Thought the world
So
knew
if
didn't
you
include stations.
HP absorb and self-destruct against, like, say, rats, you're going to leave that fight with a couple hundred hit points. If you self-destruct on, say, a Smogger, they have a couple thousand HP, so you leave that fight with about 1,000. This is the one cutscene in the game where it's faster to hold triangle to skip. So. Oof.
People say it's like an explosion of flavor.
A lot of the
There's a Shinra dump site up ahead.
want to avoid
Not
every
the kind
fight.
of place anyone would ever choose to hang around in.
There's literally one fight between here and town that we have to take. And the rest of them are a waste of time.
Piece of cake.
Okay. Okay, that was my fault.
Over here.
I should have locked on at a distance to rush in. Russian attack? Wait, can I say that in this day right now? Might be a little bit inappropriate.
Around too, so
I swear I'm referring to the old arcade game without even thinking about it. Well, either way. So a lot of these fights go pretty... Actually, I take that back. There's 2 fights we have to take. I'm sorry. There's this one right here where some hedgehog pies are going to jump us right before we get on a ladder. And then I'm going to jump them back. The Sword Storm. They all spawn right next to Aerith, so Sword Storm fires off nearly immediately. And it has a huge AoE. So we don't waste any MP. We can nuke them all instantaneously for the most part. And you may notice that her HP went back up. Instead of having MP cost reduction on Mithril Rod, they're like, you know, we'll give you a decent skill. So Aerith's HP almost never, she will almost never get the HP up.
You're in for
there will be one circumstance where she'll have HP up in the Chapter 18 fights, and that's because Cloud steals the magic ups for a self-destruct strategy in the first boss. And then she can have the magic ups back in the second phase. She has Bloodsucker instead of that 20% MP reduction.
Okay.
So she doesn't easily hit that MP turbocharge, but her HP is pretty easy to maintain as long as she doesn't get completely jumped by literally every enemy. See, right now she's got like down 200 hit points. I do have healing just in case she gets jumped too hard or Cloud gets hammered a bit. But the thing is, she's going to be killing a lot of enemies really quickly. So I delayed that Thunder up because of what I was talking about earlier with the rolling. Normally on the PS4, your timing is as soon as the Smogger stands up, but because the AI normally rolls in the PS5 and PC version, you can actually do it a little bit sooner, but there is a chance that they will just immediately start casting the spell instead of dodge rolling. So it's a high risk, low reward, I'd say, so you really want to wait until closer to the time. Because that Smogger actually has HP lock for a pretty long period. So this right here, this movement is incredibly difficult to get fluid because of that camera change. It actively like screws with the angle you need to hold. So it's very, it'll be very commonly you'll see people kind of like stagger on that handlebar segment because it's just, they decided to give it a majestic camera angle that you can't possibly preset the camera to. So most of the time you'll stop 3 or 4 times. Every once in a while you get a fluid movement, but it's not really huge time save. It just looks less awful.
You're getting paid right now.
It may look like you're moving poorly, but the problem is the camera is screwing up your movement angle. So unless you hold like the perfect angle and then adjust it as you're going, you're not usually gonna get through that consistently.
Relax a little now.
Don't forget about the Turks.
Dooba-dooba-doo.
Could come at us
So we're heading into town, nothing too of note here. Skip a cutscene. Pretty good entry, I'd say. Hey, 128.10 is pretty strong. Anything that's like below 128.30 is good here, at least for me. So I'm gonna heal Cloud because I can, and then I'll be right back after PB break.
Using spies so they don't have to break
While
the
fallen beams and other debris continue to hinder rescue efforts, the fires appear to have been mostly
So if we
extinguished.
help catch the bombers, we get a reward
Over
or
there.
something?
That's the director of Shinra's Advanced Weaponry Division, isn't it?
Enough of that doom and
Excuse
gloom.
me, ma'am, but would you mind answering a few
here.
questions?
They're targeting reactors. There's no
Can you
reason
give us
for
any
them to
updates
attack
on the
the
status of the reactor? What
Another
kind of
train's
damage
gonna
did it
start
suffer
up
in the
again.
explosion? Are we in any danger?
Mako Reactor 5 has been temporarily shut down, and all fires have been successfully extinguished. The situation is under control, and the people of our fair city need not worry about any additional complications. We're in the process of conducting a full forensic investigation, but we suspect the device used was similar to that employed in the attack on Mako Reactor 1. The perpetrators of that atrocity were filmed making their escape. These agents of the eco-terrorist group Avalanche are currently believed to be in hiding somewhere in Midgar.
And given that this group has now attacked 2 reactors in quick succession, can they really
So I'm gonna take a little standing break here because you rarely get a chance to stand up and just kind of like be out of your seat in this game. There's 3 cutscene breaks. This is the first one. The next one is coming up in the next like 30 minutes, so you have a very small window between the 2 bigger breaks. The real big one is the next one coming in around 2 hours in Chapter 9. The dancing mini game, as mercifully long as it is, or mercilessly long as it is, it's actually fantastic because that's our big break for the run. This one right here is just more of a small break to get up, refill your water and stuff, and then stand while you're walking around through town here. Nothing too important to note.
Nice side effect of the train situation.
Just that Aerith's got to talk to literally everyone, so this takes forever. Yeah, that's about it.
I help
Oh
out
yeah,
every now
my
and
map
then.
got turned
It's
off.
fun.
Okay.
Aerith!
So I do have healing on Cloud. Some people don't bother with
What
that.
are
They
you
use
doing
Deadly
all the way
Dodge
up
or something
there?
here.
Was trying to get a
Deadly
look at
Dodge
the
can be
reactor.
beneficial. It's a pretty good backup for some of the enemies.
Who's
It's a
this
really
guy?
good AoE.
This is Cloud.
It also can
He's
be
a
used to
mercenary.
modify Cloud's rolling.
currently my
You can actually
bodyguard.
cancel his rolling into
That's
Deadly
Oates.
Dodge and then back into the roll, and you get only the fastest part of the dodge roll. It's deadly. I call it deadly rolling. It's something I don't do because Deadly Dodge just does not fit into my route. But it would be the optimal way to move with Cloud, where you have to alternate between attacking and rolling. It's kind of like
what are you
Tifa's
guys up to?
uppercut parry
We all went to see
canceling,
the reactor.
just not
That's
as
right.
quick.
You're supposed
Just
to come
move.
by the
It makes
house.
rolling a little bit
what for?
faster.
I don't know. You're
But the
just
thing is
supposed to. Well,
you really
guess
can't
we
use
have
it
a
too
new
much unless you're in a
destination.
long fleeing segment.
I should probably
Because like I
explain.
said before, you get a
The
very
Leaf
slow
House is
put away
the local
animation if
orphanage.
Cloud does any
That's where
combat
these
movement
kids
too
live.
close to fleeing
Eric,
combat or
where'd you
ending
go?
combat.
The church again?
So
Next
deadly
time,
rolling
we
is
should all go
only
together.
so useful, unfortunately. And the
Why,
other problem is it
hello,
requires a materia slot to get
Popular as
access
ever, I
to. So.
see.
Apparently, but they sure
There's
keep
so
me
many
on my
good
toes.
materia to equip. Deadly Dodge is usually not one of them I
Better than
make
being
room for.
bedridden. Thanks again
MP
for all
ups,
those
HP
herbs.
ups, those can
Helped a
always be
lot of
super
people.
beneficial.
No problem.
ATB assist,
How'd you manage to
magic up,
find so many anyway?
magic materia.
Oh, I have my ways.
And him?
Enemy skill is an
He's my
extremely
bodyguard, just
tight
until I get home.
setup,
And you're sure he's up
and
to it?
Maybe.
the way to do it optimally is to pre-set up Iron Blade.
Since I'm so
It
generous,
has elemental
I
ice
gather
because it works
medicinal herbs for
pretty
his
much
patients
everywhere.
Sometimes. Here's the leaf
There's nothing
house.
that's like resistant to ice.
There you are. We're back.
Sorry to make. Don't be.
basically throughout
Well,
the
then,
entire
I hope-
game.
No problem.
So you really don't lose out on that
I'm
elemental
sure they
bonus
will.
damage.
Let's all wash up before
You don't get the. You're obviously not going to get as much damage because nothing's really weak to it, or not everything's weak to it. But you're never going to lose out and like have that damage really hampered. So you need elemental magic,
Cloud,
enemy
what's your
skill,
favorite
HP
flower?
absorb,
They're all the same to me.
and subversion warding, which luckily weapons have 6
You
slots.
Sure you want to say that to a
So we can
florist?
pre-equip all
Better
of
than
that
mine.
stuff onto Iron Blade,
Okay.
and then just immediately equip it. The only thing you got to do is make sure you say no when you equip it, so you don't overwrite the materia. Materia movement is so important to the point where Cloud literally has all of his weapons pre-set up with stuff, so that I can flip-flop his materia setups really quickly. I have Twin Stinger set up for both Abzu and Eligor. And I actually won't be using Twin
My
Stinger.
house is
I'll just
just
be
up this
dumping the
path.
materia onto the
Mom
Mithril
should be
Blade.
home by now.
So I'll equip
So I'll introduce
Twin
you.
Stinger, say no, and then I'll equip the Mithril Blade and say yes, which will overwrite the materia. And then I'll do that again later when we get to chapter 13, once Aerith leaves the party, so that we can
There you go.
rebalance
That's
Cloud
my
for the
house.
rest of the game.
That's
Because
amazing.
he's going to be the mage at that point. But right now, Aerith's magic is ridiculously high, so we use it with her. With both magic ups, she breaches near 500 magic, I believe.
She's a
like
handful, isn't she?
499, if I remember correctly. So we just need to tap this rug up here, and that'll trigger this cutscene. Saves a little bit of time.
These right here are my
We have 3
babies.
different little mascots we can get from picking up these flowers, so that could be a donation incentive. It really only shows up for like a fraction of a second, so I'm really not too sure about that. It's more of a fun annoyed fact than anything else. So we have the yellow flowers, which give us the chocobo. We have the white flowers, which gives us the moogle.
Which ones
and
do you
then
think
we
we should
have these
Oh,
greenish foxtails
don't
here
be
that give
like
us
that.
fox
I know you
tails
have
that
an
give
eye
us
for this kind of
cactuar.
thing. Good eye.
So we're gonna
People
grab
used to
some
give these to declare their loyalty
lilies,
to one another. Interesting,
I
right?
believe, and make us a moogle. Yeah, apparently these are the fastest to grab by just a slight amount. It's kind
I
of
think we
a
still need a
whatever
few
type
more.
thing.
Which should we pick next?
More. As long as you get 2 of any one color, you're going to get the little mascot.
She said, as many as you can carry, so maybe a few more?
Yep, just a few more. So you have to get 3 of these regardless, so that's it. Now we can head on out.
I think we're good now. What do you say? Shall we go?
Okay. So the next big RNG place
We're not
is
under the
the
gun or
kids'
anything.
I'm not cut
secret
out for
snort
this crap.
court.
Sure you are. And when you're done,
the
you'll
thing
be
here is,
thrilled with job offers.
The
So,
kids'
how do you think they'll
fort
arrange
is
these flowers?
infested with freaking
Well, we'll
rats
soon
and
find out.
hedgehog pies and smoggers. I don't know what the hell they were thinking. So the big point of RNG is actually the rats. Surprisingly, not any of the other enemies. The thing is, the rats can activate an ability called arms, ironically enough. And the problem is it spawns additional waves of rats. And those rats take forever to spawn. They dig up out of the ground and waste a lot of time with that animation. It's just like the whispers earlier on, where it's not a problem to kill them. I could set up to kill them pretty efficiently if there was no way to skip it. The problem is they take forever to spawn, so we can actually skip the spawn if we kill all the rats instantaneously.
You could say that. Yeah.
We could self-destruct the rats.
what I
That
thought.
is an
This is
option,
guided.
but that
They
would
say
give us
I don't like
little,
this.
very
I
little
know
HP,
Okay,
and it would
come
take a
on.
long time because when Cloud self-destructs and doesn't get hit by instant death, he bounces up in the air, lands on the ground, bounces a little bit lower, and then lands on the ground, then gets up. It's a pretty big time investment for a little bit of reward. And it'll end up costing us a lot of HP because the rats have really low hit points, so we'll end up leaving it with like 1,000 most. If not, like between 500 and 700. So our other choice is to use a limit. Those can be inconsistent, and equipping Goddardummer really isn't what we want to do. Fury Ring and the Berserk damage bonus is extremely potent. Aerith doesn't even have an offensive limit, so it would have to go on Cloud. Fury Ring gives you Berserk, which gives you a 30% damage buff and increases damage taken by 30%, which is actually optimal with the self-destruct bullshit. It pushes extra damage out and increases the damage taken so that you get more limit out of each explosion.
Yeah, leave it.
Just remember, you can
Don't
only
worry,
explode
I've
once
got
for
a
free because
so
Reprieve only
where's the-
activates
I don't
one
know.
time.
Right now, come on.
And we really need Fury Ring, so we can't equip an accessory that gives auto life. We have no way to give auto life, and we
They
have
ran
no
off this
access
way.
to items,
Be
so
careful.
you'll need to have Revive if you want to force out extra explosions.
Where do you think they went?
So the way to deal with
knows?
these rats is actually
Kids.
Sorcerer Storm.
Nothing to do with look all
The
over.
problem is these rats, if damaged at all, will
on, then. Guess I
have
gotta.
a chance to cast arms.
Mind backing off
This
a bit?
right here should work. That one always
it?
scares the crap out of me because those rats can move pretty erratically. This one, they usually all gang up on you pretty
there they
quickly. But you can still get a passive one that's way too far away. There's not much you can do about it if they give you a bad pattern, then call to arms. It's just how it is. Sorcerer Storm works about 99% of the time.
Leave this to me.
I don't
So you want to
think
stick
so.
next to Aerith here, so that they're all in the range of that. So if they're
this
charging
isn't
after
good.
Cloud, they'll all get hit
You
by it.
jittery?
Okay, I thought one of them was still alive, so I actually tried to
All right.
disorder and got confused. Go down. We're gonna actually attack here, disorder into self-destruct,
Enjoy the ride. Watch out for high winds.
and then the arrow didn't retarget, dummy.
Too bright.
Gotta get the hell out of there. That's the only way to deal with that guy, unfortunately. We're gonna take our sweet time, because the other guy takes a while to be killable. I did get a limit there, but there's really no optimal way to use that. because you need to be right next to that wooden board to start the next cutscene. So if I had done that optimally, I would have been able to retarget the second arrow at the hedgehog pie that I killed with Cloud as it jumped up and would have put it nearly dead. You can't kill it because its HP will lock as it's jumping up, but it puts it in such a way that Aerith can just ping it once with an attack and then it'll start spawning the smoggers. So this guy right here we're actually going to leave alive for quite a while because we can move so much quicker with Cloud that way. You want to get basically all the way over here if you can, because dodge rolling is so much faster than walking with these kids, because they do not let you move at full speed here. You might get a little speed boost here sometimes too.
I might have.
Guess not. Whatever. So we got Rude coming up. Not really a hard fight. As long as you don't, like, completely lose your mind and hit all the wrong buttons.
Try to stay behind me.
Which I've done before. It's so easy to mess up the simple fights.
Never
It's kind of... It's deceptively simple, I think is the best way to put it, right?
You gotta work at it. Cloud thinks I'm good enough to be one, right?
So we're gonna want to attack Rude,
That was so cool,
which will
you
bait
guys.
out a counterattack,
Especially that-
and then we're gonna switch to Punisher stance to punish the counter with a counter. Which will
got it
make
all wrong.
knock Rude back, so we'll have enough time to hit him. We'll ping him with a Disorder. Disorder is a move I really kind of written off for a while. It's actually deceptively strong. On its own, it doesn't hit hard enough and really is very rarely useful. But when you factor in Synergy and ATB Assist, it becomes extremely potent. Disorder will change Cloud's stances from Operator to Punisher and back again. And offers a ATB refund based on hit. So if you switch into Punisher stance from Operator, it's a single hit, and I believe it's 400 ATB. Maybe, actually, I think it's buffed to 500 now. Maybe it's 6. It's between 400 and 600. It's a pretty big amount, to be perfectly honest. It's not enough to get your ATB all the way back up usually, but it is pretty big in the Integrate version. And then when you switch out of Punisher into Operator, Cloud actually has 2 hits and stands still, and it hits pretty hard. I'll be able to use it to end off a couple of fights. And that, I believe, recovers 300 ATB per hit, so you get 600 back. As long as you hit twice. The Disorder, unlike Focus Strike, isn't a lunging attack, so the swing can hit multiple enemies, which means you get multiple chunks of ATB back off a single swing.
Great job.
But it can be looped extremely easily to trigger synergies over and over again, and ATB assists very easily. So, let me just focus here for a minute so I don't hit the wrong buttons again.
Let's get this over with.
ATB boost into self-destruct. So the Disorder and the self-destruct here are to trigger 2 arrows. I can actually Disorder twice to get both the arrows, but I want to get a limit here. I'm gonna get hit by this move no matter what I do, really, unless I have a limit.
I don't believe that I have.
Yet. So we're gonna Arrow Gov move to the side here because Tifa will 100% jump in front of that attack. What am I doing? Shit. Oh my god, I'm so lucky that she got the arrow off. So I almost canceled the arrow, which would have made that fight really hard to finish. I went to hold down for the cutscene skip too soon, so I lost a little bit of time to being stupid there. You need to be very careful about that with Synergy, because not only can you retarget Synergy...
You're heading in already.
I wish Tifa was in this chapter. Maybe it would help me focus more. So I guess I do this all the time, a little bit of dyslexia, and I flip-flop Aerith and Tifa's name all the time. I have yet to really do it a lot with Yuffie and these two, but it does happen sometimes. Barrett and Cloud, for whatever reason, I wouldn't imagine why I can flip that straight. So right here, nobody really runs. Everybody kind of uses that weird camera angle right there to make sure you walk around everything properly. There were a few people that did run up there. You can, and it won't trigger Aerith immediately unless you kick Bucket or whatever. But it's really hard to do that movement. So the limit right there is used to break the guard by Rude. And then we follow up with an Erica, which is why we had to move right, because Aerith jumps forward out of that shortcut and will tank that little ground beam that I blocked with Cloud, and that will kill her. So if we don't move right with Cloud, Aerith will kill herself there. It's a similar issue with Hell House. I need to move to the left at the beginning of Phase 2 with Hell House when Hell House rushes you down. Because Aerith loves to jump into that and get herself knocked out of a spell. Losing ATB and basically ruining the fight. She doesn't die from it, but the problem is the ATB gets so screwed up that you can't do the normal strat anymore. I don't even think it activates for Skillmaster either. Unless the command goes off. I'm not 100% certain about how Skillmaster functions, though. Would cancel commands.
I don't like this part of Midgar. Back when they were still building Midgar, there was an accident, and the plate fell. People had only just started moving in, so there weren't a lot living there at the time.
So, the broken highway here is Synergy.exe. A lot of these fights, I'm either going to use Synergy or Sork Storm to deal with it. I'm only going to be using Aerith's ATB towards the end. So I actually want to keep her at max MP, because there's a fight with a bandit and a sweeper that's really hard to rip through. Oh, yeah, I was thinking about not Synergy triggering the Skillmaster, because I was pretty sure I'd already, like, thought about... Maybe I did never think of it. I meant if she, like, goes to cast Arrow, because I shortcut it, and then she gets hit by Brood and knocking her out of Aeroga, or whatever, does it still count towards Skillmaster looping?
It'll be an adventure.
Is what I was thinking. So if the thing gets canceled, you gotta be careful here, not move too much with rolls, or else you get slowed down. We're gonna disorder both these guys because we still have Wind Synergy.
I'm pretty good at protecting myself, you know.
We're gonna Soul Drain right here because it'll get the kill every time. This and this. There we go.
What's that?
A big arm. Kinda
Should still
cute,
count?
don't you think?
Okay. I'm talking about like in Hell House or like Reno
Someone's pulled up the ladder.
when Aerith jumps forward into the boss and gets herself hit by it. If she activates the ability, does it still go for the Skillmaster loop? Because if it does, then you're at least not completely boned, but you could be better off for sure, honestly. So right here, moving the hand by yourself and getting it in the optimal position is faster. That cutscene right there, I just mash. I'm 1, 2, 5. I'm not quite sure what that question means then. That's an example of proccing Skillmaster. I mean, Skillmaster, I guess if you're telling me to like define it so that I can explain it in terms of like commentary.
Well, what did I tell you?
So the way Skillmaster functions is you have like a set time period. And if you activate 3 different commands in that time period, you will get a additional ATB allotment of 900 when it's at max level, 300 at base, 600 at middle level. It's like right here.
You jittery? Oh, that's weird.
Yeah, see? You're held still, so it's better to just roll right there. Cloud takes forever to put away his sword there. It's definitely better to roll. Okay. Argument settled. So if you do Thundera, and Thunder, that will trigger Synergy. Or Skillmaster, excuse me. That is something I used to do with Barret and Airbuster. It's actually still on Airbuster, or Barret in the Airbuster fight, so that if the, there's no time period? Really? I thought there was a time period in between it. Didn't know that. Well, I mean, in terms of a speed run, you'll never not activate it within the time period. But, okay. So I guess Skillmaster doesn't have a time period, news to me. So Skillmaster activates if you activate 3 different commands within a set time period. It has to be 3 different commands. And the reason I specify that is using Thundera and Thundera Magnify do not count as 2 different commands. They count as the same one. Oops. They count as the same one. So, like, right now, Aerith has Thundera and Thundera Magnify as 2 for Skillmaster, or 2 of her shortcuts. I could use that in Aeroga, and it still would not count as a different ability. So, that's one of the few things.
Okay, Cloud. Ready?
So any of your commands, Unbridled Strength, ATB Ward, Arcane Ward, Berserks, all of that counts. It doesn't have to be offensive. 1, 2, 4. And loop. So in some boss fights, it's actually beneficial, or was beneficial in the past, to loop Thundera, Thunder, and take the decreased damage to get an additional ATB boost so that you could get the Thundera going.
Hold on while I drop the ladder.
Disorder does count, just not multiple disorders. So if I disorder 3 times, it would never activate Skill Master. It would have to be Disorder, Braver, or Triple Slash, something like that. Or Disorder, Braver, or Self-Destruct. They don't have to be of the same type, so it doesn't have to be 3 different magic. It doesn't have to be like 3 different offensive ability commands. You could Berserk an enemy. One of the things I do a lot with Cloud is I will Disorder in Berserk to start a Skill Master chain, so that it also triggers Synergy, and then Aerith will follow up with Synergy while the enemy's Berserked. And I usually will Arcane Ward with her. So Disorder will trigger 1 Synergy, Berserk will trigger another, and then because she's on Arcane Ward, she'll have 2 more follow-up spells. Meanwhile, the boss is Berserked. So she'll hit with 2 full power spells for free, and then 2 half power spells for 1 MP each. So it's a pretty destructive combo.
I keep my distance if
Say goodbye.
Butch can bite the dust. Right here, the game's gonna change the camera on you anyway. It takes you a while to let you get under this anyway, so it doesn't matter. So there's a lot of ways to trigger Skill Master. Early on, most of the enemies go down to 1 or 2 attacks, and it's just optimal to spam with the boss, because we have A to B assist and A to B boost, and we can build bar really quickly.
That is random.
You don't have to tell me.
With Sentinel Scorpion, I do it a little suboptimal because I can put A to B assist on
Do you have any soldier
Barret,
friends? Any war buddies?
but I don't want to bother remenuing it.
Oh, really?
And it's too much of an annoyance to try and build bars. So we're gonna Blade Boost right here, Thunder Off. Okay. Whenever Aerith. That's quite unfortunate she got hit like that. There's not much I can do about it, though. Yeah, the thing is, early on, Skill Master is nowhere near as potent as Stagger, because early enemies will get staggered by just about anything. So Blizzard is really good for just doping ATB through Stagger. And the early bosses, at least Sentinel Scorpion, go down easy enough that it's really not too optimal to do a ton of Skill Master looping. We do it in all of those bosses now. It used to not be a thing with Sentinel Scorpion, but it ended up coming up because of Synergy. So we activate 3 different commands just so that we can get Synergy activations and then Skill Master loop anyway. Like, normally I wouldn't use Thundiga. But the catastrophe takes so long to fire off that it's basically free to use Thundiga, so it would be stupid not to. It's just annoying because it screws with my shortcuts. I used to use Blizzard Magnify and Blizzard Magnify right off the bat, but Thundiga was so useful there. I probably should just tactically menu it and not bother re-swapping the shortcuts. It's kind of like a give-take. Some places you have to figure out whether you want to bother rejiggering your shortcuts for one command or not, and usually the case is don't do it. You should not shortcut a single command. So a lot of times self-destruct or limits get input manually through the tactical menu to optimize shortcut management, so that shortcuts can last much longer and I don't have to spend a bunch of time in those menus for a single use. Yeah, Skill Master mainly sees a lot of use in boss fights and endgame fights. It less often triggers in some endgame fights, but thicker enemies like Blast Rays and Sweepers and Cutters have a ton of hit points. So Skill Master ends up being pretty optimal, especially with Hojo's Lab. There's just a lot of enemies that are really, really thick with 3Cs, so we really need the extra oomph to get rid of them.
Don't worry, we'll be on the same page next time.
So we're gonna, let me see here.
I'm sorry, okay?
Hold it right there!
Bandit C is what we want to lock on here. Okay. Fantastic. So sometimes Bandit C can be a pain in the ass. For whatever reason, Bandit C has more HP than the rest. So you've got to kind of go out of your way to kill him. If you get the lock on immediately, you can just avoid it. But if you don't get the lock on immediately, you need to switch to Aerith and retarget the Synergy.
Cloud, up top.
I use Skill Master, I think, a lot in casual play, because I didn't know how to, like, consistently get staggers. ATB stagger is broken, but only if you really know how to bait staggers and stuff. So ATB Stagger is not as efficient. And the other thing is, ATB Stagger you would think would activate on all the characters when an enemy is staggered. The only time ATB Stagger activates is when the character staggers the enemy. So you have to be in control of the character, or not. You don't have to be in control of the character, but the character has to be the one that staggers the enemy. So like Airbuster, Cloud is the one activating ATB Stagger most of the time because he's the one poking with Thunder Synergy.
Come on, Cloud. We gotta hurry.
Tifa sometimes does it though with Focus Strike, depending on if you screw up the Tank Buster skip and end up getting Divide and Conquer. Normally you're supposed to like kill Airbuster before Tank Buster is over, so that Tank Buster ends and then Airbuster shifts phases. But if you screw it up, you can end up getting Divide and Conquer, which is really slow. Because the arms will separate, and even if you like kill him almost instantaneously, you gotta wait for him to come out and then come back in.
Save her.
So right here, the dialogue options determine who we get.
She's
Cloud.
The worded dialogue options.
What do you mean?
The top one gives you 3 points towards Sam, the middle gives you 0 points towards either, and the bottom one gives you points towards Madam M. And what I'm referring to is the side quests here. Depending on who you get depends on which dress you get if you do all the side quests. If you do none of the side quests, you get the same exact dress. So we're not planning on doing any of them, and we don't really care about the dress, so we want to get Madam M. Because we can get Aerith's dress, tell her to go get the dress, exit, and then run right back to the door, touch it, and then proceed immediately. If we do Sam's side quest, we have to run all the way over to Sam's, talk to him, and then go back. So it's a major time loss to get that. It's easily avoidable. Just don't talk to Johnny, and take all the most of the options from Madam M. You can actually take 1 or 2 choices towards Sam. And it won't kill you, but I make a habit of doing all of them towards Madam M just to be careful.
Yeah. So
sometimes I mash,
maybe.
And like if you don't bother doing
Come on.
Do you have any
the proper option on that first one,
Cloud?
and you forget to change the option for Aerith's dress at the end at Madam M's, you end up getting Sam and your run's shot.
Noted. Thanks for the
There's a lot of small little mistakes that can end up being massive time losses that you've got to be careful about. Sam is one of them. Marathon doesn't do anything but just be really annoying. PB attempt. Once you get a good PB going, or start getting a bunch of good PBs, Sam is a death sentence. Because I think it's like 30 plus seconds lost. So right here, we're just going to ignore Johnny and talk to Sam. So if we take heads or tails on the coin flip, that's a 1.5 towards Sam. That's a safety measure.
Next time
The no deal gives us a
be
half a point towards Sam.
Sure do.
We're going to skip this. No deal. Skip it. So that's just a safety measure just in case you happen to randomly take all the no point options and do not speak to Johnny. So the game just defaults you towards Sam. Right now I have enough points to get Madam M, so it's not a big worry. One of these days I'm going to get over to that damn curtain before this cutscene starts. I don't care. I don't know how I'm going to do it, but I'm going to do it one of these days. So we're going to head into... it's actually faster to go from Corneo's to Sam to Honeybee. Much faster than the other way around, going from Corneo to Honeybee to Sam. The reason you have to do both of those before you go to Madam M, because Madam M's the last stop. Unfortunately, though, you only end up saving a few seconds, because going from Honeybee to Madam M is pretty slow. We're going to take the expensive one, mash a little bit of dialogue here, skip the cutscene, and sit here forever.
How was it?
Huh?
Okay?
So we're got a pretty good pace going, actually.
Yeah.
I've got a cutscene here
You're
that we
acting weird,
gotta wait
Cloud.
for.
I am?
Really weird.
Think you'll make a
The
habit
last
of
option is here. The expensive hand massage is points towards Madam M. The $1,000 one is nobody, and the 100 is points
it? I
towards
think I've
Sam.
seen everything I need to see.
So,
So?
in terms of a new
Tell
game
me what you
run,
want, and we'll
I
take it
believe
from
you
there.
have to take. Does it matter what I think with your dress? She's good at handling the books for Tifa.
Really?
The $100 hand massage and the
Is something wrong with my outfit?
No matter what I.
And the
Sorry.
no deal on the coin flip.
So long as
Get
you
mad
How
at
much?
him.
What I
New
said,
game runs
but
do
don't
not
worry.
have
So
enough
listen.
money to belt out
There's
3K
an
for
underground.
the
If you were
expensive hand massage. They flee from as many fights as we
They're
do.
already letting fighters
So not
inside.
only is money tight to get the upgrades that they need and weapons when they come available, like hard edge and stuff, but they need to get materia, accessories. They need a lot of stuff to do with that money. They really don't have enough to fritter away on a hand massage.
That's one thing I'm definitely sure of.
So I like coming down this alleyway because it's angled a little bit. We get a little bit more optimal movement here. We're going to head on into the arena and get down to the bottom floor. I think this pace is actually better than yesterday.
Team.
Yes, the two of us. I need
Oh my god,
to...
did you mash better? When I let go of my controller, sometimes I can't mash very optimally. I usually hold my finger, or hold it with my thumb, so it kind of makes it hard to mash properly. We're gonna hold still here so we can hopefully get the menu to save load before Aerith's next dialogue. Okay. You need to wait for the map to load. Normally, if you hold still, it seems to load a little bit better. It's still decent. Getting in the elevator sub 2 hours is good enough. So we've got a couple of fights here that are RNG. The first fight, we're going to Thundera Magnify and then ATB boost while we're doing that, and then follow up with some triple slashes. The movement in this fight can be pretty random, so you might have to triple slash twice. That's why ATB boost first. Sometimes Thundera Magnify, if you get really lucky, they'll all stack on top of each other. Thunder Magnify, any sort of lightning magnify spell will very rarely multi-hit.
Focus.
And this is what I was talking about with movement being random. So here's something cool. When the character's in a custom or special animation like this, you can cast spells instantaneously. I'll be using it here to try and get hero spells out for free without wasting time in the animation. It really won't save any time. It's just kind of a cool thing you can do. We will be taking advantage of this later so that we can get a Fire Gust spell out on the ghosts for free. Not only for free, but instantaneously. I'll explain that a bit later when we get to chapter 11.
Wouldn't bet on it. Better than expected.
So we need to, I gotta wait. I'm actually gonna have to wait till dancing. Okay. Waiting for, ding dong ding. There we go.
That's what they ready to ride.
Now, this next phase here is RNG2. Depends on how bad our ATB is and how vicious the Corneo thugs are. So we're gonna ATB boost, SD, some Thunder up.
How shocking!
That's pretty MP intensive, but that's way quicker than any of my other options. I'll be a little bit more conservative on Cuddy and Sweepy, to be perfectly honest. If I get really close placement on Cuddy and Sweepy, I can SD both of them pretty quickly. I'll go for a couple of disorders. Aerith needs, what, 70 MP? So I think she has a little bit more leeway now because of the MP absorb I put on her. I used to not MP absorb until later, but... oh, that's right, I gotta wait for the speaker.
Your names will be announced over.
So Cuddy and Sweepy are
it's the final.
Probably less bullshit than the bunch of thugs fight, but we'll see. Depends on how close they get. Okay, we gotta go.
Alright. You jittery? Get him! Too bright?
Okay, that's really obnoxious. Okay, you really want the limit? Okay, buddy. Oh, wait a second here until we start zooming. We're gonna heal everybody up. This is why I have healing, just in case Cuddy and Sweepy go sideways. Which it did. Okay, so we need to go to Buster. No, we're gonna do this for this, MP absorb for this, fire, wind, and we want to go into, I believe, Berserk here. Yes, and Thundera. A ward, Aurora, Fire, and Fire. This setup will get us through both Hell House and Abzu 1. Cloud will have to be tweaked a little bit because we need to put Mithril Saber on him for more damage.
Ready to...
Cloud needs Buster Sword or Iron Blade here for a very particular damage range. So, this is going to be the one fight we get to use it. Ward, Order, Berserk. Okay, Aerith's ATB is fantastic. Cloud's a little bit low, but that's fine. He's actually going to take a Punisher counter during this rundown phase of Phase 2. So Cloud's ATB is going to spike here. We also just did Disorder Berserk. So the next move we do will trigger Skill Master. So we'll use 1 bar to do Triple Slash, and then that'll give us a Skill Master and push us back up, and then we can do a Thundera as well. There's a lot of little nitnoids here. The only thing you gotta know is that we're gonna do a very specific amount of damage and stagger, so that we can instantly stagger Phase 3. So ATB boost will instantly cancel that move right there into Bio. Okay. I could Disorder there to get more arrows, but I want to make sure Cloud's ATB is maxed out going into the final phase. It just makes my life a lot easier. Then I don't need to worry about ATB management as much here. So I want to stay on Cloud for a while here until the first round of... there we go. So what I'm looking for here is I want Cloud to bait all the chairs. He's got more than enough HP at this point, so that's what we're doing. We also want to make sure he casts Berserk. We're going to start charging a Tempest here and throw it out. We have this, so we're going to go for Arrow. Fire up. There you go. I don't know why I keep wanting to split there. Dude, I guess I'm on a decent pace, so my brain's like, split! Split! We need to know how good the split is!
There you are. So, madam, big events like the Corneo Cup are pretty sporadic.
Like the fucking... I keep going for the split, and then I, like, jerk my hand away like the keyboard's electrified or something. God damn it, why'd I buy an electrified keyboard? This is bullshit.
How'd you like a piping hot bun?
Like, Pavlovian training over here. Alright, so that's the one time we're going to get to enjoy Buster Sword. I hope you guys enjoyed it. So the way that works out is, Hell House is a really weird fight. And there's actually some math that you can put into it. This strat I fell into ass first, to be perfectly honest. It was a combination of X-Strife, one of our, like, really talented runners, probably way better than me at this game, and better at routing. Came up with a really interesting fight when he first joined in the community. And at the time, he was using Buster Sword. You gotta get a little bit away from the door to get it to close. And came up with a really interesting fight that used Buster Sword. He was using it because he wanted to. I was testing it out with a few other runners. I think some of the French runners at the time, trying to use optimal weapons like Mythal Saber or Hard Edge, and I kept having issues with it. Then I messed around with Iron Blade, and you get this really weird mix of damage values. So that in Phase 2, if you do a very specific order of commands with magic and have a very specific physical attack and magic attack value, you will under-damage Phase 2 usually, but you'll inflict enough stagger to put Hell House to, like, basically 99% is the easy way to put it. There's an actual numerical value, but just 99% is the easy way to conceptualize it. And then if you hit 100% of Phase, or hit too high damage on Phase 2, the HP will lock and dump out the stagger bar. But if you get the Phase to just barely shift the correct way, it will not empty the stagger. So Phase 3 will trigger, Hell House will go into God mode, and then if you hit with specific attacks, you'll inflict enough stagger to push that last percent, and you'll end up staggering God mode, completely avoiding that complete clusterfuck of a phase. But there's a couple of different ways to do it. This is a very old method. And it's actually adapted to use Synergize, where I used to not use Synergize on Aerith as much, because it was kind of like, she's going to do better with Magnify damage. Hitting with Tier 1 spells isn't going to do a lot. And then, like, after a while, I realized it does shit ton of damage. So Hell House was the last piece to making sure Synergy worked without removing it. And Synergy is extremely potent. It makes backing up a lot of fights super quick and super easy. As long as you have somebody to spam, like, Disorder with Cloud or Focus Strike with Tifa. So a lot of fights can be rejiggered really easy in that. But Buster Sword and Iron Blade are the two weapons that have the right damage values to do this properly.
It's pretty rare.
So that you can do just barely enough damage while pushing enough stagger with your moves that you nearly fill out the bar. You have to use Thundra, Aeroga, Fyra. Aerora and Fyra are interchangeable. They actually have the same stagger value. So it really doesn't matter. I just used both of them to trigger Skill Master, so I have two different spells in the loop. Cloud uses Thundra and Triple Slash. You can use Thundiga, but there's a risk that you will overdamage, so Thundra is the better choice. Thundiga will make things quicker, but if you crit, you're screwed. So I'll be back. This is the longest cutscene in the game. Enjoy the dancing. So, I believe this is like 120 seconds. A little bit over that. So we have just about 2-minute break here. And then we've got like 2 hours till the next one. Roughly about 2. There's 2 little breaks in Chapter 16. Once we get into Shinra HQ, because those hallways that are like, Shinra, great! Shinra's awesome! Die! Capitalist, Middle-aged scum? It's just a marathon submission video, so I ain't sweating it. Right now, I'm more happy with the consistency than the paces themselves, you know what I mean? As long as I escape Chapter 1, I usually get good runs going.
Well, you tried.
Hopefully I don't endgame myself again. This time, I'm going to make sure ATB Boost is on Cloud, even if it takes me like 15 seconds to figure that out.
That show today.
I'm going to just take Jenova really slow today, because resetting Jenova is way worse.
I could dance too. How much did you drink tonight?
What do we got here? So we got to wait for Cloud to get over into that little alcove. We talked to him too soon. We get some very long dialogues from Aerith. So we're going to wait until he stands still. That's our cue to let us know that he's good to talk to. There you go.
Please don't.
I did a little bit late on purpose.
Not even.
So we do have a little menu coming up before we head into the sewers to set us up for Avenue 1. We can optimize this menu a bit if we wait until they call us out of the basement. Because we actually do a save load in the basement to skip a lot of that dialogue. Apparently the dialogue's pretty long, about a good 10-15 seconds, from what I've been told, so. There's a lot of times where the trick is, if you have a menu, trying to combine it with a save load so there's not an additional menu opening. It's a slight little optimization you can do, but luckily for me, my menus fell in line with a lot of the save loads that were possible. So it was just a matter of, in some cases, changing the timing just a little bit to optimize into those save loads as well. These doors are really weird. You can, like, mash triangle and then hold it, and it opens up, starts opening up a little bit sooner. This won't come up again until Chapter 4, because the rest of these doors are going to be...
No way.
Here you are.
One taps.
Is there a problem?
I hope you know.
Oh, we'll be
or they'll open up for us on their own. So this will be the first time where I have a dump off. So Twin Stinger and Male Bat will never be used in a run.
Here for the audition?
Ever.
Second floor, at the very
Well,
end
not
of
in
the
a New Game Plus
hall.
run.
Poking your nose in where it doesn't
Nail Bat screws with your Punisher stance and turns it into a charged attack. And Twin Stinger has awful stats and is reliant on criticals. The only reason Barrett's critical weapon EKG cannon is used is because its stats aren't trash. It has low attack, but it has 90-ish plus magic attack, so it actually gives Barrett a reasonable amount of magic. Just reasonable, not high. Very unfortunate. The devs really screwed Barrett. So we're going to put on Twin Stinger. We're not going to change materia, but then we're going to put on Mithril Blade and say yes. We're going to wait here.
Now, ladies, listen up.
You got to open the menu button now. Nope. Twin Stinger, no. Mithril, yes. And then we want this wind for synergy. And then we want to go into Fyra and fire and double salt. X. That doesn't matter. Cloud's going to leave the party here soon, and it'll change who's leader anyway when he leaves the party. Last time I accidentally did that and fixed it, and I was like, wait a minute, that doesn't mean shit. Yeah, almost time to cuddle Apps. Hopefully he doesn't get a dip in the pool this time on either fight. Apps is unfortunately a bullied existence, and Apps 2 is random as hell.
Corneo's room, right?
Wait, what? Tifa's lead? Okay. Huh, so that it carries over. That's interesting to know. Let's see. This will be really weird.
Lucky bastard.
Good thing I noticed that.
What are you doing here?
You asked for it.
What are you doing? What are you doing, dude?
Giving it my all.
Oh my god. Aerith, taking a fucking break here. I shortcut fire like 4 times. Well, I guess I have to fix that. Interesting. It shouldn't be a problem here, because they'll leave the party. And they won't join the party until after Abzu. Hopefully. I'll have to double check here. Sure that's not an issue. Uh-huh. Okay, Cloud does become leader. That could have been really bad. So we need to arcane ward Cloud, disorder. We're going to do a HP assist, but a full combo in between. This somersault HP boost, fire, fire, fire up, please. Okay, he's dead. I don't know what happened, but he's dead. He's not actually dead, though. Fortunately. I guess Abzu technically didn't do anything wrong other than being owned by a piece of shit. Sure. Into Ironblade, no. Skillmaster. Magnify? Yeah. Magnify and Wind. Into SD. Blade Burst. And then we want Mag. Arrow, Mag, and Fyra. And then we're going to S. A. B. E. L. O. A. D.
You asked for it. Don't think you'll walk away from this.
Get ready.
Let's finish this. How's this?
I really needed to take that poke with Cloud, to be perfectly honest.
Moving on then.
If I had moved down towards the ladder, the Sajin would have chased me, which would have made the somersault take forever to land, because Tifa would have had to chase him all the way from behind. And the game doesn't use optimal movement, so Tifa's just running after him instead of parrying. If Tifa was parrying over there, she would have got there really quick. I could theoretically try and kill them with Cloud and Aerith. If I had Mithril Blade on and used Fyra, I probably could deal with that.
Let's end this quick.
One thing you gotta know here is that Tifa's on the right, Aerith's on the left. It changes out. Farewell. See you guys later. I just want to make sure to... At one point, I was doing that with a tactical menu, but I find It's just better to do with the shortcuts. Same amount of time, except you don't have to deal with the disorienting camera angle of being behind Aerith, even though she's like 2 rooms away.
Assuming Corneo was telling us the truth, what do you think Shinra's really
I'll be fine as long as I only mess up Genova or Sephiroth, not both.
But I can't imagine what it is. Destroying a whole chunk
I'm getting
of the
ahead of
city
myself,
just
though.
to
We
get
got
back at us doesn't make any
2
kind of
hours
sense.
before that stuff even becomes a
I
factor.
can't imagine any way they could profit from it. It's gonna cost them a
This game
fortune to build.
is pretty consistent. There is some volatility and randomness, obviously. Any
That's a
RPG
power
is like
generator,
that. Any
all right.
action game is like that. Enemy movement, criticals,
It's an antique.
low damage rolls, high damage rolls, bad ATB starting, so you can't get your attacks in immediately. A lot of that stuff is a factor, but it's minimized in a New Game Plus run because we have a lot of things to build ATB really quickly, or we're overpowered to the point where one arrow magnify wipes out the enemies.
Just like that, okay?
So,
I gotcha.
and a lot of the fights, like I said before, if something wrong happens, boss fights are a reset away. The only thing that stinks is if fights like Hell House that have a 30-second cutscene before Phase 2 causes you to reset. That's where you lose most of your time. Fights like Ghoul are usually painfully hard and random to some extent.
It worked.
But it's usually a pretty quick reset because the cutscene isn't too terrible between 1 and 2. And usually Phase 1 is what screws you up, not Phase 2. As long as Phase 2 can screw you over for a different reason.
Wait a minute.
The AI is
I
not
know
too
this.
sharp
So this
in this
is
game and
and
likes to
we're
run
set.
into things that would
Let's
kill
just
it.
try to. We can do this.
You have to be very careful, because sometimes I'll switch to Aerith and she'll be running into a fire, and you're like, what are you doing, woman? Are you suicidal? So we're just gonna walk onto Bluegill here and do an arrow rub.
Get fired up.
So normally I would switch stances into disorder, but since the rat was right on top of me, there was no lurch. So I just disordered and got optimal movement while Aerith followed up with a fire up. So that was optimal response to an optimal pattern. You usually don't get optimal stuff like that, so... right here, doesn't matter. We just need to make sure we get the spells out before the sleep spines come out.
That's a win.
Oh yes, nice. Package of smelling salts to wake my characters from sleep. So the only way to evade sleep in this version, or in the hard mode run, because we don't have access to items, would be Warding Binding. Warding Binding is only used once. You can also use headbands, I believe, but taking off Fury Ring for anything is a huge hit to your damage that you just don't want to do. The only thing worth taking your Fury Ring off for is Götterdämmerung. And it's only worth it on Cloud and Tifa. The only reason it's worth it on Barret is because his damage is usually so unimpactful that the limit does way more than he could do without it. Fortunately, unfortunately, however you want to look at it.
This is gonna hurt.
Wow.
Bring it.
So right there, you could somersault and kill that Sajin. But fire disorder to trigger fire synergy is quicker by a little bit.
I'll go first.
So there's a lot of minor optimizations here. I'll try and do that trick on all the later Sahajins in the sewer. The turtles are kind of obnoxious. They're just really thick. So, like, the only way I'd say to maybe consistently get through them would be, like, Fire-Gut. But I think they have over 10,000 hit points, so your damage would get capped and you would kill them. I'm actually going to have Tifa heal me because her MP isn't super-duper important. Her MP was really... The only time you super need to micromanage her MP is in Chapter 7, actually, because you need to do 4 Thunderas. You could downgrade it to Thunder, but your damage will go so low that you'll end up having to trigger, I think, 2 additional synergies with Cloud, with Barret. So it's pretty slow to do it that way. Luckily, Feathered Gloves gives Thundera just enough juice to push through. So the reason Götterdämmerung would be optimal, arguably optimal on Cloud and or Tifa. Tifa has Star Shower, which buffs the next move by 70%, so despite the fact she's losing out on Berserk, as long as you set her up with an ATB before that, you can buff it by 70%, so you build a lot of damage that way. So she can easily out-damage the lack of Berserk, and as long as you Berserk the target, you'll normally hit damage cap. so it really doesn't matter here or there. Cloud can forcibly berserk himself. It's an interesting mechanic with his Punisher stance.
No surprises there.
At any time, you can hold square with his regular operator attack, and he does a little twirl. That's unoptimal in a lot of places. The problem is it has a good AoE, but it actively knocks enemies away while Deadly Dodge pulls them in. So it's basically Deadly Dodge, but in reverse. So you can use it on a couple of bosses to end the combo early to get a little bit more ATB. But with Punisher, he will do a ground stab, and once that connects to an enemy when he stabs the ground, he gives himself a temporary berserk. It's almost useless in New Game Easy, because your disabilities or like negative status effects is so short that it's like half a second, I think, something like that. In New Game Normal and New Game Plus, you can use it a lot, but obviously with Plus you have Max Fury Ring, so you really don't need to do it. This only would be a factor if you equipped it with God or Gum Rung, because then you could inflict berserk to yourself with that, and then fire off a limit. The reason that you can't just use Binding is for whatever reason you can't target your party with berserk. Don't know why. It's just how the game does it though. So you can't self-berserk.
More
really weird.
Industrial?
That's how it is.
Here goes.
Those minigames stinks. I don't like it. The first one's pretty easy to hit, as long as you don't, like, completely freeze up. The second one's a little bit harder. Because you have to react before you're in the red zone. Not only that, but the second and third ones are harder because you get less red per push. So it's much harder to hit the area. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. I usually miss this once or twice, so I'm not really concerned about it. 2, 3, 4. I usually do that. When I miss too late, I over-adjust most of the time. 1, 2, 3, 4. All the time in the world to hit that one. Honestly, the pump minigame is really stupid. It's about 10 seconds per whiff. And the problem is the second and third ones are unbalanced compared to the first one. The first one moves more than slow enough for you to react to. Actually, some people have issues with it because it moves so slow. The second one, you have to kind of react ahead of time, which is like reasonable pace. The third one is so ridiculous that you literally need to make an audio cue to react to. Almost everybody does that, so we're gonna fire at this order. Summer Smoltz. Okay. Part of the way through.
Bring it.
Arrow, somersault.
All right.
Unfortunate.
Nothing to
Sure
it.
is nice to go up for a change.
Oh, the pillar's not much further.
Fire, somersault.
You're burning up.
Yep, she killed both of them.
All right.
What the hell happened over there? Okay. I guess she only hit with 1 foot. Whatever. So still 2730 is okay. Could have been a lot lower if I hadn't got pumped out, but that's how the pump goes. It's going to be the last stupid minigame until we get to chapter 15. And then we have to do the little great,
we could get lost.
So in the OG game, when you got into Shinra HQ, you had to dodge behind the little statues and stuff and not get caught.
Just past that large maintenance facility over there.
And you got caught, I believe, 3 times. They just let you go.
See where we're going.
Because you killed everybody. In this one, we have a machine gun shooting at us, so we have to dodge behind the things and not get shot. And oh my god, hard is really rough because you get stun locked by, like, literally everything. So you end up losing a lot of HP if you don't do your movement right.
What kind?
You kind of need to bonk on the crates a little bit early, the first couple of ones, and then just run like a madman.
Then let's hurry.
And then if you don't time it right getting into the stairwell, you get wombo comboed in there too. But we're into chapter 11, where all fun goes to die. Oh, that's cool. So right here we got, you want to arrow magnify, usually will work out, but sometimes the rats will activate call to arms. Those you really don't have a choice, you just have to magnify them and pray. Oops. I forgot you got people watching here. So this is a nice thing about wind magnify. We don't need line of sight.
Little kid. Did you guys
If
hear
you're
it
on
too?
fire from
Why
the
would there be
sewers,
kids out here this late?
What?
a lot of these enemies can be a pain in the butt. Because your fire might tag the wall and fizzle out. It does make the turtles a shit ton easier. But if you time the fire and the disorder to trigger fire at the right time, you'll multi-kill the turtles all the time. The good thing that I disordered twice on that second one. Frickin'. You need to use arrow to get rid of those blowfishes so you don't get put to sleep. Once you get put to sleep, all hell breaks loose right there. So right here, we're going to arrow magnify. We're going to be alternating between the two. We have enough MP despite it not looking like it.
Back.
You'd probably think without MP up, we wouldn't have enough to get through this entire chapter. But we actually have more than enough. So right here, I gotta wait for both of them to get on the ladder before I can climb. Okay. As soon as the second one gets on the ladder, I can go up. Sometimes it's Tifa that goes first, sometimes it's Aerith. You never can tell. It's random based on their positioning. First, switch over to Aerith. Arrow. Switch over to Tifa. So Arrow is really good there because there's 2 more Crispays coming behind you from the way you just came. But it's kind of hard to tell until, like, after you've killed the 3 in front of you. So that was pretty good. Okay. So we are going to grab a couple of MP crates, so I really don't need to worry too much. There is one more save load in this chapter. This theoretically saves about 30 seconds. But the thing is...
Let's see what's inside.
It's in a really really bad spot. Because you have to save load in here, but way away from the door. So if you miss it, getting towards the door takes much longer than it would if you can optimize the movement to get the characters much closer. I can usually get them on this side pretty easily.
What was that?
But the save load has to be done around...
Over there!
Here? Right here, yeah. So you end up having to be really, really, really far back. So you end up losing more time to that than you intend to.
Here we go.
Don't get fired up from this!
So just trying to optimize my movement a little bit there.
Gotta make a stand.
Let's see here. Arrow. Once, twice disorder. Switch to Tifa.
Oh, let's go.
Okay, so we're just trying to get them over to the door as soon as possible. Aerith isn't too bad since she stops right there. We don't have to worry about it. Tifa has to get all the way to the door, so first we want to get Cloud over here, because they'll move quicker if Cloud's further away, and then we're trying to get Tifa as close as possible. The other thing I was doing is I wanted to do some parry, whirl uppercut parries, so that she moved quicker, but you need to cut it out at some point so you don't buffer an uppercut once combat ends, so you end up losing time that way. There's a lot of little weird optimizations you need to do with that. So we shouldn't need to menu until we get to Eligor, and hopefully that won't be a problem. There's a couple of different ways to deal with Ghoul. One of the smartest ways is to go out of bounds and skip the rest of this chapter. If you're doing an 80% run, you can actually clip out of bounds right before the door to Ghoul. Skip both Ghoul and Eligor, the rest of the nonsense in this chapter. Unfortunately, I've chosen the hard road of no major glitches, so I get the wonderful experience of fighting one of the most random bosses in the entire game. Ghoul is a free fight in any difficulty other than hard, because hard blocks the usage of items. Normally you can just elixir him to oblivion and back. Hard, we don't get that. You could use cure, but fitting healing on Aerith is really obnoxious and not really beneficial. So what we're gonna do here is we're actually gonna Firaga. That may seem suboptimal, but when you see how fast it comes out, yeah. The tactical menu, for whatever reason, is buggy when they're doing an animation, so they're both playing the... Oh my god, I'm afraid of ghosts. So the spell comes out immediately, and you notice that her MP went from 100 to 121, maybe. The game gives you the MP back, because it's like, wait, you didn't cast a spell. But that only happens if you end the fight quick enough. If the ghosts move really erratically...
Do you think there's
you won't get all your MP back. Right here, we're going to do something similar. I'm not going to bother with a tactical menu here. We'll just disorder, trigger a synergy, and then swing a few times to kill. I wait a little bit so that the disorder will kill, or else the 4 swings will hit while the thing is in HP lock. But you see she's back to 140 MP. MP management in this chapter is surprisingly easy because of that bug with the animations. Hopefully we get a good ghoul fight this time. Last time he decided to dip out on me and screwed me over, so I had to reset in Phase 1. Hopefully we won't get a surprise fireball in Phase 2 or something stupid like that. So we're going to switch it. Oh, Tifa's in a good spot. Nice. Tifa can spawn on left or right there. It's beneficial if she's on the right side because she can get up the stairs much quicker. Pretty good, actually. That fleet was really quick, too. So I'm going to sandbag in the beginning of the first fight so Cloud gets hit an additional time. SD without magic up will not 100% give you a limit, so I need to make sure he takes a hit. So we're going to actually uppercut into a somersault here, and that will bait this out so I can just guard it with Cloud. And then get over there with this. Fire up. Okay, we're going to move a little bit here in HP boost. I could build that bar in the later phase, but should be good now. Should be good. Please no whammy. Please no whammy. I need to pay attention here to make sure I don't screw up the movement. Cloud can sometimes roll into the barricade in front of you, but there's not much you can do about it other than just not rolling, which is not optimal. Okay.
You're out of luck.
Fire up. Fire gun.
How's this? This is gonna hurt.
Okay, so you can't fire there. It just doesn't work out. Or else, Ghoul. Hey, Will, thanks for dropping by. Appreciate it. Got a pretty decent run going today, and I'm trying to not have a heart attack. Just trying to look at it as a run. It's fine. I'll screw something up eventually and then get really sour. Oh, wait, no. I don't want to do that. Eligor is both extremely simple and extremely hard.
Just drop the whole.
What if they're trapped here and can't leave?
Alright, so we can start, skip that cutscene as soon as the train starts moving. A lot of cutscenes, you either have to walk past a certain point for the game to let you do it, a camera shift to happen, or in the very rare case with the helicopter in Chapter 9? 8. You can hold down the triangle button to skip it sooner. There's a lot of different things you gotta learn for skip timing, so you don't lose time to it. There are a bunch of crates here that I'm grabbing because I'm stuck in the room anyway and waiting for something to happen. Normally, I wouldn't be picking up MP crates unless I slide kick them with Tifa, or have enough time in the fight that there's nothing else to do than pick it up. Eligor is pretty straightforward, but we do have to do a little weird menu for him. Mithril Saber used to just be set up for Abzu 1 and the rest of the chapter, but I switched it out so it's set up for both. We're going to HP boost here, and then arrow, magnify. It happens, unfortunately.
That's that.
Okay, keep your where are they? We want somersault, disorder. Okay, so we're kind of a little bit behind the curve here, but not too bad. We want Era, and then Blade Burst.
Say goodbye.
Okay.
See you around.
The Blade Burst is just in case they start moving. That wasn't a super optimal fight. Normally what you're waiting for is the Rotunda to turn around. But the rat called the arms in a very unfortunate way where most of the rats had full HP. So we gotta move most of these trains, so we gotta jump up there, hold the triangle button, and then skip the cutscene. We gotta do that 3 times total. There's only one more fight, which is actually one of the reasons Wind Magnify is so incredibly strong in chapters 10 and 11. It's Cerulean and Lesser Drake. These things are obnoxious to deal with any other way, so we're gonna take care of them with just Wind Magnifies. It's really nice because we don't need the line of sight nonsense, but, oh, look, everybody's good max HP. Aerith really only needs about 60 MP to deal with Eligor, surprisingly enough. Synergy really lowers your MP requirement for a lot of these fights. 60 is like max. She can actually go down to about 47, it seems. Okay, so We're going to ATB boost right off the bat with her and start spamming spells with Reckless Abandon. Or near Reckless Abandon, rather. Or at least it would seem so. So we're going to switch, ATB boost, arrow, arrow, and then arrow one more time. That'll be enough. Normally you could do faster movement, but you're just waiting for the spells anyway, so you might as well just focus on the shortcuts and nothing else. So let me make sure my HP's good. Okay, Tifa off to heal herself real quick. Uh-huh. We don't want to have anybody low on HP if we can avoid it. We want to go into Mithril. No. We want to do this, and then I believe this, and then Ice for that. We want to go into Aurora, I believe. Let me double check. Good. No, Blizzara. Somersault, Demagnify, Blizzara, and Soul Drain. Let's get out of here. So, Arcane Ward gets shortcut because we use it on literally every boss with her when we start up Hell House. Rude has too low HP to bother with Arcane Ward, but we could still use it if we really wanted to. This fight's pretty thick nasty, so I gotta pay attention here.
Allow me. Feeling chilly? Come on, get him! Let's turn it up. Okay, let's go.
Okay, I needed to switch to Tifa there to make sure she had enough ATB. You want to breach this phase as soon as you start, and because wind sticks to the enemy now, there's no reason to wait to breach here, so that's wrong, but this is right. Arrow. Arrow. So now we can just spam Blizzaras. Normally you would think Cloud is the one you want to hit with the spear, get hit with the spear here, so you want to delay switching to Aerith, but that's actually not the case. Because we're going to Blizzara with Aerith right off the bat, and then switch to Cloud, and both of them will double cast. Cloud will be the one hit by Winds of Gehenna, but Aerith will follow up with a... Are you serious? She's not, dude. Oh my god, what the hell? Aerith Soul Drain. I have never seen him survive that. That was, very interesting. I should have Soul Drained, but that was so weird to me that it completely caught me off guard. Whew! That's a new one. I guess that must be a really tiny, like, maybe a 5% chance? Because that's the first time I've seen it out of all the times I've practiced it. Yeah, Soul Drain do be really good, though. So we're going to Blizzara this guy. Wait for Aerith to Blizzard. That will make the Enigmatic Whisper weak, so we can start spamming Blizzara here. Blizzara, Blizzara. We're going to wait for the other Blizzara. And then we're going to Somersault, Cloud, Disorder. Okay. Alright. And now we've got everything under control. Aerith's HP doesn't matter. We'll heal Tifa up here, and we'll heal Cloud up here. You gotta be careful with this, or else you'll lose a bunch of time with the healing. Alright. Now just do the menu as you remember, dude. Into Nail, no. Mithril, yes. LMG, no. EKG, yes. Then we want to start doing the thing. Magnify. Magic. Magic. Assist for magic. Assist here, boost here. Boost here. Synergy here. Synergy for MP Absorb. Lightning for wind. And first strike for this. Then we want to switch over to shortcuts and go to Fyra. Fyraga, Fire, Blade Burst. Then we want Blizzard. That's not the right way to do this, but whatever. Blizzard, Fyra, Aeroga. We want Dolphin Fluzzery. You might want to actually place that, though. Blizzara. And we're good. That is one of the most complicated menus in the entire game. When you're going into Aerith and Aerith is leaving the party, are the hardest menus to do in the entire game because you're completely shifting your entire game plan on attack. Aerith when Aerith joins is a little bit different because I actually have to fracture it into two menus, so that so that I can split the way I do things. Because Aerith starts with,
not bad.
I think Guard Staff on? Guard Staff? Guard. Yeah, the ATB boost is there as a timing mechanic, not to get my ATB up, actually. I ATB boost there to try and delay the Fire Magnify enough so that it'll kill the elite trooper, but you saw it didn't work anyway. The timing for that is so stupid, because you have to, like, you have to sit around there and just do frickin' nothing forever. So we want to make sure to get close to this guy and use fire up. We can bait this helitrooper to follow us to the top floor. We just need to make sure our MP is maxed out, which it is. And then we're going to run up a little bit here and ATB boost. That'll bait him to come here. We're going to fire up and try and roll here. Good. If you do it right, it kills these enemies on the duplication, and you can start that fight up immediately. Fantastic strat strife. 10 out of 10. That's probably the craziest cool thing we do in the run with Magnify. Often you'll notice Magnify kind of goes wild and does some random stuff. And that's it doing its job right there. It's trying to kill everything that's close to it.
Come on, come on!
I ATB boost actually pretty often with max ATB in some cases, just for a timing thing. Because ATB boost, the animation takes a little bit of time. And a lot of enemies early on and mid-game have HP locks. So if they don't if they don't finish their animation soon enough, you'll end up not killing them, and then you'll have to do what I did, where I had to slap him with a sword a couple of times. Unfortunately, Mithril Saber physically is about as effective as hitting somebody with a paper fan. I mean, it might sting, you could possibly give them a paper cut, that's about it. It builds ATB, that's really all I can say about it. Right here, we're trying to just thread the line here in between the NPCs. We can get some decent speed boosts from the NPCs here, but it's not consistent. You're better off just holding a straight line instead of trying to get them to boost you, because you end up losing more time. Oh, yeah, that's right. New game doesn't get magnified till chapter 13. I know you guys are like, well, how do you get it in 13? You go back into the highway? So normally, average players, I'm pretty sure everybody, unless for some reason you couldn't figure out the little crane game, which I don't see as being possible. Anyway, Magnify is in chapter 9 on your way to Wall Market. And I'm pretty sure everybody picked it up normally as you passed it, because it's the last hand crane minigame. The thing is, that loses like 2 to 3 minutes or something like that. It loses a huge amount of time for a speed run. Even when the run's over 4 hours, that's huge time loss. That's failing a boss fight and having to restart it. But the thing is, the game drops it on your path in chapter 13 after the plate collapses. So new game runners only get it until after this. The downside is they don't reach, I think they barely, if ever, reach level 2 Magnify. So they face a stronger damage penalty from it, but it's still, it helps take down enemies significantly because the magnified spells, like fire, ice, and stuff, and wind have AoEs. So they end up multi-hitting, which kind of makes up for it, but it does look kind of sussy. So procure Cloud here because we can, switch to Tifa, and we're going to zip on up as far as we can. Cloud.
Let's keep moving. And where do you think you're
so
going?
nauseous.
I see you.
Sometimes that happens. Cloud just decides to take a freaking nap down there. You can do a pretty consistent version if you roll him back and do regular parries, but I think the problem was I saw him getting hit, but didn't really think about the consequences of it. So if you see his HP draining, you need to parry even further, because he'll get locked in place while he's getting shot, so he can't move towards that stairwell. So that was a little bit of a mistake on my part, but it could be worse. It's whatever. We're going to fire Magnify here right off the bat and risk it. Okay, we got enough ATB, so it doesn't matter. Normally, if your ATB is really bad, you can tank bullets from the helicopter there, but I don't need to because I had enough to just ATB boost. So that was a little bit of a time loss, but it's probably like... The only thing is it loses its cool factor of you just zipping on up there and making Cloud warp to you. It's one of those few ones where you really, like, you do it or you don't. It usually works, though. Those, the turrets got really active to keep Cloud from getting all the way up there. Fire or Magnify will always kill the elite, kill the Heli Trooper if he's at max MP. If he's not, you need to unmagnify the fire up. So you either need to have one on your shortcuts. Please? Okay, you should get hit by the... Okay. See, the thing is, like, here you need to time it, so stuff works out. Right here, my MP is useless on the boss fight, so we're going to do this a little bit of a different way. HP boost, Fire, Dolphin Flurry, and then we're going to go for a Fire. So we do it this way because Flurry will not kill that trooper right there. It'll keep him locked in Dolphin Flurry until the final uppercut from the Dolphin. So he'll be getting bounced around at 1 HP. The other thing about it, too, is Tifa can try and punch, which will trigger the dodge by the Shock Trooper. So not only does it juggle the Shock Trooper in place, but doing it that way avoids any risk of Tifa triggering the dodge animation on that fight. And then I get him locked in place so I can get Fire Gut to always hit the Helitroopers on either side, because he's usually a little bit lower, so the angle's a lot better and less risky to hit the ceiling. Because if you Fire Gut one of the Helitroopers, it very often will hit the ceiling when it propagates the other one. This fight right here is really weird. I can't really explain it. It's just... We're going to Star Shower here, counter-attack, hold on, wing out. We're going to wait until the last slash starts coming, and then switch into self-destruct. Build a little bit of ATB here with Barret. Good ATB build, actually. So, I could Aeroga the helicopter coming up. I do have wind just in case Rude survives, so that I can spam Aeroga and hopefully kill him really quickly. But what we're looking for is I'm actually going to overcharge, recharge, Fire, and then I'll recharge again, so I can get more ATB on the backside. So we're going to shoot a little bit here, so that all of overcharge hits. Recharge it, Fire, and you see Barret's down to a little bit below 1 ATB. So right here, we're trying to build some bar, waiting for Rude to pop back, Reno to pop back up. Hit him once, and limit. Then we're going to ATB boost, switch to Barret, charge, overcharge. Okay, switch to Tifa. Now everybody's got a good complement of ATB, so if this Dolphin Flurry doesn't do its job, I have some backup. So if we get Flash Strike or EMP Triple Pulse, which are the more common of the two moves, Dolphin Flurry should snuff them and will prevent Reno from doing anything. If we get Flash Foot, we're going to have to kill Reno manually, which, yeah, that's why we've got all the ATB. So we have Star Showers, a couple Aeroga, Fire-ga. We've got plenty of ATB to make this work. It won't be fast, but it'll work. Okay, and Rude, switch to Cloud. Switch over here, Blade, Lyra. Okay. So last time, Barret under damage, so I made sure to aggressively Fire there. So, okay, that sucks. Sometimes if you get Cloud in that position, you can trigger this cutscene to already happen during the load. The funny thing is that timer normally starts at 30 seconds, but it will actually jump to 15 if you make the thing fall early. Mythic Saber, nope. Okay. So now we're switching back over to Fire. Blade Burst is a nice technique, but we're probably not going to use it. Blade Burst is mainly there for the Reno and Rude fight. Hey, Neko, thanks for dropping by.
I think I hear him up ahead.
Here goes.
So the next couple of fights are somewhat annoying. I really do like this cutscene. If anything, this would probably be the cutscene I'd make a donation incentive, either that or the Barret date. So you get a date with Tifa, Aerith, or Barret, depending on what you do throughout the game. Most people don't ever see Barret's date outside of looking it up on YouTube. The thing is, to see Barret, you either have to just do the Chapter 3 side quests, or do none of the side quests at all. If you do any of the other side quests, you'll most likely get Tifa or Aerith. And most people probably did all the side quests if they only played through once, which means they saw Aerith's. I believe Tifa is either doing all of Chapter 3 or only doing half of the side quests available. I'm not sure which.
Just focus on seeing Marlene again.
But if you did the dress to the nines, then you've probably seen all the dates. Because you have to get the bad dresses, too, for that.
Is it true that Sector 7's pretty much destroyed?
Mm-hmm.
You guys run into Jesse at the pillar?
Yeah. Biggs too. They were both
I think that would probably work in normal. The thing is, I have Dolphin Flurry, so I could use it. I think Star Shower gets blocked by the shield, though. And Dolphin Flurry would work, but they like to separate, so I usually end up only hitting one of them. That's why I upwarp Cloud. At that point, I'm kind of pot committed unless I change the way I do that fight. I probably should test some stuff with Tifa, but the thing is, if I get Cloud up there, then I can get right next to the escape route, so I can get much closer, better movement. But it's probably faster to finish it with Tifa, you're right. So... yeah, the Barrett date's a pretty cool cutscene. It actually, like, it was a big game changer. The cutscene in this chapter, at the beginning of this chapter, and the dialogue with Barrett in chapter 14, I think it is, were the big two things that made me go from being, like, kind of indifferent to Barrett's character, and this is from somebody who's played the OG game several times. I understand Barrett's backstory in the OG game, and,
I'm going as fast
like,
as
initially, I didn't give a shit about Barrett. I thought he was obnoxious, actually, in the OG game. I kind of felt a little sorry for him once you get to Golden Saucer, get more of his backstory. But, like, they did a really good job of just upping all of the characters' storylines. And Barrett's storyline is incredibly powerful. It's so much better than what they had in the old version. I think, like, they paced the story too much.
That's the house.
In the original game, and in this one, they realized, like, this is more than just, like, a demo or the intro or the, you know, the learning period of the game. Like, we need to make everybody invested with this entirety of this game. They did a great job of turning Midgar into an extended, you know, tutorial and turning it into a fully fledged game and giving the characterization of everybody a very good, large and robust backstory. And giving you a large amount of investment in their character.
Is buried under rubble now.
So, Chapter 13 is kind of obnoxious in a couple of different ways.
Passage in the park.
This chapter, we have to split our party.
I know another.
Normally, we have access to either Cloud or Aerith.
This agent girl knows us stuff.
And that enables us to have incredibly potent magic spells. But in the back half of this chapter, we fall into the underground laboratory, and Cloud drops out of the party for a bit. Matter of fact, Tifa drops out of the party too, so we have to do most of it with Barrett. And like I mentioned early, Barrett has middling stats. The developers absolutely crippled him, which is, you know, goes hand in hand with me just lushing about his story. That, like, it's infuriating that he's just so underwhelming in terms of damage output. Even if you gear him up for mage casting like Cloud is, take both the magic ups from him, give him a Magnify, give him Fury Ring, give him his best magic weapon, which is EKG Cannon. He barely kills stuff in Chapter 13, and that's very disappointing. The only other thing you could add in is Elemental Ice. It would boost his damage a little bit, but it's not enough to be worth the time. I stick him with Synergy Fire, or keep him with Synergy Fire to keep things flowing. The Synergy Fire is so good in Chapter 12 and 14 that it's a really hard sell to take it off in 13. So right here, we're going to be using a lot of Fire Magnifies. Fire Magnifies usually from Cloud, and then fleeing with Tifa. We're using Fire or Magnify, so we have plenty of time to go with Tifa. Okay? And then in some of these cases, we're going to do that, because Fire won't kill everything. So what we're trying to do is use Fire and Magnify, hope it wipes everything out, because it takes a second to charge, half a second to cast, then a little bit of travel time. So Tifa has a decent amount of time to get across the battlefield.
There.
Fire Magnify would work as well. The problem would be it just goes so quick that we would get no good movement out of Tifa. So a couple of these fights we actually sandbag to get better movement with Tifa, because it just saves so much more time. Right here, we're going to try and skip 3 fights back to back to back, and then get into the Sweeper Smogger fight. I'm not sure. Maybe it's Smogger. I'm not sure. So Tifa can move fast enough to get past these fights normally, but with the uppercut parrying, we can sometimes get all the way into the Sweeper Cutter, or Smogger Cutter fight, Smogger Sweeper fight, whichever, without stopping. So right here, we're going to switch to Cloud, and then we're going to burn. Okay, fire.
Say goodbye.
That's wrong. Fine. Luckily, Blade Burst still hit because it was chasing after me. That was very lucky. I intended to use Fire Magnify, but I wasn't really paying attention. I didn't want to use Firiga, but, you know, that's how it goes sometimes. So right here, I'm going to ATB Boost lock on, and then switch to Tifa, and then Fire. Okay.
Let's get it done.
I wanted to make sure to grab that extra MP so that Cloud was at full juice here. So that means he can... Did you just... For the love of God! Okay, true strike. Okay, I need to again. That's really awful. Cloud got canceled out of fire because I switched too soon, so I just lost like 10 seconds there being a dumbass.
Told you so.
That grungy bandit fight's a bitch. If you get greedy there, you get clapped pretty hard. That's how it is.
Finally.
I'd rather fuck up a normal enemy fight than a big brawl. So Cloud's HP doesn't matter here. We just need to get ready to swap everyone over.
Over there.
Barrett, Blizzard. Okay, we'll do this. We need ice for you, and then it's what? Warding? Warding, and we need to switch Barrett's shortcuts. Put him on Blizzard, mag, done.
I'm almost afraid to go back. To see it with my
own
eyes.
Probably about a minute behind where I want to be.
Come on.
I'm pretty far behind my PB pace, but for a marathon, this is about what I'd be looking at, to be honest. It's really easy to make a lot of little mistakes.
Does it look like we can go this way?
But,
no.
Could be a lot worse, honestly.
Take us straight to the Sector 5 slums.
This is bad.
Finally, I could use some fresh air.
I kind of wonder how I'm so far behind the last pace, but whatever, I guess. Last run, I think I was in here around 3 hours exactly, so I'm about a minute behind that. The weird part is that one reset Ghoul, so I don't remember any major resets. I must have been biffing a lot of fights then.
I hadn't made it out. Don't say that. Things will work out. They always have.
That one was a lot closer.
I suppose you're right.
Hello!
The house was pretty old.
Is there anyone out there that needs some help?
We had a lot of money saved up.
Hello! Anybody out there? If you can hear me, say something!
Pretty rough fate, actually.
We're here to help! Hey! Hey!
Can you hear us?
About a minute 45 behind my PB pace. Not sure where the hell I lost that much time. But whatever.
Can you hear
This
me?
run has that.
Anyone there?
I gave it that much leeway. I still have a lot of time save versus my PB in the end game, but odds are I won't save it. I'll probably lose it there. Because the end game is extremely hard to get fast and good luck on. It's very easy to get screwed over in Hojo's lab or any of the final bosses. Genova's really rough. Honestly. Sephiroth isn't much easier. If you miss input on Sephiroth, you're screwed. And if you screw up the Whisper fight, Sephiroth will own you as well. So if we save load here twice, this one will warp the cat over to the hole. And then this one will make the cat jump down the hole immediately. So we can immediately get down the hole. Excuse me, fuck off. I disagree. This game sucks sometimes, I swear. I think I save loaded too early so the cat didn't start jumping down the hole, so the game didn't skip it.
Stay right where you are!
So, there we go. Nice little time loss. Stupidity. Now I'm getting annoyed. This laboratory is not a fun place to be annoyed. God, I didn't...
If there's no path, you gotta make one.
Alright, well, you better get your fill, because it's the only place Barrett's going to be in charge.
must be a secret
So,
facility.
you could steal skin here, but since I didn't start with full ATV, we're just gonna risk it and hope the rats don't do that. I only got 1 out of 3, so that's pretty good. Right here, we're gonna focus shot these big bugaboos. We want to make sure to line this up in such a way where it won't hit the rocks. Sometimes you get screwed anyway because the bugaboos can move in a really The bugaboos will move in a really weird way, and they'll kind of block it. So right here, we're trying to get a Blizzard Magnify on both of these enemies, but there's no guarantee we'll get it. One of the dogs will most likely dodge Blizziga. So we'll have to Blizzard him a couple of times. So I gotta be careful with my ATV here.
Bring in the heat.
Okay. Zero.
Feeling a bit chilly?
Oh, okay. I don't know why that staggered. He must have jumped into the Blizzard that hit the floor.
Ain't got nothing on me.
I don't know how the hell it had a hitbox, though. Whatever, I ain't gonna complain.
Man, you'd think they dug halfway to hell. You going down.
We're gonna overcharge this guy right here. Want to make sure we're on the level so that Blizzard Magnify doesn't get hit the floor.
Look now, but it's about to get real.
I can't do that. It's so hard to get the bugs in the ice. It's just not consistent because the game is really weird about bugs and flight. Flying enemies are extremely hard. Used to be impossible to hit with wind. And they're extremely hard to hit with ice because they'll just fly right out of it. What? That's my fault. I accidentally used the tactic menu instead of shortcuts.
Ain't got nothing on me.
So right here, we're probably gonna get screwed out.
Ain't no thing.
It really doesn't matter what I did there. It would have taken forever to do a regular combo anyway. Okay. So what do we have for MP here?
In the mist there.
I can't tell unless I get up to the top of this ladder, or until the top of this ladder. What's the MP looking like? 61? Okay, we're not gonna bother. I could try and Blizziga Magnify through this, but I need to manage my MP a little bit tighter. The main reason is I don't want to get bit by the rats, but I could run through this. I'm still not sure which is faster, just fleeing or killing them really quickly and fleeing. If I could get away with Blizzard Magnify, it would be pretty quick, but the chances of getting both would be bugs with it, plus hitting both the rats with the same Blizzard is pretty low. What the hell?
I got you.
I don't even know what the bug that was. I must have accidentally hit the middle button when I thought I hit square to shoot. That messed with me pretty... This game is really jank sometimes, I swear. So Barrett's HP isn't low enough for me to care. They both have Bloodsucker, so they'll recover some HP as they kill stuff. It's not that big of an issue.
Well, he can take care of himself.
Barrett, you need to get up here manually, because this aiming gets really screwy if you try and lead warp him up here.
Did you just shoot your way in here?
So right here, we're just trying to get out of this fight as quickly as possible and then just spawn him right in front of us. So we can go straight up the ladder. Okay.
If I gotta climb another damn ladder.
Let's do this.
What's
Don't
that?
think you'll walk away from this. Heads
Yeah, it's about the best we can do right there.
Of course he is.
Barrett will get plenty of HP at the start of the boss fight, so we don't have to worry about his HP at all. We could heal him if we really wanted to. Tifa's almost always got Cure equipped. There's very little reason to take it off of her, to be honest. Because the outer slots on the weapon are really hard to change out for anything meaningful. So often it's materia that you want to leave on the character forever and not really take it off. So parry and cure is Tifa's setup. We're actually going to... Okay.
Chill out.
Nothing's around.
I got this.
You might catch a call.
Okay. So I should be close enough to stop this from being a problem. I gotta be careful here, though. Let's see here.
Come on.
There's a run.
How about a nice cold can of whoop?
Oh, it's actually nice. They all dead? Good.
Let me handle this.
So we actually got to run here to build some ATV during this cutscene. We have to build a little bit extra here, and then we can go. I need at least 1 bar to start the final phase here, so that's what we're doing here. I wanted to make sure she had enough, so I needed to stagger it off a little bit. Her ATB gain in the first phase was too low. She wasn't nearly aggressive enough, and I didn't let anything get close enough for her to poke manually, or normally with the game. So we're going to turn around, zip her out of the way, blizz her up.
Feeling a bit chilly.
Okay. So now she's got enough ATB, and she'll trigger Skill Master because she's Unbridled Strength and Blizzard. So her third move is a Skill Master proc. That's why her HP is so low, so she can have ATB Assist and Skill Master. So we're gonna Blizzard Magnify right off the bat here, and then buffer a Catastrophe, which will keep Sleep from hitting him. And Tifa has Warding Binding, so she's immune to Sleep as well. Which will let me get her into the limit without much of an issue. Alright, there we go. Shoot, 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 shoot. Okay. So now we're basically going to be resetting Barrett to set up for Chapter 14 and 15. So we're going to Fire on Cloud, Aurora, Max Fury, and Focus Strike on Tifa. And then we'll basically be swapping everything back to Cloud and giving HP up to Tifa instead of Warding anymore. You will need Warding later on, so it's still going to be in rotation for the time being, but not for very long. So we have nope, this. Be up for this. I go into Fire, Maximum Fury, Aurora, actually would be this way, Aurora, and Focused Strike. Okay. Meh, menu, but whatever. Okay. So, the reason Cloud can get away without having MP up basically the entire game is just because the MP Absorb siphons off enough MP to basically keep looping him back to max MP. Which gives him a 20% damage buff, which offsets the damage deficit from being on Magnify. Which gives him enough damage to siphon enough MP back so that he offsets the damage. It's an infinite loop for the most part. MP up is only on him for 5, 6, and 7. Because 7 can be stupid as hell sometimes, and the shock troopers are just complete jerks.
The trains still aren't running.
And will not go down the way they're supposed to.
The city's on high alert. All the roads and public
Run's
transit
in kind of a
have
tough
been locked
spot
down
in
by
terms
now.
of time.
So what's the
Not really
plan,
sure why I
man?
lost so much time.
You know another way up?
That what it
No,
is.
but I think
Without
I know
splits, all
someone
you
who
have to do,
might.
all you do is
You
know.
mean Corneo?
Just not sure where. Probably mainly in the highway and the chapter 12.
My fellow grounders!
Actually, no,
listen
11
up, because
lost time to
boys, I have some
Eligor.
news for
12
you.
was that stupid fleeing segment because Cloud didn't want to get into fleeing. And then 13 was that really couple of really bad fights towards the end of the highway. But I did in a really dumb way.
We're all screwed. Hey, you! Man, am I glad I said Europe. Listen, poor things, I'm sure they're...
Worried about them.
Oh, there's 3 they'll come on home once
So
they got...
mash triangle to make sure we don't cancel out of the Chocobo thing, because we want to actually go to the Urban Advancement District. SJP. Ugh, pretty rough. Yesterday I had
Do we
312
really
in
have
the
to deal
sewer.
with Corneo again?
Got no other choice.
What? Did you guys get into it with them or something?
I don't want to talk about it.
Huh? Hey, Cloud, what happened?
Don't recall.
Looks like today's gonna be at 13. You're probably thinking, oh, you can make it in there. Nah. These doors take forever to open. It's gonna be a low 313, if anything. There's like 4 of these stupid doors. Plus, you gotta, dialogue. Easily. This is what I was talking about, though. If you mash triangle and then hold it down, it seems to pre-buffer some of the inputs. All these doors aren't holds, though. We just have to mash. There's just 2 of these, though. Round, talk to Leslie.
You guys ready?
Yep. Alright, well, we still managed to get 312, but so barely, yeah. 313, like I said. Did manage to save some time in the previous chapter and bring it back a little bit. That boss fight is pretty random, so you can lose and save a lot of time in that fight if it goes
Head for
well.
the trunk
That
line.
fight went
If
pretty
you want to
well,
go away.
outside of having to build
I'll
ATB
follow
with
a
Tifa. I should have poked a little bit more on some of the enemies so I could build that last, get that last Blizzard quicker, but that's how it goes sometimes. So, some of these fights we're going to be using Fire Magnify, or Fire Magnify. Right here we're going to use Fire, because that'll get us all our MP back pretty much.
Like playing with fire.
Barrett's Fire Synergy will basically one-shot that fight.
Nothing to it.
And now we have the biggest, one of the bigger movement segments with Tifa right here. The movement here can be pretty, is pretty important, to be honest.
Take him out.
We don't care about any of these fights, we're just gonna get on out of here. Ignore each and every one of them. So right about there depends on how much time you save or lose. That was actually a good flee timer. I didn't take much damage. Holy shit. That was nice. Really? Can't rely on that stuff.
Okay, let's go.
I can't stay awake.
What is going on here? Oh my god, I hate this fucking game, dude. Actual horse shit. Cool. 10 out of 10. This game is not dog shit at all, guys. I was holding guard and it made me walk. What the fuck? Why is she sleep longer? I fucking hate this entire game, dude. I'm about to rage quit again.
Let's finish this.
Like playing with fire.
It's over.
Fucking garbage.
Keep those gloves up.
Yeah, nice. Glad I saved 10 seconds to lose 15 there. Fuck this game. I don't give a shit who you are. You're gonna get fucking salty over that dumb shit.
Let's go.
Sleep Spine is the dumbest ability in the game, and there's literally nothing you can do about it without fucking wood. Actually dog shit. So Cloud's an idiot, and I told him to cast Fire Magnify, and I guess he decided not to, so instead of killing 3 enemies, it killed nothing, I think. Technically killed nothing. Gotta love it when you tell the AI to do something and it doesn't do it.
Maybe.
Just does some random shit.
This way. There should be a door with Corneo's mark on it around here somewhere.
Hey.
I guess they must have cast fire there.
Can I ask you, why did you...
I can think of.
That really...
Though I'm kind of blown away that Fire didn't explode wide enough to kill any of that. Just literally 2 enemies.
Take him out.
So I'm gonna heal in this hallway here. Anywhere else, you lose a bunch of time to it.
We're getting close to Corneo's hideout.
Well, now I gotta go perfect the rest of this sewer. I'm gonna go lose more fucking time. Because I got slept for 60 hours. I'm so salty right now. That's so stupid.
Bastard went that way.
Don't lose it. Got your number. Deal with it. I got it.
Okay, we got it.
Where the hell did that
Fire
thing run
up.
off to?
Nice little time save, but it's not gonna fix it. Facing this guy down sucks.
Focus. No escape.
So right there, I choose to use Fire instead of one of the magnified spells, just to keep my MP higher. The Magnify will lower my damage, so I'm trying not to. But the thing is, it wouldn't kill with Magnify, which means I'd be able to move optimally with Barret. Okay, we should be good there. Nice.
Keep those gloves up.
Sure thing, Coach.
I guess the only thing... So I can't save time compared to last run because I got screwed on the steel pincer, so...
Gotta win it all costs.
Fire up.
Okay, let's go.
Fire up.
No.
I could use
Let's
fire
go.
there, but I'm not about to risk it. Now, hopefully we don't get screwed on the prison.
Don't get killed.
We gotta get over here real quick, or else we lose a ton of time.
Got you now.
Not much you can do about that, it's just a random timer.
So, gonna make us work for it, are you? I'm not gonna hurt you, little fella. So
we're gonna go down. Get down this ladder just about as soon as we can. HP boost into Fyra. Time to burn. Fire. You're done.
I got it. I see it.
Okay.
And there you have it.
I gotta stop. I keep accidentally using Fyra, it seems. It's gonna be a big problem. I'll probably need an extra MP credit. I'm definitely gonna
He's so slippery.
Just like his owner.
I'm not gonna risk low damage on Abzu 2 and have him jump into the pool again.
No more kids.
Burn. Okay. Oh, this shit. This. HP boost. Fire up.
Time to burn.
Oh my god, that damage was so low because the somersault hit.
I know a shortcut.
Shit, that's bad.
Follow me.
Now I'm definitely gonna be low damage again because I
That
miscounted.
twisted piece of shit. I'm gonna enjoy beating him to a pulp.
Corneo's mine and mine alone.
Damn, holy shit, I fucked myself so bad.
Fine.
I'm gonna have to fire up right off the bat, I think. Fire rather. And then Fyra. I think Fire is going to be the only way I get to max MP without losing a ton. Cost 22.18, I think. This is really... Ugh. Once again, the run falls apart. Ugh. The timer is the worst thing. So the problem is my MP is lower than it should be, and I have no way to fix it. Should be going into this fight with max MP.
Think the kid's gonna be okay going it alone?
Actually, thinking about it, I could just switch to Tifa and the end of Dolphin Flurry. I think fires. Maybe? I don't know.
Get ready.
Try me. Fire you.
Like playing with fire. Let's make this easy.
Okay. Okay. Berserk. Overcharge. Shower. Okay. So Abzu is kind of random. The problem is kind of shut up here because I screwed myself up in terms of ATB management. Oh my god, he got knocked way back. That fire got saved me. Holy shit. He should not have gotten knocked that far back. I have no idea what caused that. Could you leave combat, though? Thank you. Mm-hmm. Go into... Where the hell is it? Holy shit. Wind, and then we want lightning for this, lightning for this. This goes to refocus. And we want to change out Cloud to Aeromag, Aeroga, then Aerora. Barrett stays the same, and Tifa goes to Blizzard and Summer. They're going to downgrade her again. Let's go. Yeah, that fire guy saved my ass. I don't know why he got knocked off the Dolphin Flurry.
Ready to do this? Once we start up.
I think it was Max Fury, actually, because I heard Barrett get hit before he started it. So it was delayed. I think Max Fury knocked him back. I guess I should stick to doing Max Fury after I input the Dolphin Flurry. Yeah. So it should be at like a 322 or 321.
No telling what's
so.
gonna collapse or when.
This is a mediocre pace. This would definitely be good for a marathon, though. There's been no major, ungodly bad mess-ups. It's just been a bunch of little small things which you expect in a random run. It's very uncommon that you have, like, godlike runs all the time. This will probably, hopefully, as long as I don't make any major endgame mistakes, this run should be around a 443, unless I just, like, god tier the end, which is not gonna happen.
It's too dangerous.
For you.
The end game is too random. Genova is really difficult to execute under pressure. Whispers can give you some really awful RNG in Chapter 18 that can completely make Sephiroth undoable, or at least not quickly doable. Yesterday I had a run that was on pace for like a 41 or 42, and then I punted it in. What am I doing? Such an idiot. I meant to cast Arrow Run Magnify, but I guess I like wasting time. I was thinking of this fight right here. I don't know if that's really... Yeah, that was definitely slower. Sure.
Can't afford to lose focus.
Calling wind. Going in.
Okay.
That's the way to do it.
So... Okay, I need to do that, though.
So that's where we have to climb?
What if it comes apart while we're up there?
Alright, so we got a pretty hard gauntlet fight coming up.
We've made it through worse.
Normally, in any percent, you could skip that
haven't been killed
by doing a simple save load to glitch out your movement speed, so you can zip line before the dialogue that would normally make you fall into the combat area would happen. So, I'm gonna have to go through that normal area. Luckily, it's pretty easy to rip apart with Arrow Magnify. I could grab an MP crate there, but I'm not gonna grab it until later. Alright. That's fantastic. That's exactly what I'm looking for, actually. So right here, if you look down and to the left and then save load while the game's trying to pan the camera up, it'll glitch your movement speed around here so that you'll be able to maintain full speed, which will allow you to get up this zip line. Activate the zip line before this dialogue finishes, which is what causes you to fall. Okay. Okay. HP boost. Era. Press R.
Storm's coming.
See you later, assholes. So you have to manage your arrows properly so that they double hit and get you a stagger. If you don't, you end up having to waste a bunch of time trying to rebuild ATB. That fight went pretty well. The only way it could have been any better is if I'd gotten right next to the ladder, but that's what you're tending to look for with that fight. It's really, really hard to do that one properly, because it does depend on some RNG and how fast they break apart. We're going to switch to Tifa here, arrow that guy. Then we're going to arrow whatever's left over. The game retargets it. We also want to make sure we're facing around here, so Cloud's inside the zone. There we go. So we're going to take this next fight on purpose. We don't need to fight these guys at all, but this is another one of those situations where Tifa's movement trumps. Okay, if I could actually go inside, though, Tifa's movement would make this worth it. But I guess I'm too bad at moving again. Doing the thing.
No holding back.
Okay, that answers that question. Somersault. So that was a little bit scuffed, but I made it work.
Oh, we're done here.
The arrow isn't really... It's to add a little bit of stagger after the Star Shower, but it's the Thunder synergy from Barret that really does the meat of the work there. A lot of these fights, you need Barret to synergy Thunder, at least to take care of the Blast Rays. Wind would be preferable for Valk, because of the way Valk works. Valk is normally weak to both lightning and wind, But in hard mode, the lightning weakness has been stripped away, which made hard PS4 version of Valk extremely difficult, because Valk would just fly out of winds unless you pressured him somehow. Now wind sticks to the target, so it's much easier to make it hit. Basically to the point where we can spam it with somewhat reckless abandon.
Look down. You can do this. Look down. Just keep going.
So I'm still about 60 seconds behind PB. I think a little bit more, a little bit less. I'm not sure. It's still a decent run though. It's really hard to get a super good run. Like I said, I can still come back in the end game as long as I don't bunt too hard or just play well, which is kind of rough. So we're gonna. Oh, what am I doing? Arrow rock. Arrow somersault. Okay, at least hit. Of course not. That's exactly what I call punting. Tifa, Star Shower. I'm a fucking retard. God, that was fucking stupid as hell.
Keep those gloves up.
Sure thing, Coach.
Well, never mind. We're about 2 minutes behind schedule now. I was thinking of the sewer, so I was trying to cast Arrow Magnify on Circle. When sewer is the only place where I have a Magnify. 12, 13, 14 are the only place where I have a spell like that on. Where I have a spell other than tier 3 on Circle. So that fucked up my movement. I need to keep a closer eye on my shortcuts because most of my late game ones are all kind of weird now. We're gonna grab this so that we can max Cloud's MP out. So we're gonna want to kind of bonk here. That should time it out so that I can kind of bonk here and then jump on in. If you don't time that right, you end up getting hit by those bullets. So we're gonna have Barrett cure himself up and head on down. We're gonna head over here. And somersault after that. Okay. Hiroga. ATB boost. Hirora. Hirora. Okay. Tifa. What the fuck? Whatever, he'll die eventually. Okay. I almost fucked myself really hard there. I got really lucky.
I guess.
Ain't no Shinra punk taking me down.
Coming through.
Storm's coming.
Okay.
You're good
The reason I switched to Tifa then Barrett there is because they have a nasty habit of attacking those helitroopers and causing them to use their dodge. Which means Arrow Magnify whiffs, and then I have to build bar with Cloud in some weird way. But hopefully it won't fuck up this boss fight. I've been doing it a lot recently, I don't know why. It's not really all that hard. The only thing difficult is trying to wedge in ATB boost at the end. Okay. So we're just going to run down the middle here. Because the time that this takes is dependent on the bullet cycle. So we can re-heal Cloud pretty easily. And then Aeroga, Overcharge, Tifa in the refocus. Shoot a little bit here, switch to Tifa. Blizzard. ATB boost, and we're good to go. ATB boost got eaten again? Oh my god, fuck this game, dude. I should have done it a lot sooner to get it in.
Watch yourself.
Arrow. Sure. This is absolutely atrocious. Okay, thank God Cloud got that arrow. You're kind of at the mercy of whatever the fuck Valk does there, because if he decides to start shooting and it hits Cloud, you're kind of boned, but at least Cloud delayed the arrow. Arrow, wait for it. Into, focus. Just
keep it up.
Through. Okay. At least I did the fight right for once. Skip this. We want to do this and go into this. There we go. Wind Magnify is pretty good for the garage. You can also use Ice Magnify. Wind is pretty good because you don't need to worry about getting Cloud into the right position. You can just spam spells recklessly, and it'll fling the enemies around for the most part. And Wind is usually good enough to give you staggers. As long as you're on Tier 2 or Tier 3, you'll usually get staggers pretty consistently. Whether it be off the dogs or the regular no-name enemies. But we do have Wind Magnify and Wind MP Absorb, so we can pretty much be pretty generous with our spells and just kind of spam them somewhat recklessly. Okay. So we're going to ATB boost right off the bat here, and then Hero, unlock on, switch to Tifa. Into this guy. Okay, we'll do this. Uppercut would kill them, but since there was 2 of them alive, I really couldn't do anything about it.
Should be a
Hero Magnify, ATB boost, Hero Ga. We want to wait on Cloud here. Try and get them both staggered. Okay, so the way I can do this is... Oh, shit. Okay. So if I go for a True Strike, I can usually buffer a parry away. You could also do a somersault as well, but the buffered parry is a bit quicker. It doesn't work sometimes if you don't buffer it aggressively enough. Hero Ga. Hero. The Elite Grenaders don't have nearly enough HP.
Never in doubt.
Really? Alright, Hero Ga. Hero Ga. Hero Ga. So I switch over to Arrow after a couple of Aerogas so that I can push through. The problem is you gotta be careful about this Curaga. Come on. It can cost you a lot of MP. Oh shit, I shouldn't have done that. That's a mistake you really need to not make. Because you have plenty of time to cure over here. There's no reason to do it in that stairwell. Because it'll cause them to slow down.
This building's incredible.
Tifa Cure. Barret Cure. I want to split the curing between the 2 of them. Let me see here. So the menu is Lightning into Mithril Blade. Lightning into Iron Blade. Blade Burst SD / Ascension. Catastrophe Thunder Arise. Blade Burst SD. Really?
Shit.
Really?
Let's just keep heading up.
Whatever. And, this into that. To Iron. No. To Blade Burst SD, I believe. Triple Ski. Ascension. Catastrophe. Thunder. Arise. Which should be here, I believe. Yes. There we go. Okay. I'm glad that you could stare at that a little bit longer, Cloud. I was afraid you would not recognize that that was a thing that might hurt you. Very, very scared that you were going to shock yourself, little one. Cloud doesn't know just yet that he shouldn't stick his finger in electric sockets. Can you see his hair? He obviously hasn't learned his lesson yet.
Aren't I always?
So, we are going to be using self-destruct one more time. Actually, twice more. We do use it on... I use it on some of the fights in the laboratory, but I actually flip-flop in between using Iron Blade and Mithril Saber. Mithril Blade. I guess it's actually not Saber in this game, huh? Mithril Blade is good at doing magic, so it'll help us with the crowd control fights. Most of the fights later on in the lab with Cloud are better to deal with Iron Blade SD bullshit. You can deal with them with Mithril Blade, but it's more or less the same. With both magic ups, Cloud hits roughly the same with Iron Blade. Plus, it gives you access to self-destruction, which is a fight ender. The reason I feel like SD is just as good in the lab fights, it's the second part where Hojo is testing you guys out. You need to get Barret to the center of the arena.
Bring it on.
And Cloud really just needs to be standing upright in that fight to end it. The main part is you want to get Barret to the center. So Barret really can't contribute to the fight and get in a good position. So self-destruct gives you a little bit of leeway where Cloud's exploding, where you can move Barret towards the center of the room. and optimize his movement a little bit, because the AI is usually not very good. If he moves after combat, he only walks, he doesn't jog, so you want to get him there during combat, because I think it's way faster than letting him walk it out normally. So you really don't want to be using Synergy with Barrett too much in those fights, at least not to end the fight, or any sort of commands with him, because it'll lock him in place unless he's in the center, I guess. I guess if you put him in the center and then started using commands with him, it'd be okay, but I prefer to do most of the work with Cloud, because he's the one that actually has a reasonable, you know, attack stat for magic and physical. Iron Blade is not really great at anything, but it's not really bad at anything either.
Almost there. Just need to get across those platforms.
This area here, there's nothing too really special. You're just trying to keep Tifa moving forward without stopping or grabbing that bar that you need to touch, for the most part. The last little parkour segment of the game, I think. Yeah, that like any sort of input can lose time in. This is also where you get purple paint if you guys haven't found it. It's right next to that first ladder. It's actually a handrail section that leads across the room. I think it's kind of hard to miss that chest since it glows purple until you pick up the weapon. Purple paint itself is garbage. True Strike is actually really good though. It's really good at adding like 25% to stagger values as you hit a staggered enemy. True Strike is extremely potent. I use it a lot of the run to trigger synergies at a distance without really like doing anything too involved. It keeps me from wasting a bunch of MP on enemies that would have died anyway. That's mainly what I'm after. It also means I don't have to fuck around with the shortcuts. So we're gonna just let Star Shower do its job here. Okay, I guess not. That's not common. Usually Star Shower works just fine there.
You would say that.
You and your bosses are all gonna answer for what you've done.
Would kill for a shower.
Okay. That one right there, though, the left trooper usually moves out of the way of Star Shower, so there's a reason to not do it. Alright, so the reason we're SDing is because we have double magic up. So getting a level 1 limit is guaranteed, but we can almost get a level 2 limit if we take a hit first.
You think everything?
Yeah.
So depending on what pattern we get from Specimen, we have a way to get a limit. If we get Mako Expulsion, we can just take up Specimen's back, berserk him, do a full combo, and then eat Mako Expulsion, then self-destruct.
This is Shinra
If we get Rake in phase 1, we can move to the left, counter Rake, Blade Burst, and then we can just eat all 3 of the attacks with a counter, and then self-destruct out of that. You don't want to see Rake, because it's actually really difficult to deal with, because it puts you at a very high risk of getting hit by the enemies with ice or fire, which will knock you out of your counter stance, leading to you taking a shit ton of damage from the attacks. Basically, if you see a fire or an ice coming, you have to run. Alright, I'm gonna actually go take a bathroom break.
How's the grand tour? I hope you're all enjoying yourselves. Wasn't it fun to learn about Shinra and our esteemed president? And to get a peek at the president's mementos? That was super cool. The next exhibit will teach you about the important work we do here, by giving you a closer look at each of our divisions. I hope you're ready to be amazed, because you simply won't believe all the exciting adventures we have here.
These all look so familiar.
'Cause we've destroyed a bunch of them already.
Impressive, wasn't it? I hope you enjoyed learning about our divisions and the wonderful ideas and solutions that are produced to benefit us all. Here at Shinra, we strive to ensure the safety of all residents around the clock.
So we have roughly an hour left. And it's all the hard stuff. No matter what the point is, you're roughly about an hour away from the end of the game right here. Between dialogues and stuff. Between dialogues, boss fights and stuff. Unless you, like, totally, like, just knock this out of the park and, like...
So come on!
This cutscene could have skipped much sooner, but I kept missing the freaking menu button like a dummy. We have 2 more save loads that we can use. There's one right here. You need to mash first, though. I always forget about that. I'm too focused on the save load. So you save load here, and it'll end this dialogue. If you actually listen to the dialogue, Cloud slows down and walks. If you skip it like that, you able to run up the stairway immediately. So right here, we got a little bit of dialogue we got to skip, and then we have to be ready to skip. Then we need to walk into the president's room, who's helping us out. That's the only reason we got caught. Haven't gotten caught. Skip. So right there, you can see the hesitation marks. That's me hitting the menu and holding down and then hitting X too soon before the buffered input can go in. There's no way to input it any faster as far as I know, unless you, like, maybe you can do it frame perfectly, but you would have to do it blind, so that would be a fast thing. The best you can do is just wait a little bit. There's a finite goodness you can get at save loading. So next part is a lot of RNG stuff. Specimen is kind of rough to start off with.
It's pretty late, but I bet
the ads in the fight make it just as dangerous as Abzu 2, if not more dangerous, because the shotes in that fight just kind of bully you around and rarely cast spells. So they have to be, like, full on running you down to interrupt your moves. Usually what they do is they stop characters from starting their moves and delay them. That's actually what happened with the Max Fury. I could hear Barrett getting hit. So the Max Fury got delayed even though I told him to do it. Because he rolled, got hit, had to get out of stun animation, then use Max Fury. Which stun-locked Abzu 2, but also pushed him out of this Dolphin Flurry, I'm pretty sure. So right here, there's no hard difficulty, so we're going to take easy here. There's no rule that says we can't. I'm not going to. So right here, we can abuse self-destruct. We'll just roll forward as a spacing thing. Gain speed boost after that, and boom. There you go. If I miss for whatever reason, Tifa does have somersault, and she can just one-shot the leftover with it. So right here, we need to hit X and then circle to quit, I believe. So we gotta go X, circle, and then we need to turn around. Depends on if they're... Yep, unlucky. One of them can end up getting caught outside, and they'll open the door for us when we turn off the VR chamber.
Access to art.
Doesn't happen all the time, but when it does happen, you're always very happy about it.
Try it and we need to find. So you want to? You can climb into. Thanks for the tip.
So we do have an okay pace, but we're not going to PB with this, which is fine. I've been stuck in the first couple of chapters for a few days, about a week. Yesterday, I managed to get through it with a better run, but this run's still pretty decent. So just seeing the end of the game consistently has got me a lot, feeling a lot better.
That's right. We only get one
normally,
chance.
It's not that the runs are dying in significantly dumb ways, or...
We need to plan this just right.
I've been getting, like, a stupid RNG that ends up, like, losing a minute. So in terms of a PD attempt, it's a waste of time, but for a submission video...
Do you think that's where Professor Hojo is?
Where he should be.
So most of this has just been little bits of time loss here and there due to suboptimal inputting or menuing or weird fights. Last run was silky smooth until the end game, I'd say. This one was it's kind of rough. Actually, last run was like really good because I ended up resetting on Ghoul. Had a really weird Reno Rude fight, I think. Like there was a lot of things that should have lost time, so I had a really good run. Kind of shame that it died the way it did. I got a really weird pattern in Whispers, which ended up making Sephiroth literally impossible to do because I got Barrett in the final battle instead of Aerith. which keeps me from having no way to do enough damage. So right here with these T's, it's really hard to keep movement going. That's actually optimal right there. It may have looked like I came to a halt, but that's about as fast as you can take that turn. The 90-degree ones, you can just kind of like do a 45-degree angle between forward and right. The T's, you have to almost go 90 degrees to the right or left, depending on which direction you want to go. You have to be... Holy shit, please don't die. Oh, God. Got a little bit of liquid in the back of the throat going on. Holy poop. So right here, like I said, you can hold like forward and to the right and get it. These T ones are a lot tougher to hit, because you need to keep going forward to the point where the game stops moving you, but you still want to like hold right enough so that the game will instantly move you, and that wasn't done right. It's really annoying to do those. I don't know why it's so much harder than the other one. Where like these, you can just have a 45-degree angle, and the other one needs to be at like a 90 degree for no particular reason. So like this one, you can just kind of roll between the left or right that you want and forward, and you get hit pretty consistently.
I'm telling you.
Skip this. I'm trying to skip things the manual way rather than using the button on the back of the controller, which is what's making things slower. The thing is, if you're using the face buttons to skip, you have to jump over the square button or else you'll activate photo mode, and then you won't be able to skip because you'll be in friggin' photo mode. You have to exit photo mode and then go back. And your down input can get eaten by photo mode too, so it may not even be skip menu. Sub 350 lab entry, still pretty good though. Could be better, 49, 48, something like that. Is very possible. So Specimen is kind of a giant pain in the ass. Probably one of the worst bosses in the entire game. Okay, we got Raid again. Tifa into Berserk. Blade Burst. Counters. Gotcha. And Thunder. SD. Okay. Now you're ready for it. Okay. So that's the second time I've seen Rake in 2 days. I'm actually kind of annoyed, but whatever. So we've got Ascension, which will do more than enough to push us through this phase, but we need to build a little bit of bar with Tifa. So we're gonna go Ascend, move out of the way so she doesn't get hit, come back in, uppercut, cancel, Star Shower, which will give us a little bit of extra damage to make sure we push the phase properly, and build some bar here. Come over here and poke him a couple of times because we can. We're gonna start this phase with Somersault, and then go in, or Star Shower, to get the 70% buff into Somersault, and that will do more than enough damage to kill this idiot most of the time. We will need to heal after this fight, which is kind of annoying. Tifa started with Somersault. Cloud's gonna kill himself here, so we're gonna have to heal him after this, because he's not very bright. The AI does not take into account the Mako explosion here. Okay, alright, I did delay it enough. Barrett, Kiriga, Cloud. We want to go into Mithril Blade, no. Goddard to Q, and then we want to go into Thundera. Here we go. Alright, so we're going to ATB boost right off the bat here. And then Arrow. Awful. What the hell? Oh, that is very uncommon. ATB boost. Blade burst. Blade burst. Switch over to Barrett here. Okay, dash read. So we should only get one enhanced shock trooper since they ejected at the same time. So that does save a little bit of time. Not the best pace I was looking. Not the pace I was looking for, but a pace. This is a reasonable pace. This is still around 442. Unfortunately, that means the end game has got to be pretty airtight I really don't have a lot of leeway. So most likely this run will not end where I want it to, and we'll have to do another submission. That's how it is, though. Not sure where I lost most of the time. That's the one thing. Splits kind of drive me up a wall, but it is nice for knowing like what really was the problem. It really didn't feel like anything was too terribly bad. That's why I usually operate much better without splits. With a raw timer, I can kind of tell I'm behind at certain checkpoints, like every half hour, every hour, something like that. I have a pretty decent idea where I should be.
My mom and
Or where I
I's
could
room looks exactly the same.
So right here, we're just gonna this dialogue, blah, blah,
Every
blah, blah,
morning,
blah,
I
blah,
remember
and then
crying.
skip it. It's right over here. Start that immediately and skip it. Alright, so now we're heading into the final dungeon. Hojo's lab is friggin' awful. Just, like, unmitigated awful. We're gonna ATB boost and Arrow Magnify. If the failed experiments get close enough, Arrow Magnify will kill them all. Most likely we'll only get 3 of them. So we'll have Blade Burst on deck.
Was it this way?
Or,
Yes.
Tifa. I think
lingers.
Tifa has the ATB first strike.
The little ones in the pods.
Yeah,
did
Tifa
they
definitely
go?
has it because she needs to cast Binding. So.
Back there.
So we'll ATB boost. Arrow Ra. Star Shower. So you want to be careful with Cloud there. If he ends the combat much quicker if you're not attacking with him. That's why I had Tifa push it up. I wish it had been the one in the back that had gotten hit by Arrow, and then the other one would have been closer to Tifa, and it would have saved more time. But that is sometimes. The one thing is we didn't get hit by Thundaga, so nobody lost HP, so we don't have to bother curing here.
Hojo's treasure.
So a lot of this dungeon is, to some extent, micromanaging Cloud's MP. Not really. We need him to have a specific amount, so we can cast Berserk a few times, Haste, and a few other things on Genova. In the Genova fight, rather. Tifa needs to have a little bit so she can resist everyone for the final phase so that we can spam Blizzara. Barrett needs... Preferably we want to keep Barrett at max because I'm going to put him on Steel Pincers again. So he'll lose out on a pretty big chunk of damage if he doesn't max out his MP, or I don't leave his MP at max before Arsenal. It's not super important. Tifa's the one doing 99.99% of the damage, but it's free damage, so if you can avoid it, you can avoid it. Tifa is the biggest one, because that resist is actually insanely necessary for a good Genova fight. You either resist Magnify Genova so you don't get silenced, or you breach Genova so you can break through your reflector barrier. We're going to ATB boost here, Arrow. That's right, triple. Okay. Arrow will normally kill, but triple is just a good follow-up to make sure they die like you want them to. We do have Lightning MP Absorb, so we will be taking advantage of that a little bit to keep our MP up. Aerith's MP is a major factor in the rest of the game,
If we flip that,
so she's going to get her other MP up while we're in here. There's no real good way to clear 17 without an MP up. You'd have to go out of your way to do an MP Absorb thing. And the problem is, so many of the fights are like, you want to use Magnify, but you also want to have a different element so that you can single target, like, the missile turrets and the sledge worms that you have to, like, Thunder MP Absorb, I guess. But you end up spamming so much MP. Wind Magnify or Ice Magnify.
What kind of freak show have they got?
It's kind of hard to really get through it. I messed with it before, but, alright, so I want to... Arrow Rub. Not that one. Shit. Speed boost. Arrow Rub. That's really atrocious. What is going on, dude? Oh my god. Well, that's humongous time loss, because Barrett could not be bothered to catch me, right?
No holding back.
This is gonna be really bad.
This won't take long. Let's do this.
Okay, so we're gonna have to do this in a really weird way. Okay, I'm gonna need Thunder up. That's not correct. This is gonna suck. Thunder. That's huge time loss, actually.
Yeah. If you say
that fight was an unmitigated shit show because I was trying to arrow the fucking big monodrive that has fucking barrier, and the game's like, oh, you want to target the small one that doesn't matter at all? Yeah, that's exactly the one I want to target, asshole. This game is really shitty with lock-ons and makes you fucking work for everything. Oh my god, no, dude. That's from Chapter 16. The frickin' menu carries over. That's gonna make me have to grab an extra crate.
Now you're starting to
I'm legitimately annoyed about that. Well, Hojo's lab's off to a swimming start as usual. And by swimming, I mean I'm swimming upstream in it. I think you can guess what type of filled river I think it is. I'm paddling upstream with no paddle. Waste sewage plant. Yeah, that's usually what Hojo's lab is a waste sewage dump. We'll be lucky if we see a 43, to be honest, right now. I'm not having a bunch of confidence at this point. Yeah, it skipped it about 3 times. That's the problem. I normally mash triangle and circle with my index and middle finger. So it puts me in a position where I'm usually hitting the menu button with my middle finger and then hitting the X with my index finger. And because of that setup, my fingers are just too dexterous. So I have a hard time forgetting to slow down my index finger. So I end up just feathering the frickin' reset button over and over again.
Oh, I guess this has to be the third one, right?
So I need to start looking at this stupid menu here in a second.
There has to be something we can do.
This run's not
Let's look around.
I don't think, so I'm not going to worry about it.
We should let Cloud know.
I'll just try and get this damn thing done.
Cloud, we found the door to...
Alright. I'm absolutely hosed if it's 4 hours right now.
I think we're supposed to... We were fiddling with some sort of control panel.
I need to be turning on.
Alright.
8 to around.
We'll make our way to the
think.
central terminal.
So I'm really
Sit tight until you hear from us.
Not a PB. Not even a good run.
The cataclysm. I don't give a shit about any of it.
We must first find a passage that leads to the center.
Concentrate.
Oh, that's fight.
Buzz off.
Just give me all your MP.
Not bad.
Not bad, dude. The ATB was horrendous. Ugh, this whole place is gonna be a complete clown fiesta, isn't it? Where did I even take all that damage from? What? Okay.
Wait a sec. Weren't the girls right by the door to the 3rd ward?
I'm just gonna ignore the timer until we get to the end, and then we'll see.
One for each ward.
I'm pretty sure this will be like a 45 with the pace that I'm on. Because the lab is going really bad already.
Tell them,
which usually is foretolls of another bad lab.
Tifa.
Alright, wind, fire, magnify, iron, EKG, wrecking ball, got her, MP manipulation for time warding.
See you in a bit.
Lightning for cloud. We want to do this for this. Cloud into iron, no. Wrecking ball, no. Got her to Tifa, yes. This for you, this for you. Time for this for... Nope. This for that, this for this for subversion. Subversion with cleansing, this to lightning. I believe that... nope. I gotta do one more thing here. HP up for this. Then we gotta put him... Oop. Damn it, I did it again. EKG, no. Then we want to go into Thundera, Magnify, and Thundera? And SD, I think? Yeah. SD. Okay. Pretty slow, but whatever. We're just trying to complete the game now. We're not worried about doing it quickly. Well, we're not worried about, like, pushing myself to the limit of sanity, because it's not going to be.
You can always run away, right? You are gonna get windy!
Oh, that's so annoying. So luckily, she's got Bloodsucker, so she recovered a lot of that damage from killing all 3 of those idiots. This is the last save load in the entire game. It stops us from wasting a bunch of time moving really slow here. So the next big RNG factor is whether we get all dogs at once, and also if they decide to maul Aerith. If I get all 6 dogs and they maul Aerith, I might die. If I get all 6 at once and they decide to maul Aerith, they might all die. It's kind of a really weird shit show. I have no indicator that, what the hell? We're just gonna Arrow again.
Enjoy the ride. Sorry,
Arrow.
watch out for high winds. I think we're almost done.
I didn't even get the Soul Drain. Bummer. Okay, I'll probably have to grab both the crates. That's a bummerino. Whatever, the fight went pretty quick, so I really can't complain, to be honest. It's better to have to grab both the crates and get a really good fight than have a really shitty fight and get a bunch of Soul Drains in it. So we're gonna somersault here. Soul Drain. We almost got a really weird movement pattern.
No surprises there.
So that Soul Drain is free, so I go for it every time. That ice come from Tifa? It must have, because she's still an ice elemental, I think. From chapter 15. So micromanaging Aerith's MP is super important.
Look.
This fight right here, we
Let's
can
get across with
possibly
boats.
get out with a single somersault. The odds of that happening are probably 10 to 15%. We might get like a hit of 30% where half of the somersault hits one of them. The likelihood of getting out of this without spamming a bunch of magic is pretty low, to be perfectly honest. So what we're gonna do is turn around on this guy and somersault. I jump over here to try and bait the other one in. Okay, I guess we're just gonna spam Thundera like a child. Tempest into Thundera. Good. The Tempest was a little bit slow, but I knew it would keep it in place. That's all I was worried about. Thundera is a little bit more expensive than Aurora, but I didn't have a non-magnified Aurora, so it's just easier to spam Thunder there. Sucks, I'm gonna have to grab another crate for sure. Oh, this is part of the worst RNG you can get here. It wastes a bunch of time.
You don't want to make it now.
We want to Thundera. Thundera.
Too bright? Sorry, but
Start that up and switch to Tifa. Okay. So can you go up the ladder though?
Moving on then.
So if you have Thunder Magnify instead of Wind Magnify there, you can Thunder and Magnify both the turrets. It'll trigger A to be staggered twice. Then you can Soul Drain both the turrets, and because they're staggered, you get 15% MP recovery. So you end up getting 30% back right there. You can do without it. It wouldn't be so bad if Aerith and Tifa didn't get landlocked on their MP. They only get 10%, and very few crates. I think they get like 30 total, and that's the last one. If I reset a fight with Cloud and Barrett,
you two stay there.
I could get some stuff out of it, but we want to go into the menu. Magic up and magic up. Let's go. We're going into Ward 2. A lot of these fights suck. The ones that are the worst are the Sledgeworm fights. If you're not being very passive with Sledgeworms and waiting for them to attack and then countering with Thundera, as soon as you see them start firing up an attack, that's your chance to save yourself.
Hojo's experiments.
We're gonna... Shit, I thought we had empty crates here. I guess not. We're gonna start this off with Triple Slash to trigger a Star Shower. Or not Star Shower, but Star Spray.
Give me a break.
Boost. So, like I said here, we want to get Barrett to the center of the room. Cloud gets a little bit of MP back on SD, but
why don't you come down here and ask me?
I'm gonna have to grab the crates before the Sledgeworm fight. I don't need it in this next fight. I only need it before Sledgeworms. Because Cloud will Thundera here, so he might not get his full MP back. I'm not sure. He will get 10 MP back from self-destructing, but that's about it. I could put him on Mithril Blade, but the push of damage from Mithril Blade to Iron Blade really isn't enough to reliably kill a Sledgeworm. You always need the backup hit from Barrett, so it's a waste of time to bother thinking about it. So we're going to Punisher counter this guy. Thunder up. HP boost. And self-destruct, and get out of the way. Okay, recharge. Thunder. Very unfortunate run, but not much you can do about it.
How'd you like watching your precious toys get caught?
That's about the fastest way you can deal with that room if it happens like that. Normally what you're looking for is SD to hit all the drones, but there's no way to really know where they all are. They usually like to be behind the Morph, but getting behind the Morph in that situation is really awful. They can kind of like they scatter in any random direction, to be perfectly honest, so there's no way to predict what you're going to get. We're just hoping for really good ATB here, to be perfectly honest. So we need to switch over to Barret. Overcharge. ATB is completely dog shit.
Calling lightning.
Boost.
Let's be smart.
Thunder up.
Bam.
Okay, we're gonna have to wait for that to duck. Where is it? Thunder up.
Need a breather.
Thunder. Oh my god, that's so atrocious. Cloud might come out of that at the right time. That's so stupid. Get out of the way here, dude. Piece of shit, dude. I fucking hate sledge worms. They're goddamn AIDS in this game. Oh my god, you're 1 hit point, huh? Nice. Fuck me. This is literally, like, the worst fucking room in the entire game. Whoever fucking programmed sledge worms and, like, put the stamp of approval on them is a complete asshole. That's all I gotta say. MP's dog shit, too. Thanks. So my MP isn't too terribly bad. I've got a self-destruct coming up, so I'll get plenty of MP back. Need to be boost. That's why sledge worms are the worst thing in the game, and I wish we could remove them manually. We had to. Catastrophe. Cloud will get some more MP back when I SD on the Thorpede. His HP will get recovered there as well. Sledge worms are literally the worst fucking thing in this entire game by a large margin. Out of all the enemies, it's sledge worms, then it's Ghoul. Then Genova's a fun boss, but very difficult, and can very easily punish you. Okay. So the HP isn't too bad. I'll be able to take advantage of that later. Let's see here. So we want to put Goddard on Tifa. The sledge worms are like that, and they're going to do the same thing with Tifa and Aerith. Tifa's going to whiff with Somersault, and then the other sledge worm's going to dodge 1,000 times. There's not much you can do about it. You just get... You either get luck, or you get fucked.
I'll let Tifa and Aerith know.
So I really hate sledge worms, and anybody that doesn't is not a sane human being. Let's see here. Skillmaster and... Not cleansing, but binding here. And then lightning into ice. That one takes a while because I'm not 100% in there sometimes.
That's the door to the
so we're on pace for a 44
we'll need
at
to go
best,
all the way
I
back
think.
to the central
I might be able to bring it down to a 43 if I just absolutely demolish every boss, but the likelihood of that is very low. Rufus and Arsenal are pretty simple.
Please.
Whispers is really complex and can easily break your setup if you get bad movement by the Whispers.
It's a PHS terminal.
Or you can
Call
save a
up
ton
Tifa.
of time if they give you good
See if they
movement.
can get to the central terminal.
The Genova fight is very particular, and if you're not on your game, you're going to get screwed over. So we're going to Blade Burst here. Okay. So my suffering is almost over. We can actually get the stuff that I have control over instead of stuff I don't have control over.
Tifa.
The next couple of fights with Tifa and Aerith are all shit shows too. RNG fiestas. I didn't reset. Okay. I probably should have reset that stupid sledge worm fight, but it was only one left, so it would have been more risky. So we're gonna somersault here. Okay. Good luck. Tifa, get over there. Okay. Alright, so now we're gonna try and somersault these guys too. Uh-huh. So we're gonna get over here, so they... Okay, fine, I guess. I'm kinda not happy with getting kicked in the face, but it did save a shit ton of time, so I'll take it, I guess. So we're gonna arrow here and then get across with parry.
Sorry for the wait. Now,
arrow.
let's get this over with.
Tifa's
Giving it my all.
kill. Okay. So that's pretty good. You could arrow magnify as they fall, but I find that somersault kills one. Then you can build a little bit of bar and cheese some MP out. It gives you a lot more breathing room on Genova, who can be pretty rough. And it gives you a shit ton of breathing room on Arsenal, because the more MP you have entering Genova means the more flexibility you have. If you go in with low MP and you mess up a command somewhere, you can easily get flapped by Genova. Very easily. So this run could just as easily end at Genova if I miss input in there pretty hard. Genova is a pretty rough boss. Once you make it past the first two phases, though, you're in a really good spot for the most part. Phase 2 and Phase 3 with the tentacles is really hard to screw up. If anything, it's slow. Phase 4 is the rough one, though. So we're going to arrow as soon as I get a chance here and move on over here.
Give your best shot.
So we go for arrow because it kills all the drones.
No surprises.
Get out of the way, dude. Okay, so I need to put cleansing mag on Aerith.
This was a good idea.
Okay, so we need to do ice for this, mag for this for Skillmaster, and then we need to go into dive it. No, dive. No, never use overpower. Overpower's trash. It's not trash, but it's just not as good as they have you believe, Blizzard.
Right.
Oh shit! I actually need to change you to this. We're going to be... The last catastrophe Barrett's going to be firing off will be doing manually, so it gets targeted properly. We're going to be using it on Arsenal, so we can break the barrier drones at the very beginning. And it's really hard to do that with a shortcut and get it done properly. So it's just faster to tactical menu it. There's a couple of fights where it's just too unsafe to... seriously? I think Circle will get me out of this? No. Well, that was interesting. It's too unsafe to shortcut a limit on some fights, like the Whisper fight in Chapter 4. And Genova is... No, Genova's pretty safe, actually. As long as you're doing it properly.
Maybe.
Arsenal and a few others are unsafe to just shortcut it. Sephiroth is one of them. We actually are going to have to menu the Dolphin Flare from Tifa, even though it's on a shortcut, because she reacts very weirdly if you don't tactical menu it. I'm not sure why. Right here, we're going to dive in, counter, Blade Burst, HP boost, and then we're going to steal the rest of his HP with SD. Okay, skip this. Dolphin Flurry, dodge back with Aerith, and then Tempest from a distance, and then Soldiering twice. Okay, did you just die, though? Thank you. I'm actually surprised. Last time that worked. This time, game was having none of it, I guess. This game does some really weird shit, I don't know. That fight, on paper, it should work every time, but sometimes Dolphin, Sword P just, like, ignores Tempest. I don't know what it
might
is.
Be locked from this side.
Some weird stuff. I don't know, maybe it's if you push the phase with Thunder through Barret that it causes that to happen, I don't know. So we gotta be careful with Tifa's MP to some extent, because we need, we'll have Revive and Cure on her. So as long as she doesn't die in Sephiroth or Genova, we have backups. So we're gonna do into Hard Edge, no, this for, excuse me, this for this. Oh, wait, what? That's incorrect. A Skillmaster, I want assist. Whatever, at least I didn't do it wrong for the fight. That would have been really bad. Blizzara and Braver. Alright. That was a really, really stupid menu. I have a feeling I've probably made that mistake before. So all I did was switch out Stagger for assist there. Cloud's going to be spamming a lot of moves, so giving him assist is beneficial. You can force out 2 moves back-to-back to get a little bit of extra ATB spread to the party. But mainly what we're going to be doing is using ATB assist to float ATB over to Aerith and Tifa. Aerith will activate as an ATB battery because of ATB ward. Cloud will be flooding her with ATB so he can steal it back, and so will Tifa. And Tifa will siphon ATB off of Cloud's ATB assist and ATB ward to loop Star Showers extremely efficiently. I need... The biggest part here is to make sure I land ATB ward on Cloud, or else it's all over and I need to reset immediately. So I have to take my time when I get to that part of the fight, so I don't have to reset, because it's a much bigger time loss if you whiff the ward and then have to reset. You can try and fumble through it, but you should probably instantaneously reset if you accidentally ward the Aerith. I think you can even ward Aerith to be, or Tifa to be perfectly honest. You would just have to reposition Cloud.
Is anybody there? Is anyone out there? Help me, please.
So, Genova's quite a rough boss fight. Hopefully we can do this in one go without having a meltdown. I'm not holding my breath, though.
Help me. Well, well, well. Pull me.
Aerith, HP ward on Cloud, HP boost, Tifa Star Shower and Dolphin Flurry, Cloud, Berserk, Genova, haste yourself, allow me, double time, swing in, get her braver going.
This one's for you.
Okay, we're gonna have to come over here. We don't want that, we want this. Into counter stance. Aerith, where you at? Snap Fist. Tifa. Star Shower. Tifa Star Shower. Into Braver. Tifa Star Shower. Into Braver. Braver. Good to go. Now let's try not to choke the rest of the hard phase. Cloud's HP is a little bit low, but we're going to be siphoning a lot of HP off of Tentacles. Cloud does have Bloodsucker on Hard Edge, so he will be siphoning quite a bit of MP that way. We're also going to use an assist trigger right there to make sure Tifa has plenty of MP, or plenty of ATB rather. We're going to try and triple slash here if we can. It's unfortunate, but that does happen. Spin and kill. Now we're going to have Tifa resist us. You can do it kind of at any time, but I tend to do it. Where is this? Sure. Wrong, wrong, wrong. Wrong, wrong, wrong. Wrong, wrong. Wrong, wrong, wrong. Whatever. This is gonna suck too. This is gonna suck me into Genova. But that's fine. We're gonna kill this guy right here. Okay, and I'm just gonna take a bunch of damage for funsies, I guess. ATB boost, so I can triple ski. And that's fine, because I'm gonna do this right here, take the counter into a fuck thrust, and switch over to Tifa, and poke with her, switch to Aerith, True Strike with Tifa, and then we are gonna double Tempest here. Tempest once, Tempest twice, and then I'm gonna Soul Drain. Soul Drain, and poke, 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 poke. Okay. Alright. So we're gonna switch over to Tifa here. We have resist, so we can't be sleeped, silenced, or timed. So we're gonna go. We're gonna switch over to Tifa here and have a little bit of a short stall there. That wasn't really necessary. I did Star Braver. Flurry. Okay, and we're good to go. Okay, that's weird. Alright. And now we are going to, I need to check Aerith's HP. Aerith is good enough. We want to put on pincers. Yes. Got her Dummerung. Yes. Binding for HP up. So want that over here. And assist for stagger. For you. All right, we're good. Oh, let's go. Let's go. Whoa. So Genova is the biggest block for me. So managing to make it through in one shot is pretty good. Can and will be done faster at some point, but problem is I've had a lot of other issues with the game, so Genova's unfortunately taken a backseat and just a YOLO. So Rufus here is an idiot. Rufus is pretty cool.
Everyone
the
okay?
dog is the pain in the ass. But if you do this right, you can just stagger the dog almost immediately. 1, 2, and 3. Triple slash says me. Doing a very specific combo here into a pound. That would give you Berserk. I may have referenced it earlier. Focus thrust, switch stances, switch back, and 4 additional hits. Rufus hits. He does get Kiragut, which is unfortunate and will slow down killing him a bit. But the dog will instantaneously get staggered at a stiff breeze here. So we're going to hit him once, triple to get Rufus away. And then we're going to full regular combo to get rid of the dog. Then we got to deal with Arsenal. Arsenal is not, is both difficult and easy at the same time. So we're gonna swingo, swango at the Dingo Dingo Dongo. Nice damage. Actually, he got hit by all 3 hits. That's pretty nice. Not common, but nice. So the reason I do it that way is so that, just in case, Rufus will get back up. So I'll be able to spin and switch stances and do the last little bit of damage just in case I get really low damage rolls on the dog. So we're gonna triple slash here instead of sleep. Rufus can be sleep a single time, but if we do this, we can roll out into a Braver like this while he's reloading and just beat the shit out of him. We're gonna use a full combo here and then go into Punisher for the 2-hit, and there we go. Now we have Arsenal, the run claimer. For whatever reason, those who fight further is claimed often. So we're going to actually go back here a little bit. Tempest here. Thundera. And we're going to switch over here and throw down a Tempest into a Soul Drain. Then we're going to build up a little bit of bar here. Just keep swinging while Tempest is going. And we're good. Actually, we got great ATB now. That's nice. So we're going to spam Blizzard on this phase like an idiot. Thundera plus Soul Drain there equals a Skillmaster loop right here. So we'll basically have free ATB to do whatever we want. We'll charge up Tempest, so we're building up bar the entire time while we're draining it out here. Okay. We're going to Tempest here and overrun with Barret. A little bit slow. I should have just charged the Tempest immediately, but whatever. So right here, you could stop with Barret, or you could just Thundiga. No matter what you get here, Barret will roll in front and guard you. Tempest immediately. Thundera the rear wheel. Blizzard the front wheel. And then Tempest again. And that should stagger. And then point blank with Barret. Swing a little bit. Wait for Barret to back up on point blank. Start another overrun. And you've got so much damage arsenals going down immediately. What a clown. So we Thundera twice here to get some Thunder backups from Barret. And that will hit hard enough to end this clown. This is actually the reason why we like to keep the MP up on Barret if we can get away with it. He can heal Cloud if it's really too low. So right here, it doesn't matter. Whatever. We just gotta wait till Barret shows up here. There you go. Skip that. So we're heading into the Whisper Harbingers, the fun of all fun, the hate of my life, the end of my sanity. One thing with this is we have to skip this motorcycle minigame. Thank golly gosh, there's none of that nonsense dividing us from the final fights. I guess there is a upside and a downside to that. So we want to go into Iron, no. LMG, yes. Goddard to Tifa, yes. HP up for Magic. And we want Skill Master for Wind, I believe. This can go to Skill Master, or Steadfast. And then we want to do this, so he's on Healing Magnify, Revive for that, Lightning Cleansing, time to Steadfast, and I believe that's the only thing she needs. No, Revive. Yep. Good thing I caught that. That would have been really bad to not have that. That's not correct either. Ascension, SD, triple? No, Braver. Kiriga, Magnify, and Dolphin Flare stays. This is Aeroga, this is Blizziga, and let's get screwed again. So the problem here is that we're trying to walk the fine line between killing the Whispers as quickly as possible and not getting screwed over damage-wise. So we're very trying to walk the fine line of having Cloud do tons of damage quickly and staggering the Whispers for the right person. So what determines who comes and when they come in the Sephiroth fight is a small value called affection points. And it's really hard to micromanage those. The thing is, staggering with a character gives them points. The thing with Aerith is she gets double points. I probably should have ATB boosted, but whatever at this point. I've already the fixes in here. Oh, fuck. Let's be smart here. Not risking this. Normally in phase 2, you have to tank a bunch of hits anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
Wouldn't go that far.
So we have both magic ups on Cloud, and in this one circumstance, Aerith is going to get Skill Master and HP up. So this will be the one time I give her HP up, and that's because she gets magic ups after this fight. So it just so happens that that's Cloud's HP up that she grabs for this short period of time. So we're going to roll up in here and blow up on Red Boy, and back us up with Barret here to try and get through the last little bit of HP. SD, switch over to Barret, overcharge. And that is to put him down, so we can do this. We want to focus on yellow, so we pretty much don't get shot in the back of the head. Oh, that is fucking unfortunate. That was really unfortunate, actually. Oh.
Man, I trained for this.
This is going to be a really rough fight. I definitely should have saved my HP boost. But there's really no way to know that you're going to get hit by the blue's lightning. I don't know. Hopefully I get Flurry, because I can counter that. That's about the only thing I can get right now. Firaga. I'm going to take a ton of damage. No matter what happens here, this space is going to suck. Okay, that works.
All set.
You're up. Give me your best shot.
We're not going to bother healing here. Okay, good.
Damn it!
Alright, we got lucky with that. Didn't get lucky with that, though. I forgot, if you try to run through the bus immediately, your camera gets fucky. So red here, we're just going to somersault or dive. Dive flurry? Sure, dive flurry. Dolphin flurry will put down red here immediately. That's pretty good here. We actually want Tifa to take the stagger. We're trying to give her enough points to show up in the final boss fight, so it's really important to make sure we get her.
You're gonna feel this one.
First. Alright. So we got full bar for both Barret and Cloud. Here we go. Okay, that was a really weird choice.
Did we do it?
I actually meant to carry out with Barret, but I guess that's not gonna happen. Hopefully I don't get the double dagger again.
What the hell did I just see?
A glimpse of tomorrow.
Yeah, no, that wasn't Wind Synergy. The boss was casting Aeroga on one of the other fights. So the game bugs out sometimes and casts Thundiga and Windiga, or Aeroga, when you get to this part, if you, depending on the time you kill red. Because the yellow and blue one, I think, are off-screen fighting, doing random shit. Not quite 100% sure. It's happened before. Yeah. Nice game. Game out of 10.
Damn it. How do we stop these things?
Well, the big one is way over there. However, these guys are right here.
Gotta give it my all.
Hope you don't mind if I fill you
Damn it again. God damn it, Barrett, you fucking clown. Ugh. Oh, no, wait, what? Didn't happen like I thought it did.
We still got a
Oh,
job
shit.
to do.
Take it off.
Whatever. Fuck off. No, I can do that shit. What the fuck is this? Are you serious?
Time to get serious.
Absolutely horrendous. What the fuck? Oh my god, that's bullshit. Barrett. Nice game. Well, that's a good fucking 40 seconds lost. This is what I mean about the Whispers, is like, sometimes they fucking do bullshit. That phase right there is probably the worst phase in this entire fight. I didn't say PG nothing, fuck that.
The future
Fucking,
is always
at least I didn't get the weird thing. Now I don't have to worry about the fucking stagger values here or whatever.
Them again? Least they can do is give us a little breather.
I say we split up.
This game is such
Take
a
'em down at the
shithead
same
sometimes,
time.
I swear to God.
In that case, Ultra Big Boy is all mine.
I thought I had a reasonable pace because I saw like 27 or something when I came in here, but it's fucking dead now because Whispers decided to be fucking assholes as usual.
Stay back! Hey!
Try it. Aerith, Kira, Cloud.
Stay strong.
Aerith, that's Tifa, idiot. I got my ATB boost back at least. This fight is so obnoxious because it's all RNG.
Right.
It's so awful to have this at the end of the run. Fist.
I got it.
Start shower.
Go on.
Okay, so we'll Cloud. Okay.
Say goodbye. Enough of you.
Oh, I'll relax, all right. Once this game eats the big old pile of poop it's trying to feed me.
This one's for you.
Nice. I think I just got fucked. I'm not sure. Yep. I fucked it up big time. Kill. That's great. Oh, this game is so butt cheeks. I guess I can try and arrow the yellow one, or the whatever. It depends on if it spawns with full HP or not. I think it's gonna spawn with full HP though. So we'll have to see.
Think so.
Yep. Aeroga.
You'll be blown away.
Oh my god, Tifa, could you aim the right direction though? God damn it! Get enemy! Fuck off!
Don't know how I did that.
Be gone. Well, it's a fantastic game. Everything suck dick. Oh, God. This game is a hateful piece of shit sometimes, I swear to God. This Whisper fight is so scuff, it hurts. Oh my lord.
We did it!
Right.
It's because he was at full HP, because I accidentally blade bursted him, because the other one didn't die on time.
There! Two Go for it!
Yay! They're all dead! Do I win now? What do I win? This run, it poop, poopy, pika. It could have been sub 440, I guess. Had so many points, but I guess I just suck at this game too much to help myself. Okay. Menu. Hard edge, no. This for HP up, skill master here, and then we want boost for assist. Cloud goes for, I believe, braver. No, disorder, focus, braver, and Lizera.
Fate is not to be taken lightly.
Disorder, Lizera.
Bundle up.
And jump him.
You're done. Brace yourself. Let's do this.
Come here, you piece of garbage. Why is fucking Smeppy Roth so much easier than the other bosses?
Let's do this. This won't take long. Get ready.
I swear to God, if Barrett shows up, I'm gonna Barrett this damn game console off the top of a building. You can believe all you want, but it's not gonna happen. Someday, but not today. That was a little bit overreacting, because I got really annoyed because I had a really good pace going into Whispers.
Good to go.
And Whispers decided to give me shit RNG.
Right. Let's get this over.
Into this. What do you got, buddy? Help. Holy shit. Ooh, that is not how that goes. Woo! Whee! I got fucking lucky. That focus thrust was incorrect.
Let's do this.
Time to end it!
I almost had a heart attack when I focus thrusted, I'm gonna be honest. Holy shit. Fucking clown Sephiroth it is, I see. Said the blind man as he grabbed his hammer and nails. This might be a 42, I think, is what we're looking at.
Sorry,
I gotta be very careful here, or this is gonna turn into a 45. This phase is a end-all be-all of this fight. Fire! Exactly what you don't want to see. Blizziga. Project Cloud.
Floppy. Nice.
For Lizera.
Calling ice.
3. One more shot.
Everybody get the fuck away from me. Into Infinity End, Aerith, Thundiga.
Seizing the open.
True.
This one's for you. You're up. I see.
Try to.
Braver.
Are you dreaming of me?
There we go. Not optimal, but okay. No! Damn it, Wolverine, I am gonna ban you! Son of a bitch! Now you're just rubbing salt in the wound. Yeah, Whispers was an unmitigated shit show. So it's whatever. Thundiga, switch over to Tifa. Okay. So, my PB is a 440-24. For a marathon run, this is kind of what I'm expecting. Honestly, it's really hard to sub 440. Yeah, I lost a lot of time in the Whispers fight. The end game was actually more solid than I thought it was initially. Getting through Genova without fucking it up was a huge time save. But Sephiroth was a little bit jank, and the Whispers gave me really bad luck. The only way the Whispers could have given me any worse luck would have been the run yesterday. I came in about the same pace. And then, Yeah, I don't know what happened. I think like 12, 13 and 14 I lost time. Or 11, 12, and 13 actually. Because like 11, Elgor survived, so I had to finish it off manually, which threw me off my game. Chapter 12 was okay, but the boss fight, my upwarp was jank. And chapter 13, the whole chapter was just slow. The broken highway was garbage. Yeah, the fusion time is very small, because it was just a little bit of a cutscene. The fact that I got it with Braver was fine. I think the problem was I should have cast Blizzaga instead of Thundaga, but I wanted to hit in imminent or immediately. So a 442 is kind of what I was looking for marathon commentary. This is a decent run. Obviously, a little bit too much of a pop-off on the whispers. In like a marathon run, I wouldn't be looking at my time anyway, unless people are like, you're on PvPs or something. Whispers is kind of random. Normally what would have happened is the second one, the yellow one refilled its HP because of the weird way they got staggered. And I ended up getting teleported, which lost a lot of time. It's like a good 30 seconds of cutscene nonsense.
The edge of creation.
Bahamut was a little bit jank because I had to try and fix my A to B with Tifa because I accidentally dive kicked early on at the third phase. So screwed up her ATB. And Blade Burst should have killed the red one, but he survived by just a little bit of HP, which is so... I don't think I've ever seen that happen before, have them survive Blade Burst. Because Iron Blade has a shit ton of magic attack with 2 magic ups. So it missing the damage range is like, woo! Fucking huge. I've been on pace to go sub 440, but I think for a marathon, like a 42 or a 43 is reasonable. It's either I play really solid and make some dumb mistakes that lose me about 2 minutes, or I make dumb little mistakes that lose me about 2 minutes. I'm getting more and more consistent. And the thing is, like, the only thing that's preventing me from getting more runs in is I'm really stubborn about my starting times. Unnecessarily so. And these 2 runs have showed me that that's a really stupid thing to do. Because both of these runs have been nearly on PB pace. Even with kind of weak starts, to be perfectly honest. So... I might try and do another one if I can get a PB with it.
7 seconds till the end. Time enough for you.
Game is mean, though. It's really hard to hit strong RNG for the entirety of the game.
Let's see.
Getting a sub 440 is really rough without any major skips. It's reasonable. It really is. The bottom floor is probably a 335. Today, no. I'll run again next Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. I think I'll take Monday off. I'll probably do something casual Monday.
Mr. Vice
So this is a solid run. There were a bunch of little mistakes that lost me time. I'd be hard-pressed to tell you where, to be honest. Even with my experience running it, there's very few that I could be like, that's the cause right there. The Whisper was like the only one, the Whisper fight. A lot of those phases did not go the way they were supposed to. Sephiroth was pretty good. Phase 3 should have ended before he got back up. So I missed input a few times there. You need a true, uppercut dive, until he dies. You could Braver twice, I guess, with Cloud, but you'd have to worry about doing his shortcuts. The Infinity End, like, is guaranteed set 10k, so you just want to hit with that, and then you don't have to worry about micromanaging Cloud. And while you're waiting for the cutscene to stop, you can input anything, any tier 3 spell with Aerith, and it should hit. You could use Star Shower there, but I've had it miss. You have to, like, tell Tifa to do it during the cutscene, and the AI is really bad about doing it at a distance, so you have to, like, get close or control Tifa yourself, so it's really weird. Can I get a marathon run that's faster than this? Possibly, yeah. But this is probably what you would see from a marathon run. 42, 43. There's a lot of little things that can just end up eating time. And like I said, 35 is probably the bottom floor without major skips. right now, unless we get some major reroutes that would speed up fights even more, or let you like move even further towards things like interacting with objects without doing fights or something. So like if we found a way that was considered not a major glitch to climb ladders without exiting combat, that could save huge chunks of time. The Tifa's combat movement is insanely fast. So if we could take advantage of parries. Alright, Rampok, have fun with that. I hope you learned something. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks everybody else for hanging out too, yeah.
You see that?
Big boy needs a big head rest. So we'll still be grinding for 430X. Looks like it's on the deck for a long time, so we'll have to see. My PB says my sum of S says 432. I think 35 is reasonable. 32 would, I think like maybe sub 30 is possible with like task setups and stuff. Perfect fights, perfect movement. But the perfect world in this game is far from reality. Tifa's movement's insanely optimal, but you'd have to risk a lot of the fights with the AI not moving stupid and getting the spell off and killing everything at a very particular time. We're a long way away from that even being reliable or reasonable. Yep. Phase 1, huh? I think, okay, what Rampok brought up that Ambi can stagger phase 1 and end it.
Thank you.
The problem is Hard doesn't have enough damage output because Sephiroth has just got more HP, I think, in general. So we need 2 staggers. Okay. I didn't know, I guess if Ambi does Hard, then I thought he was talking about somebody that did New Game. Yeah, it's already bad enough I do that Genova strat. That's like the most suicidal thing I do in the entire run. Problem is, even if I do it poorly, it's faster than my old strats. As long as I don't completely fuck it up. So that is Final Fantasy VII Remake Hard, New Game Plus. Any percent, no major glitches in under 4 hours and 42 minutes. It can be quicker, but I'd say this is reasonable, once again, for Marathon. Just to wrap it up real quick towards the end here. As much as I want to honk my own horn here, I'm not the fastest runner. I just run the most and have the most time available. So maybe at one point it'll be reasonable to be at 430X, but I'd say with the amount of variance and randomness, random boss fights, bad patterns you can see that just are completely out of your control. At best, you can react to instantaneously on either resetting or changing the strat to something slower. Is very uncommon. So I'd say you're usually going to see around a 440. Unless it's somebody like Strife running it. Assuming he actually had the time to do it, which is probably not going to be common.
I'll come back.
That'll be it for this submission. Maybe I'll re-record it once I bring my PB down a couple more minutes. Right now, my PB is 430, not 440.24. This is just a little bit over 442, so we're about 90 seconds off my PB. I'd say it's pretty reasonable. At most, you'll see a 40, or I'd say 45. Even my last run that ended really terribly, had a really good run going into Sephiroth, and completely screwed up Sephiroth, so on pace to be a 44, so... Anyway, we'll do more runs later, but that'll be it for the submission. Thanks everybody for hanging